individual pieces that can be used to bring them to life, starting with the big mammer jammer itself, the reclaimer. Now this is sort of like a reverse white box phase, where environment artists take the completed work of ship artists and then begin to break it down, stripping it of all the extraneous parts and then bending and twisting the superstructure in ways appropriate for a wreck that's 1, 2, or perhaps even 10 years old. What you're seeing here is the beginnings of a derelict zoo, as it were, creating the buffet of basic forms that designers and other artists will be able to pull from to continue their specific work, building out the various points of interest players can explore on the planets and moons of Stanton, Pyro, and beyond. It's early days, and this simple Reclaimer Derelict Zoo will continue to evolve over the coming weeks, in addition to many of the others seen in previous concept arts ahead of their systemic implementation into the persistent universe proper. The team is also exploring early advanced traversal opportunities for some of the outlaw space stations currently being built for the Pyro system. If you remember the most recent CitizenCon demo, advanced traversal are ways to get around or through an environment beyond the critical path most people usually stick to. Now, by following a variety of indicators still being developed, including simple things like tracing the path of an unusual cable or scratch marks on the floor, the players can discover these advanced traversal paths designed to lead not just to interesting tactical opportunities, but special loot and content rewards for those who spend a little extra time exploring. As for everything else you're seeing here, this is still very much a work in progress, with only the earliest of lighting, texture, and prop passes being complete. But it's a neat look at how these stations are pushing not just into new dynamics visually, but a universe of possibility for additional exploration as well. And like with the outposts you saw at CitizenCon, they won't be assembled the same way each and every time, so you can never be too certain what's around any corner. Members of the environment team also took a sprint to explore something on our backlog, namely the addition of small and medium-sized hangars to the ring structure of some space stations. It's a small touch, but these small touches, they add up to make for a more dynamic landing and takeoff experience as players travel across the Star Citizen persistent universe. Let's switch gears here. From bounty hunting to mining, from emergency response to racing to espionage and security, as the reputation system continues to grow and expand within Star Citizen, so too must the interface that represents it. To that end, explorations are underway mapping out the representative icons for some of the various mission-type career paths currently in development for the persistent universe. Now, in a recent sprint, icons for several more reputation paths were proposed, including kidnapping, hauling, smuggling, and theft. Now, these aren't the full array of possible reputation paths, just a few that the UI team is currently making icons for, but we'll be covering more about this massive expansion of the reputation system and the various mission types and activities that go along with it as development continues. Yes, I can already tell that some of you are a little too excited to build your reputation in kidnapping, and it bothers me. Meanwhile, the lighting team recently completed a sanity pass on the RSI Mantis cockpit. Now, these sanity passes are essential in ensuring the latest tech and process improvements reach assets that were built prior to their implementation, as well as keep some of the older stuff just looking as good as the newer. Now, this happens on everything, and the Mantis here is just the most recent example of updates that don't just make the visual appearance better than before, but are also more performative and less resource intensive. That's our version of tastes great, less filling. They can also serve as terrific training opportunities to pass knowledge from older employees onto our newer hires as the company continues to grow. And speaking of growth, let's take a quick jaunt over to Horizon and look at some new executive offices being developed. Now, these structures would be placed out on some of the raised landing platforms and provide a small, self-contained working area for Horizon's bureaucracy, including an elevator down into the inner depths of platforms beneath. Of course, as for what adventures players may one day find in such an area, I'm not telling. Mostly because I don't know yet. I missed a meeting. Let's move on to some ship updates with this look at the continuing final art phase of the Vulture from Drake Interplanetary, where you can see all sorts of the smaller details you'd expect to see while unifying some of the scale reads where some items in the back half seem to feel a little more chunky compared to those in the front. It's pretty much just tightening things up and finishing them off now ahead of Salvage's intended release later this year. But before that happens, we've got the MISC Hull A barreling towards completion at the end of this quarter, where its final art pass continues adding all the various decals and decorations you might expect. But disclaimer here, those aren't the correct cargo boxes you're seeing here. The ship didn't just massively increase in size. It's just an artist having a little fun. They're also adding the trademark MISC turret underneath the cockpit and continuing to refine the expanding and contracting cargo grid for all your shipping needs. Now we'll be talking more about the Hull A later this quarter before its intended release in Alpha 3.17. Of course, in Merchantman news, the team continues Whitebox phase, working through the entirety of the ship's interior in their efforts to fully map it out before going into Graybox. You can see some of the main bridge here with the pilot seats up front and the staircase to one of the primary turret rooms above. In Whitebox phase, it's simply about making certain every space has a purpose, has the room for players to achieve that purpose, and to do so with the signature organic shapes that have come to identify the Banu thus far. Moving down to engineering, work continues making certain everything is symmetric. Now last time we showed it, the stairs here were getting just a little too pinched, so they've opened up the area a bit, trying to make the whole room feel nice and grand within the confines of the current exterior. And then in the habitation area, you can see the beginnings of a Banu shrine that we'll explore more of in the future. And then here we have the interior turret area we mentioned before, which is shaping up to be quite different from any other turret you've experienced before, evoking that same sense of scale found throughout other areas of the ship. It's a massive gun, and this massive space that houses it is actually open to the decks below it, which should make for quite the view before the turret forms down around you and sucks you up into it, raises above the exterior of the ship, and then lets you pew-pew to your heart's content. Yeah, Merchantman people, this one's going to be worth the wait. And finally, before we let you go, we started this week with derelicts and a mention of those colonialism outposts, so let's combine the two and look at an initiative the teams undertook to explore outposts of days gone past with these concepts that you can see here. Now, one of the many projects the team at Turbulent is working on are the systemic tools that will one day bring these to life across the Pyro system. But as with all concepts, artists must first explore the ideas further and set the goals for those systems to build towards. And just like the Reclaimer derelicts from before, work has also begun creating the Derelict Outpost Zoo that will one day serve as the basis for hand-placed points of interest first, then the systemic implementation still currently in development. Now, whether it's brand new or 100 years old, each location is a new opportunity for story and gameplay to be found throughout the upcoming Pyro system. So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the process of making new things old and then new again is well underway with the Reclaimer and Outpost derelicts. That advanced traversal means additional opportunities for loot and storytelling in the Outlaw space stations. That the Banu Merchantman continues to make its impressive journey through Whitebox, and that the reputation system is on the cusp of expanding into a wide variety of legal and not so legal activities. Now, don't forget the Xenothreat is still underway, and Coramore is almost upon us with slick, iridescent paints, and hopefully no more Valentine's card contests that I have to explain to my mother. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all next week.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now. We're clear. Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Reminder that civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Archangel. Archangel, this is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to Sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the
other side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off
off.
quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
Pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren, to the bridge. Captain McLaren, to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to Microtech. Oh, not good, not good! Here we go! been a big couple of years for the quote-unquote sexiest shipmaker in the verse. Even as seemingly every ship manufacturer and their mum tries dipping their respective toes in the hot tub of luxury, Origin Jumpworks is not to be outdone and maybe more accessible than ever, heading into 2950. I know, you're going to say, but Jax, I'm just not an Origin person. And are there plenty of complaints? Of course. But take the 600i. It's a totally viable exploration ship. But with so much to explore on the inside, you might never make it out of the bar. And speaking of loaded,
Thank you, sir.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun. This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close. With the aim now on polish, we've organized the project into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can focus on individual areas to deliver the best experience.
Get out of sight, the cutlass is gonna spot you.
This allows us to bring all disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
See the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs. Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you. The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges, including physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
Unidentified vessels, this is the UEE Navy. Power down your ships and stand by for processing.
Off the coil's ass.
Our scanning, targeting, and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Damn skank!
tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of improvements from improved looting, weapon feel and balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provides you an overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions. We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience alongside our improved AI that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill. We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish on where we need to improve the gameplay. This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of. One specific area that I'm excited to dial in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created. Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we fully transition into optimization and stability on the road to release.
Agent Trejo, this is Colton. Come back. Always trips me out to see terraforming setups like this. Webb tried explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come. Hell is she?
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wild lines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
At the heart of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today! So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Push about. Nice speech. Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Well, let's get into position.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company?
This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler, I'm the field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
I'm not sure I handled anything.
More bells, whistles and trim options than a Banu marketplace after everyone's eaten their nutrient bars. But before you write it off as more posh posturing for well-to-do shipophiles, I for one appreciate a little variety. After all, when you're stuck in Area 18 traffic, there's only so much silver and white you can look at without going a bit mad. And although it may be easy to poke fun at Origin, I can't deny that the ships are fun as hell to fly. And even if you aren't flying an Origin ship, simply being on one is an experience all of its own. So Origin would like you to meet the 890 Jump. The crown jewel in their fleet has been wowing expo goers all week long, providing a taste of the pure, uncut VIP experience. With an onboard pool, spa, cocktail lounge, commercial-grade galley, dining hall, and a whole slew of ultra-luxe accommodations, IAE attendees can finally experience, if even for a moment, what it's like to be super mega buy a planet and never go there rich. And take it from me, it's pretty great. Jimmy, champagne. And there you have it, folks. We've seen all there is to see at the Intergalactic Aerospace Exposition. We laughed, we cried, we caused a moderate amount of property damage. I'd like to thank the entire staff here at the IAE for not kicking us out on day one. I'd like to thank my producer Jimmy for deftly persuading the IAE staff to not kick us out on day one. And of course, I'd like to thank all of you lovely creatures for watching. This is Jax McCleary saying, see you next time on Whitley's Guide. All right, who drank the last bottle of champagne? Really?
helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
That'll do it. Done. Okay. All right. Pardon me. Let's do this. I have to switch out some of the interchange on the hangar deck. We're getting a weird airflow. Turning out to be another stuff.
Yeah, I feel that.
Anyway, I'm off.
For example, we're launching off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew. We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff. Copy that. Hangar, ready for launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron
2. We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty. Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the environment, solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions, as well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions. Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind. Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working closely with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
While animation and design have been populated in the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed out. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
Oh, good. We can't hack it from this side. Graves, we got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve. I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality, and tells of a history long before you arrived. Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
Yes, I've been speaking with engineering, making as much as possible. Yeah, I'll make sure. I've asked about it.
We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions, or even missions of the more eerie kind. We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function, their age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in artistic style with each station as you progress through the game. As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now, we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe. The polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who have been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life. And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? We can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
John turned around to me and told me that we were going to be putting the Bengal into the actual PU. And at first I thought he was just pulling my leg, because I mean, it's the Bengal, the biggest ship that we're ever going to have in the PU, floating around. And I was like, well, is it just going to appear then fly away, or is it just in a poster? And he's like, no. I want it to be like we had the Javelin last year, where it comes in, it shoots, the players can try and fight it, and it flies around. I'm like, cool, that's not a small amount of work. That's a little bit of a minor task on top of everything else that's going on. The Bengal itself had a lot of old issues with it. Compared to a lot of our newer ships, it didn't feel as good, it didn't look as good. So we saw this as a great opportunity to go in and just fix some of this old legacy things that we'd done with the actual ship setup. So we started by fixing the problems first of all. So the giant engines at the back, the whole thing was in a single thruster. So we started by cutting that out, making the actual nacelle part of the main ship geo, and then after making the ship geo, we then attached the actual thrusters as thrusters, so they work as thrusters. And then we found that it didn't have proper thruster placement because it was using the original IFCS system that didn't need it completely in IFCS 2. Obviously, it's not faked, it's real, so we had to actually go in and place new thrusters and rearrange some of the old ones just to get it to feel nice and to fly the way we'd expect it to.
For 2950, the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo is continuing its tour of Stanton, landing on the snowy slopes of Microtech. And while the weather outside may be frightful, the offerings at the Tobin Centre are nothing short of delightful. Welcome to Whitley's Guide. In the consolidated Outland Pavilion, they're gearing up to unveil Silas's all-new Nomad, a ship that couples a welcome dash of unconventional design with bare-bones, no-frills performance under the hood. I had the powers that be at Whitley's arrange some hands-on time with the ship ahead of its release, so I could go on a good old-fashioned excursion. From my very first glimpses of its hull, I've been bit hard by the travel bug. As we prepared for our trip, Jimmy got intimately acquainted with the Nomad's 24 SCU capacity external cargo hold.
Well done, Jimmy. Over there with the other ones.
Out here, finally free of the shackles of civilization, edible food, and air traffic laws, we were able to really flex the Nomad's muscles. Watch this, Jimmy! Let's test out these triple shields Silas was going on about, eh? Even triple shields are no match for reckless flying. Remember that, kids.
How's it looking there, Jim?
After sharing a few
then look at the weapons.
campfire stories,
This is the Bengal. It's got over 90 turrets to it that function, that fire, that fight back, that you have to actually deal with. So we went through and we saw that a lot of them were very nose-heavy placement, so we then completely changed the design of the location of the turrets, which went through a couple of iterations to make sure everyone was happy with it. It felt really weird for the entire carrier to have a complete front nose battery. So we moved a lot of the weaponry and a lot of the cover around so that it was evenly distributed around the ship for the missile turrets, the phalanxes. After that was all done, you know, those really small, minor, insignificant tasks, it was then a case of actually having it work, because unsurprisingly, when you put the Bengal into the PU, it doesn't run very well, because there's a lot of entities. It was a huge performance hit. Like, it was insane. Even internally, we were seeing a massive performance drop. So the next job was to try and optimize this, to actually get it to run in a decent way. If you have a look at any of the AI ships that the pirates use in the PU, there's physically a dude sat in the seat, which at the end of the day costs. Everything has a cost involved with it. So we started to explore a couple of different ways to do it. One route we took was to hide the whole thing behind viz areas, so it just wouldn't render it, wouldn't call it, wouldn't draw any of it, and that gave us a lot of wins. But we also saw it as an opportunity to try and do something we haven't really done on ships before, which was to have actual AI modules controlling the turrets. So we started playing about with that. We hit issues because we've never tried to implement it on this sort of scale. But after a lot of people doing a lot of hard work and playing about with it and making slight tweaks here and there, we ended up with the AI turret module, which was a huge performance boost. And I spawned in a load of pirate Idrises to fight the thing. And it was just amazing watching all of the guns pointing in different directions and just fire everywhere. It looked amazing. And then the missiles were coming in, it was shooting down all the missiles everywhere. And I probably spent a good half an hour just trying to actually hit it with a missile. There's just that much gunfire that it looks great. It's hard to describe how cool it looks when it's actually firing at a group of people. The impact of seeing the Bengal working, flying around was just incredible for people. And the Bengal's something I've been working on for quite a long time for Squadron 42. But once it's in the PU, people can fly around it and just take in the sheer size of it. It's just incredibly huge. And having an event like Invictus meant that we push specific tech and specific things in a way that were going to be used later down the line. So that's a step forward towards having unmanned AI turrets on ships. We learned better ways to optimize the way we actually have AI crew inside the ship, because everything we do can be reused. We learn from it, we improve from it, and it can help everything as a whole. It's a lot of work, and we as developers spend a lot of time focusing on really minor details, and sometimes we just tunnel on little things and think, well, is this huge time I'm spending on this one little thing really worth it? But then when we see it in the community and seeing how much people love it and how wild they go for it, just seeing their responses to it, it just completely lifts my spirits up every time. So worth it in the end, once we actually got it in. Really cool.
Invictus has quickly become one of the major highlights of our year, as well as a fine addition to the Star Citizen experience overall. And the Bengal was just one part of everything that goes into making the event so special each and every year. Now, from looking back, let's look ahead. It's sprint report time, so let's get to it. Starting things off, members of the UI team have completed a sprint porting many of the transit signs found throughout the persistent universe to use a newer and more robust version of our building blocks tech. Now, as with everything that makes this transition, it not only allows for easier swapping of various styles and themes without having to change the underlying information, but it's also far more efficient and less resource intensive, leading to performance gains all over when every little bit helps. This is a small sampling, but the team is looking forward to adding more and varied styles to the various interactions players encounter throughout the verse. Meanwhile, the character team is close to completing work on the Grey Cat armor that was revealed alongside the Grey Cat Rock DS earlier this year. Now, while it's designed to specifically support mining operations, fashion-forward citizens will still find a lot to like here. Whoever said support roles couldn't look badass obviously never worked for our character team. Props teams have recently begun their explorations developing the various chips and ports necessary to support the upcoming hacking gameplay currently scheduled for Alpha 3.15. Now, while there will be a variety of high and low-tech offerings, these were the conversation starters, if you will, to help us determine which direction visually we wanted to go in. They even created a handy animatic to see how the pieces all fit together, along with a sneak peek at the hacking visual interface that we're going to see a lot more of in ISC next quarter. Now, recently you've seen the current exterior progress of the Aegis Redeemer during Invictus. So let's take a look inside at the continuing work on the interior with a look at gray box progress on the man turret, remote turret bay, and habitation module. Vehicle teams have also begun looking at the Constellation dash controls as they prepare to convert it to utilize the updated interactive cockpit experience. Now, before you jump into the comments, the physical buttons you see here are just temporary placeholders, as the intention is still very much for this RSI stalwart to maintain its touchscreen holographic interface whenever possible. In addition to that, the Ares Starfighter, currently on the public roadmap scheduled for an Alpha 3.15 release, is making its way through the white box phase of our ship pipeline. Now, after recent work on the Mercury Star Runner and the Hercules Star Lifter, I've no doubt this will become another fantastic addition to the Crusader lineup when it arrives towards the end of this year. And since we're on Crusader, let's take a look at these final art images of the Crusader shuttle that will whip zoom players around from platform to platform when it arrives in the upcoming Alpha 3.14. And before you ask, no, you cannot has one. Well, maybe if you ask John Crew really nicely, that could change one day. Now, I'm absolutely not empowered to say this, but you should ask him anyway, because I really won't. Moving along, last time we took our first look at Orison by Night, so let's continue that journey with these images from the lighting team as they continue their work creating an atmosphere that's truly unique from its daytime companion. I'll just let these images speak for themselves. So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that Invictus is more than just a chance for players to experience our capital ships up close and personal. It's also an opportunity for our developers to push needed technologies to the forefront in ways that will benefit the entire persistent universe going forward. That Grey Cat should feel free to make as many industrially themed armors as they'd like, and that between its stylish ships, the shuttles, and the landing zones, Crusader is fast becoming a fan favorite manufacturer. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all next week.
built for life.
Hello and happy holidays and welcome to another episode of Around the Verse. I'm Sandy Gardner.
And I'm Chris Roberts, and happy holidays to all you guys too.
Yes, 3.4 is coming to you very soon, TM.
Very well, like very soon. So
Yes.
it will be live in your hands, almost any moment now. So and hopefully you guys will have fun with it. There's a whole bunch of cool stuff in it. I mean, it's not been that long since our last release. So we have the Central Business District in Lorville, which is the monument to the Hurston dynasty, and is a completely different vibe and feel than the L19 living area that you can be in a hab, and the TISA spaceport, which is all sort of where the common workers are. This is this incredibly grandiose building with huge arch ceilings, and it's almost cathedral-like inside, and it's a testimony to the wealth of the Hurston family. And
Stars.
What was that? Jimmy? Jimmy? The onboard bed provides that extra level of security someone of my stature is used to. And convenient access to the laser repeaters made me rest extra easy. As our expedition came to a close, I couldn't help but feel that I'd tasted true freedom, which, coming from a person who gets pretty much everything he wants, is saying something. As I spooled up the quantum drive one last time, I knew I'd returned to civilization, a changed man, and that I'd never needed a shower so badly in my entire life. And here we are, Jimmy, safe and sound at IAE 2950. Now, it looks like they're getting ready for the official announcement, so take over, would you, Jimmy? I've got to get over to the VIP lounge before the open bar closes.
Back in 2944, we aimed to reshape the dream of spaceflight. Since then, much has changed.
the main building, and he'll give you missions on behalf of the Hurston family.
Very cool.
We also have another mission giver in Levski, down in the bowels somewhere. You have to go find him, called Wallace Klim. And we spent a bit of time getting the various missions to work, including the downed relay mission that we showed at CitizenCon. And in general, getting the mission givers and their missions to work properly, because there were some issues with 3.35/6/7. So that should all be going. Then we also have some new ships, which is very cool. The Hawk, which we had announced last year during the anniversary sale, is now actually in the game. You can fly it, so if you're a bounty hunter, you'll probably be pretty excited about that.
Exciting.
The Freelancer variants are now in, and that's very cool. The Freelancer is sort of one of our, it's one of the original ships that when we launched the game, and it's named a little, it's named as a nod to Freelancer the game, but also it's a trading ship, and so that's a large amount of what you can do, and
exploring.
Yeah, but you can have a decent amount of cargo, and the Freelancer Max allows you to have a larger amount of cargo than the base Freelancer does. The duration, the Freelancer Dura allows you to go longer distances, which will tie into sort of some of our new quantum drive and jump point mechanics. And then we've got the MISS, which is the sort of missile sort of cruiser version that can have a whole bunch of missiles that can blast at you. So that's pretty cool. There's a couple of little things like 600i Touring module that will be there, and I think the Reliant core, just the base ones had a little bit of moving around, and the cargo section works in it. So yeah, there's some cool stuff, and there'll be a little bit more stability and some more quality of life improvements with comms and the kind of Spectrum chat stuff, turrets. So anyway, hopefully you guys will like it and have some fun over the holidays.
Yes, excellent. So go check that out. And we have some news regarding Squadron 42. Inquiring minds want to know about the roadmap.
Well, there you are. Yeah, no, yes. It's been quite a way in the making. I know that we said last year we would have a roadmap, but it's taken...
So what took you so long?
It's taken a lot. Well, I mean, essentially, the team themselves did not feel comfortable sharing the roadmap earlier this year because they wanted to do enough work to validate all the remaining tasks, and not just at a high level. This is having the team themselves, so the various groups down the leads and the team members, to look at the tasks, break them down, give estimates on the tasks. So it's a lot of it was a lot of sort of bottom up working to end up with the roadmap we have now. So it's taken fair amount of time. It became more complex because we also have Star Citizen to consider. So some of the tasks are the same between Star Citizen and Squadron. Some of the tasks are not. Some of the tasks are subsets. Some of the tasks are supersets. So we had to get all that worked in our system because the roadmap is a full reflection of our internal Jira task tracking system.
So what are some of the, with caveats, what are some of the outstanding things on the roadmap?
I think I said in CitizenCon that, in terms of Squadron, I mean, we've been working on this for quite a long time, and we're definitely on the downhill slope now. We're publishing this, we're showing a sort of 6-quarter schedule where by the end of 19, we'll have pretty much all our features done, and then in Q1 of 20, we're doing optimization, and it's sort of the alpha phase and polishing and hardening phase and the finishing the levels, the chapters. And Q2 would be the beta phase where it's mostly just bug testing and continued polishing.
So I should keep my time free next summer?
Yeah, you should. So anyway, that's sort of our time horizon that we've been working on, and it's a lot of work, but on a caveat basis, it's similar to what we do on the PU. So some of these tasks may take longer than we have estimated. Where there may be some unforeseen problems. I will say that the uncertainty, the R&D technology aspects are much less of an issue or risk now on Squadron, because the biggest remaining one was really object container streaming, and we've got mostly that sorted on the PU Star Citizen side. We still have a little bit because some of the server side technology for object container streaming is needed for Squadron 42, because Squadron 42 is basically a server and a client altogether. But once that's online, we'll be able to stream this really high detailed world, keep the frame rates up, which is really important.
What about the crappy AI? In the
don't beat around the bush on the AI there. But no, the AI is probably the biggest, I would say, remaining unknown or risk, partly because we're going for a really high level of AI. We've been spending a lot of time building sort of the the building blocks and base stuff. So people aren't really appreciating the potential of what the AI can do. So some of the AI you see in the PU is, leaves a lot to be desired. Some of the flight AI,
Nice way of putting it.
Some of the flight AI is sort of we've been developing that with the new IFCS, which isn't yet in the PU, but will be in the 3.5 release. If I was going to put my finger on one thing that would be a risk on the schedule, it would be us executing all the AI, mostly because at the moment we have, I think, about 4 AI programmers, and we need probably another 3 to 4 AI programmers to really feel like we've got it sort of covered. And
What
then
about
some.
you? Can you AI program?
Well, it's been a long time since I've done that kind of programming. I mean, I've got a lot of other things that I've been been working
So
on.
they'd be just as crappy as if you tried.
No,
you know?
it wouldn't be so
No?
crappy.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Okay. I nominate
but-
you just in case we can't find that extra
Well,
programmer.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have that often
Mhm.
to do some programming.
Okay.
But anyway, if there's anyone on an AI front, we are looking for AI programmers or gameplay programmers that are interested in AI, and we're looking to repurpose some of our internal engineers into the AI side because that's what we see as the big risk on Squadron.
That's plan B.
Yeah, so that would essentially be the risk, and then the other risk would just be the amount of time it takes to sort of get all the content in and polish it up.
Does that mean I need like a couple of mega titans or something to make this run smoothly?
Well, I don't. So I think relatively, our goal, and that's why we have a whole bunch of optimization tasks at the end. But our goal is to make the game itself run pretty buttery smooth. So the objective would be to try to have gameplay that is at least 30, but definitely closer to 60 frames a second. I mean, 60 is our goal. And I think we have a good shot at doing that because in a single player game like Squadron, you don't have all the issues of multiplayer that we have in the PU. And as people have been seeing, we've been getting really nice frame rates in the PU, and that's with 50 other players and, the issues you have with networking and the processing that you have up on the server. So I think we've got a very, we will have the performance of the game in Squadron will be a really nice, smooth, fluid experience, and that is definitely our goal.
I'm going to hold you to that. I will hold you to that. So
I'm
besides,
sure there's a few other people that will be doing that too.
Yeah. So going through the roadmap with a fine-tooth comb, are you sure you've removed all the spoilers because the fans will find them?
Well, some of them. I mean, it's always a delicate balance to share the stuff we're working on and then not share things that will give away the story. So, for instance, on the chapters, we don't have chapter descriptions because it would definitely give the story away. So sorry if they're a bit generic. I mean, we've actually broken the one thing I would say is the roadmap itself is kind of set up slightly different than the one for Star Citizen / the PU because we have 2 parts to it. One, the more traditional bit, which is the feature part, which is set up a lot more like you've seen on the PU one, where it's laid out per quarter, the various tasks, the engineering tasks, the asset tasks, so like if we're making a character or a spaceship or a weapon or a prop or something like that. So you can see how those stack up like you do on the PU one. But then on top of that, because Squadron 42 is a narrative story game, it's got these different, what we call chapters. And a chapter is really a sort of, it can be it's the equivalent of a collection of, say, missions that you would have had back in, say, Wing Commander's days. But, you can start on a ship, you can fly, you can be given a mission, land on another ship or land on a location, get involved in FPS combat, get back in your ship, go somewhere else, get in a dogfight, then go and land on another area, get involved in FPS combat, get back in your ship, come back to your home ship, land, and then talk and catch up with everyone doing on the crew. And that could just be, that's an example of, say, a chapter that would be something
within
you do in the game.
Within the whole.
And some of them are bigger than other ones. Some are pretty epic, some are a little more contained and smaller. And those are tracked on the sort of overview page that we have on the roadmap, where you can go and you can see where they are at their various levels, whether it's We're still in the white box level.
I'm going to cut you off now because you just got to hurry up and finish already. Because it's like telling me about the chapters, but you can't really tell me. Well,
she's going to say that
because it's like spoiler alert.
It will track the the level where you are, like we're white box playable, grey box, full production, polish, which is when everything's in, but we're just sort of polishing and hardening the level. And so you'll be able to track where those are, and the combination of getting to the end there, where we're in the polish phase, and getting the features done is when the game is basically in beta.
Great. So how often are you going to update that so I can, so I don't have to hit F5?
Well, we're going
to 18 months.
We'll update it sort of with the same regularity that we do with the Star Citizen PU1. So we scrape our Jura database, I think every week, and then it will get updated.
So I know there's some things on the squadron roadmap, things like swimming, for example, that people are looking forward to in the PU, but it's actually not on the PU roadmap. So what's the deal with that?
Okay, so in finalizing everything we need to get done for squadron, there's a lot of various, say, actor features or ship features. Sliding, swimming, they're all things that we say, okay, yes, we'll have an aspect that you could use some of this in Squadron, so it has to be working. So we had to make sure that most of this stuff was already on the backlog, but we hadn't sort of fully broken it down or scoped it fully that people felt comfortable making it, putting a stake in the ground and showing it in the PU roadmap. But we had to do that for Squadron, so now that we've done the work for Squadron, they'll reflect across into the PU roadmap. So a bunch of the features you'll see in the Squadron roadmap will also now reflect across into the PU roadmap because obviously things that you do with your character or things you do with spaceships, a lot of it is consistent across both games. So the work that we did for Squadron really sort of will help give even more detailed definitions to the PU roadmap.
Excellent. So thank you for being grilled.
Yes, I enjoy being grilled.
Yes, I'm sure the community
I show up every week
it.
just to be grilled.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, in other news, if you haven't already, go check out our newly relaunched corporate website.
Yeah, looking quite slick.
Yes, cloudimperiumgames.com. And we have quite a few job postings there. So, like
as mentioned in the Squadron 42, if
yes.
There's a few people out there that have the talent and would like to be, helping us bring Squadron 42 to completion and Star Citizen, then yes, please give us I don't know if you give us a shout or email or whatever it will be.
That's an English term, a shout.
But yeah, no, it's we've put the site together to have a better corporate site and a good place for recruiting and letting people know about the various studios and also be a place that we can put various corporate announcements on.
Yes, and we've grown. If you look at our studio pictures, we have grown. So it is an exciting time to work at Cloud Imperium Games. And there's also some other exciting news.
Speaking of corporate news.
Yes, speaking of corporate news, there's exciting news. What is the exciting news? Chris, tell us the exciting news.
Well, we sent out a letter to all you guys, and it's on our corporate website, but we've taken on an investment that I think is going to really secure our independence. So we've, I think you guys have known, I've said from the beginning of the campaign that all the money that we've been bringing in on crowdfunding is going towards Star Citizen, it's going towards Squadron 42, it's going towards development.
Yep.
And we've been upholding that side of the bargain, and that is something I feel really strongly about. But of course, as an ongoing business, we have some other needs, like, for instance,
marketing.
Yeah, well, Squadron 42, we're now sort of on the downhill ramp. We're 18 months away, looking like, from when we have to be ready to release it. And as you tell me all the time, you have to start.
We
start
do.
Start
we have to start.
Start doing it. Start the preparation and planning and booking and all the rest of the stuff for the marketing long before.
Yes, I have actually had this plan for a very long time, and it has shifted and shifted and shifted. And finally, I feel like we might have an actual plan that I can execute.
There you go. And then the other aspect is being able to do that properly, being able to fund it without having to go to someone. There's a lot of other people in the crowdfunding world anyway that have raised the money, made the game, and then partnered with someone like a publisher to release the game in a wider format. But we don't want to do that. We've always, I value the independence. We've been able to have the independence because of all you guys, and we really appreciate it. And so for us, it was really important to be able to control our own destiny. And this is really going to enable us to do that, and also have all the money that comes in on the sort of game front, the crowdfunding, go to the development without having. I never wanted to take any of that money and spend it on, ads that we would buy in places. So this, for me, is the best of both worlds. It gets sort of great independence. We have security, war chest. We can do various things as well as build the best damn space sim out there. So there you go. Happy about it. It's
yes. Good. All right, well, that is a lot of news, a lot to download. Go check out the roadmap, the website, read your letter.
We even have some financials.
Yes.
That's another big thing, but we're not going to put it in this show. You guys can go there.
Yeah, go check that out.
Lots of information today.
Yes, lots of info. Thanks, as always, to the subscribers for sponsoring this show and all of our shows. Another example of an amazing community, that would be you, that makes my job as marketing a very creative one, let's put it that way, but power to all of you, because I could not do that.
Yes, absolutely, and I second that. And obviously a huge thanks to each and every one of you guys out there that have backed and supported the game. We've never been more excited about our projects, and we owe all of that to you.
Yes, we do. And until next time, we will see you around the verse.
Thanks for watching. For the latest and greatest in Star Citizen and Squadron 42, you can subscribe to our channel, or you can check out some of the other shows And you can also head to our website at www.robertsspaceindustries.com. Thank you very much for watching.
All available pilots to the strip. Julius flight, you are cleared for takeoff.
Julius flight. Engage burn and flight heading 110.
All right, here we go.
Missile incoming. Launching countermeasures.
All right, shut them down.
I've got a shot. Clear them out.
Thanks for the assist.
Anytime.
Quantum jammers engaged.
Let's finish this.
The elephant in the room. Finally, the Squadron 42 video is here. So, you know,
take it away, Brian.
We want to do. I mean, I'm partly guilty for one of the reasons why it's finally here, as opposed to a much simpler, shorter thing that we were playing around with an idea earlier. But Brian, do you want to maybe?
Yeah, we initially planned to. Absolutely. We initially planned to, I was just going to call up some of the guys, as I kind of casually do from time to time, record it, talk about our progress, and see what was going up. It ended up being really, good discussion, and we'd go in depth on some design stuff and art choices and so on. But when we looked at it and kind of showed it to Chris, at the surface, there really wasn't visuals attached to it, and it didn't really kind of show off our progress. So when Chris dug into it a little bit more and he said, wait, let's see how we can give this a little bit more life. Let's look what we can do. At that point, one of the areas that we were working on and talking about was Asiato. And I worked with Nathan Dearsley and talked about the progress of where we were. And he's like, hey, give me a couple weeks and it's basically going to be done. Right. So we said, okay, wait, hold on. It went from this casual, small conversation that we had recorded and we were all proud of and thought was good to, you know what, no, we're going to do a bigger thing. And then once we looked at that, we said, wait, why don't we actually look at a larger, wider amount of progress across multiple disciplines and see if we can put this show together on a quarterly basis. So this first one's a little bit longer than they may be moving forward. We're not sure how the length's going to be moving forward. But, we dig into some guys, you get to hear some history, you get to see certain level of detail, you'll hear design choices, with Nick and a couple of the other guys, and I think I think people are going to like it, and I think it's going to mature. The show's going to mature as we
Yeah,
move forward.
and I think the other thing I would just add to it is that everyone's super busy. We want to make the game, right? So we don't want to
Yeah.
spend a huge amount of time generating assets just for a show. So one of the focuses of it is well, why don't we sort of look at what we've got planned for the quarter? And so in this particular case, Asiago is the location that we're going to deep dive into. We've teased a few elements of it before, like you saw a little bit of it in the teaser we did the end of last year. But actually finished game ready was this quarter. And so instead of, just talking about it, which is what was happening much earlier on when we did the sort of an initial thing, we said, no, let's have the art department finish it properly so it's game ready and we can also show it as we're talking about it. I think that's, one of the keys for us is we want to update everybody on our progress, but we don't want to spend all this extra time just doing work that's only going to go for the show. It really should be mostly about, hey, let's show off what we've achieved as we're moving forward, finishing out Squadron 42.
Yeah. Plus, this works really well because it's early on in the story, and Asiago isn't too much of a spoiler for anyone.
I think internally too. I think we will treat Squadron different than we will PU or Star Citizen in the sense of.
You guys want us to hurry up or keep going? Hopefully you guys liked it.
Oh my god, what happened? My head. They must be like pirates. I'm gonna keep rolling, see what happens. The shuttle! There's my ride! Just gotta get over there. Oh, Crusader security. I'm saved! Sir, hey. Oh no. Ew, he killed him. Okay, Molly, keep it together. You got this. Ew, is that blood? Oh my god, nasty. This is seriously super disturbing. So much property damage. Where is the shuttle? That looks like it could get me out of here. If I could just make it over there. Yeah, you go over there. That's right. Don't turn around, don't turn around. Here goes nothing. Not sorry. That's not the shuttle. Well, friends, that was wild, right? And now, here I am back on this lovely 890 jump and headed to New Babbage for the IAE, once again basking in the opulence of the full Origin Jump Works experience. It obviously takes more than fanatical pirates to slow me down. See you at the expo, babes!
Maybe you're into touring the galaxy's more out-of-the-way destinations.
The PU, it has these quarter releases that we go out, and things get updated and things get improved along the way, right? So showing things that are work in progress, I think work with that model, and that's fine. And you get to see really early examples of it.
Yeah, going on that, I think, what's interesting is one of the things that, people say, oh, I enjoyed the ATV shows, back in 2017. But what they don't remember was we didn't really release an update for the PU for almost a year because we were trying to get the Planet Tech in and all the rest of the stuff, and then it finally came in with 3.0. So we had this huge gap where we had stuff that people weren't getting as a build, say every 3 months, and so they would see this stuff and they go, "Oh, I'm seeing all this really cool stuff." Now, one of the actual problems we have with the PU inside Star Citizen is that every 3 months they're getting a lot of this content and drops and everything. So they're like, "Well, that's boring. I've seen it," because they're getting to see it and play it. Whereas Squadron's different than that. I mean, obviously we can't show all of what we're doing in Squadron because it will definitely spoil some of the story and the surprise. And there's a lot of really cool moments that we have in the game that I think is going to be very powerful and affecting for people. But we certainly have stuff that you don't have that. You're not running around. For instance, Asiago Station. You're only ever going to see that in the PU after Squadron's out. You're never going to see it before then. And there's plenty of other stuff that we're doing that you don't see. Like there's a lot of sophistication in the AI and the social AI that you don't see in the PU because we're not implementing that yet. It will be stuff that we can use later on, but the bleeding edge of it is definitely Squadron. And so I feel like, we can really do a sort of more chunky dive in Squadron every quarter. And we would also combine it with a sort of report of what we've completed that quarter and have some visuals to show. So you sort of have a visual video accompaniment, almost like 3 monthly reports all rolled into one, plus the deep dives. And I think that will be a really fun and interesting way to get sort of your update and information on Squadron while you're waiting for it, which, I guess gets us to the other elephant in the room, Brian.
Yes. The roadmap. Roadmap is not done yet. It's not done. It's not going to be posted tomorrow, but we are actively working on it. It's an involved process. We're not just putting something together quick. Here's some text that we're throwing up. We're actually creating a system to where internally it's a tool that we use, or it can feed into the tools that we use on a daily basis, and it's something that can then get pushed external and be updated as close to real time as possible. So it really is a gauge. When devs finish his work and they tick it off within our software, that information gets fed all the way through. What I can say as far as, and there's been really good progress on it right now, it's just not at a point where we can actually get it external. I believe the last roadmap we had did say we were going to be beta this calendar year. We will not be beta this calendar year. That's one thing that I absolutely know. And once we do have the dates that us internally and leadership and the team are confident that we have dates that we believe we can hit with all the data that we have together, we're gonna share that with everybody as soon as we can.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's, back on the roadmap aspect of it, one of the big focuses is the change from just the goal, which is like, okay, this feature done or this piece of content done, to also what all the teams are working on. And, because a lot of times we can have teams working on something for 6 months or a year, but the feature you may not even see, or the content you may not even see because it's not currently on our roadmap, because it's outside that scope of view. And so that's why a lot of things show up on the roadmap now. Oh, look, suddenly this feature showed up. Well, no, we were actually working on it for quite a while. So one of our big impetuses is like, it would be much better for us to shift the visibility for everyone to know what everyone is working on, what their priorities, and then you sort of understand, because ultimately we've always got 10 things that we want to do and only enough time to do 5 at any one time. So you've got to make, or actually it's more like 1,000 things we want to do and only time enough to do 10 or 100 or whatever of them at the same time. So there's always a priority call, but at least with this visibility, you can see, oh yeah, there's people working on this, working on something like, I don't know, salvage, right? So, we have people that will be working on elements of that before, but you don't see salvage right now at all on the current PU roadmap. And so you'll sort of see the allocation. It's the same for people working on Squadron as it will be for the PU. And so you sort of feel like it's better to communicate what people are working on. And, when they finished it falls out of that, of course, but it's not just focused on the end goal or task, because a lot of times those will move, because sometimes the team will, there'll be things they just haven't realized, or there's a problem they've got to fix something, or maybe there's bugs in a system they wrote previously that they've got to go and help fix for a live release, but then that's going to eat into the time they were working on that new feature that you were hoping to get by this date, but now it's going to go back because they had to spend an extra couple of weeks bug fixing. And so what we want to do really is have a system that we use internally to manage and visualize all this, that also we can use externally, so we don't have to do a whole bunch of additional sort of interfacing and management of the data to get to all you out there, right? Or everyone that is interested in this, is because the problem is once we do that, it becomes an extra effort, an extra, and then when you need to change things, people don't like to change them until they've got enough to change, or they want to know a little more information before they change. So we're just like, let's not worry about how it goes. What you're going to see is basically a version of what we see. It'll be a bit more sanitized. You won't know the individual names because obviously we don't want to get into the Nick Elton said he would do this in 2 weeks and it's taken him 2 months. Fire Nick Elton aspect. We can get into it, but I think it'll be worth it. And the other thing that's important to note is that this isn't just about giving someone a spreadsheet, right? We've got a full sort of Jira system, and also it's like building an app on our web platform that interfaces with it, that displays it. It's a whole engineering initiative, and that again, like a lot of stuff that we do on a web platform, like building the communications, the forum system spectrum, the various like IEA pages, or all the sort of stuff that we do, or even those sort of fun games that we do when we do a spaceship or something. Sometimes that all requires engineering. I mean, there's a pretty large team at Turbulent. I think we're close to 50 people, focusing on just our stuff there, and we've got to fit them in the priorities because we've got a whole bunch of stuff. Like, do we want to improve, finish off Spectrum properly? Do we want to make the how you do a pledge or a shot, make that flow better, or how about the ship matrix, make the ship matrix work better or display better? So all those are sort of engineering and art tasks happen. So you got to fit that in. So like just when you say roadmap, it sounds simple, but it's not. There's a lot of stuff, and that's one of the reasons why it's taking time. Not that people aren't focusing on doing it, but we want to do it. We want to do it right. We don't want to sort of half-ass it. We're also always, even internally, trying to improve our processes, right? So we are constantly seeing how we can get the teams to run better, how how we're structuring. Because we're a big company, we're spread across quite a few studios, and just the size of it. I mean, I had a Spectrum post where I was answering a question, and I sort of went into a little bit of just the sheer size of what gets managed on development. Like we run an agile process, which we focus on sort of development, doing things in sprints. But we have 58 sprint teams, right? 58. A lot of studios only have 58 people. Each one of our sprint teams, and this is just development. It's not the rest of the company, the marketing, the publishing, the operations, all the rest is QA, all that sort of stuff. Each one of those teams can have 4 to 20 people on them, and they've got their producers and the product owner, the lead or the director, and so it's a huge amount of people to sort of manage and try to keep under a certain vision and communicate it and make sure everyone's on the same page. And so it takes a lot to make sure that we're doing that well, and we're always trying to make it better. How we're managing, how we can see it in a global scale, but also down to the granular scale, and see both those. So it's something we're trying to solve for ourselves as well as solve for everyone out there to sort of see publicly. And I think as in everything, you get better and you tweak things as you go along. And so that's been a big focus of us. We're never satisfied. We're never going, oh yeah, it's good enough. We're always like, how do we make this better? How do we communicate? How do we talk better? It's become heightened because of the situation we're in. Now everyone's working at home, probably going to be working at home, pretty deep into next year, I would guess. And that just means you have to communicate more, right? So you can't walk over someone's shoulder and see what they're doing and give them a little bit of feedback, or run into them in the break room and have a little chin wag with a cup of tea. So I feel like you spent a lot of extra energy in communicating, and so that's what we've been doing internally. We've upped our communication since we've been working at home. We weren't stopped by what happened, but I definitely don't feel like we operate quite as quickly as we did because we have to spend more time talking and communicating. But we're also thinking about how we can also take that and turn it outside and communicate better with everyone out there as well. And I think that's
There's a lot of
super important.
a lot of videos being compiled by people and sent 3 or 4 gigabytes every day, relying on people's internet speed. Have you got it yet? I get a lot of that.
It takes a little more, a little bit more time than it did, but the team's healthy and people are moving forward, and we're still getting builds out for the PU, and we're still hitting milestones in Squadron. So
No, I'm not saying that it's something that makes us take twice as long. What I'm just saying is we've had to transition to focus even more on really being good with our communications, because you sort of have to communicate when you're a pro. And we're also thinking about how we can do a better job of communicating externally too. We've been actually upping the internal communications, both executives to the staff and the various project management to the staff, to make sure that we're trying to keep people up to date. And we also want to do more of that externally for everyone out there. That's one of the point of this show. I think long term, it will be all stuff that you guys will enjoy, and I look forward to having you guys look at some of the very cool stuff that we're working on. So I will throw this to a earlier version of Brian in the daytime. Yeah. So here you go, Brian. Take away the briefing room.
Hope you enjoy it.
You always deliver. Perhaps you're a peacemaker, taming a wild galaxy. Whatever calls to you, choose your lifestyle. With the 100 series from Origin.
You need help with that?
Yeah, right.
After eating the bear's breakfast, Goldilocks explored their house. She saw 3 chairs and wanted badly to rest her feet. But the first chair she tried was much too small. So she tried the second chair, and it was much too big. But when she tried the third chair, she found that it was just right.
You sure this is the right place?
Boss has never steered us wrong before.
All
right, so that was a look at Outlaw Lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Hello, everyone. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, Jared.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today.
I know.
And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyrer.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. This is your first time on the spaceship.
It is. It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice. Very
really
comfortable.
I'm just going to ask everybody how it thinks all day. So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU. And we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well, without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. You know, we'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0. Features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature, but there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, you know, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and, you know, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or, you know, I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, you know, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, you know, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think you know, fundamentally it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that you know, it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content, and so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, you know, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams, and so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. It sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature, and so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's like not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels good. Is the benefit, I think, that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side, because we're sort of telling you, oh yes, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, you know, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. That's gonna, and we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, you know, we have some core areas, what we call the, you know, the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the you know, players moving around on foot, you know, interacting with things. The vehicle stuff, which, you know, like John Crew heads up, but you know, the whole vehicle systems, and you know, you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, you know, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. You know, all those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. You know, another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by on the you know, the vehicle side of the Need for Speed, but you probably saw, you know, in the different modes there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and you know, we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs. That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of, you know, what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or, so that has definitely been a major, there's right now, I think, 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in film yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal, combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. We're pretty excited. So we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is 2 common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that said, some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things.
Intergalactic Aerospace Expo 2950. Whitley's Guide and me, Jax McCleary, are here to take you through it all. We're here on Microtech, going behind the scenes, under the hood, and deep undercover, to bring you the galaxy's hottest ships from its coolest locale. See if you can keep up.
In conjunction with Bering, we are currently crafting the most devastating size 7 mountable ship cannon ever devised. The SF-7 being prototyped in both ballistic and laser configurations.
Like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Osiato because people have
we already
seen
showed one location.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys ready to this enough preamble?
Let's go.
Let's start with Rich. You were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
That's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You know, you're in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship. How do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, you know, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, you know, ultimately in the universe that they're playing? And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand, like, that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, you know, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, you know, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, you know, and we've spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things, like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things, you can push things around, you can move them. I mean, the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally, most everything's static. And so our goal definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, you know, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing is to have this fully persistent universe that, yeah, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take it to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And, you know, currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it, because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game, like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? You know, right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, you know, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. But you know, we need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while.
Absolutely.
And you know, Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just, you know, because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just, you know, didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and you know, we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically removing the barrier. Yeah. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to like look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley, you just press F and the game should know, yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. And you should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at, your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something and we have the user interface to tell you that, yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up. And you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit. In a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight the controls. And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar and scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But, that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen's built on realism and the reality of the world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system, where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button. And that is kind of just for your local environment. And everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar and scanning, which is what we're calling like a charged scan wave, where it's the same system, you're holding down the scan button, and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, individuals, you're getting, okay, there's two guys over there, what's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there, okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay pervasive, that's something that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like, okay, I'm giving my location away, but they're also, so they may or may not, know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar and scanning of the ships, as it's FPS. So it's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it, which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Shall we show some videos of those?
Yeah. So I understand we have two videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described with radar and scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. But this is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things. but you will also have more detailed information depending on, contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with, but you're getting confidence of, oh, cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode, you're not having to be driven by the cursor. You can go in and just press F or interact with it. And you've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and at scale that we do. So we wanted to make sure that that system is really robust. But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of.
And I'd also say that part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab or I think there's a few other ones that you can be as your default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around, oh, look, I can extra do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that that's happening here. So you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system.
Specifically designed to incapacitate capital class vessels. Of course, with a weapon so refined, the task at hand is to try and design an equally sophisticated ship to wield it. Even with this prototype, Crusader is up to the task.
My father always used to say I had wanderer's legs. We all wonder, what's out there? But for me, it was more than that. A stranger in my own world, I set out to find my path. Through all my travels, through all the trials of the unknown, I came to realize that there was really only one thing I've been looking for.
A lot of interaction. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and just it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now. And you'll actually be able to remap that in the game, like 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack, because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go and have it, it allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting, they just want it all to be store, they can do that out of the gate so it doesn't always go into their hands. And they have that customizability to be able to interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure.
Play it when you
Yeah,
talk
play
about
it.
it.
So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radon scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy, and if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner, and you want to find out. You use this.
It's very useful.
Yeah,
having played lots of levels.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism. So you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered and you have to, it's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Right. Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun, as you said.
Well, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radon scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radon scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wider scope, like Chris said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just being able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture, and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm gonna, make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
best game I ever played.
It's like
when
a
I was
board
growing
game.
up,
Yeah,
Legends and
exactly,
Ladders.
absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds just, it's to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, it's improved ladders. But again, is if you play the Star Citizen right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in, you can't get off halfway, you can't jump off, you're kind of very locked. So what we've done...
Jump on halfway too.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that, even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, you can jump onto a ladder directly, you can run and jump onto a ladder, you can look around full 360 degrees, you can look around 90 degrees as you're going up. And it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, it doesn't feel like, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder, and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So it's...
Yeah, because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in, which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. You already see a little bit where you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over, or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. Even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of like physical and traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron, and we're building the systems to also work well with that. And then again, with a systemic world like we have in Star Citizen, where you can move things around and they can persist, there should be multiple ways to solve the problem you're trying to deal with, which is how we've approached the Squadron design. Is like in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. To do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or is a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, we've got a video to show, but we're still like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is the block out. But we have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys at some point when the Manchester Goods Yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway, but I would say definitely that, we could show it, but we got details to come, like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. If you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the blockout animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
All right, ladders.
So obviously this, as you can see, this is final art.
Absolutely.
So this is taken directly from Squadron 42. No, it's obviously a test map. But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still block out phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, you can go straight into the pull-ups. And the thing is that what you're seeing here is, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in, we don't just necessarily just have to rely on you've only got jump, or you only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did a jump onto halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around to the left, to the right, and you can jump off the ladder at any point. You can slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
Wow. We got a bit of a sneak peek at the end.
Yeah. So
we're gonna find an elevator.
the true boss.
And we jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the block out animations. Oh, I wonder what that is. Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But the other thing as
Back
well.
to our spaceship.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing to say about the traversal is while we're highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things here, the other thing is that we're also, we've taken deep dive on things like the control input. So, for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from crone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really, really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that.
Ask any soldier. They'll tell you that battles aren't won or lost based on weapons or numbers or even hardware. They're won on choices. For over a century, our ships have distinguished themselves in thousands of civilian and military combat operations. We are proud to announce another weapon in the arsenal of victory. Get ready for the next generation of warfare with Anvil's Valkyrie dropship. This multi-role weapon platform is designed to get personnel in and out of the hottest combat zones. Featuring 4 powerful rotating thrusters with VTOL capabilities, the Valkyrie is capable of landing with surgical precision to deploy assets. Fitted with a vehicle bay and ramp, you can also efficiently launch ground-based troop transports or reconnaissance vehicles in the field. Each high-performance operator seat features rugged construction with added support to minimize G-force for up to 20 personnel, making sure that your fighting force arrives on site ready to jump into the fray. And don't think for a second that the Valkyrie can't hold its own in a fight. 2 remote turrets featuring size 3 hardpoints can provide suppressing fire during deployment. 2 additional manned turrets provide even more devastating fire to blur the line between dropship and gunship. In the days of antiquity, The Valkyrie were believed to choose which warriors may die in battle and which may live. With Anvil's Valkyrie, we put that choice in your hands.
Doing what you want to do. So if you are using a gamepad, or you are using a joystick, or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. So it's something that we're really pushing forward to make better.
In all aspects, right? Because prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it, and to make everything a lot more fluid. Looking around on the ladder is a good example, but also like on a bigger level, right? We've done a complete rework on EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's physical interaction. I mean, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself off. You don't, for instance, you have momentum now, so if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy, handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff, and really the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of the
I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull. But
we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which again you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward, so you've not got these legs that are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled. So you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction, and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of counters the forces and then allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. Eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships, and that you can take those down.
It is definitely. I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
absolutely.
Even in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, 10 years now, I suppose. That you can go into those tighter areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what, your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA T2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
Yeah. And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every spacesuit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest, and that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay. So if you do, I don't know, a boarding action or something, maybe you need a space suit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space and your space suit with the EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Jared. But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context, because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now, everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on, or you come into a city, you shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU, it's designed so there'll be a nice sort of locker, almost like a wardrobe system that you can go in and hang up your outfit and switch quickly into another outfit, or switch into this
clothes,
space suit
armor, everything. Yeah,
so we want it to be your virtual second life, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles. And EVA is one of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should probably run the video so we can.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's take a look at the EVA video, see what we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of
here we go,
the EVA, this is what you're seeing here, is that you'll probably see some of it in the third person. The thrusters are not firing because
it's
decoupled.
the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus what we'll have is a new one with the proper pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands to move ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that. If we went out to the third person here, you would sort of see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see it a little later on. There we go, here we go. So we're just sort of pulling ourselves along. And if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here...
he just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of, you're just floating alongside the actual, this fin of this Asiata station. And this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just, you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the, if you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have zero-G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and both small scale.
So yeah, here's I mean, we were before in first person looking around, but here's us cutting out the third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of, I mean, and these are still block-out animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more nuance or fidelity to it. But yeah, you have a lot more control, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think, in this one, we're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Yes.
And you're actually going to see us, like if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down, you'll see as our character comes down here, our player comes down here, put our hands out to brace ourselves, to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's like systemic, that's not marked up or anything, it's all ray casting, seeing of things, you brace yourself when you come up against, hold on, arrest your thing, you can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron, it's going to be, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them, obviously, the acid aerospace, and you're going to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan, but the use of this in the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA, it has a surface, you can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it. It will work. So there's no like, oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is we do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around, and again, you're not locked in, you can look all 360 degrees, you'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door, and it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments, and fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just
No, I mean it's massive for the game. So I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA, external action.
Yeah.
The combat's better. It's much more stable. I think we'll see a lot.
You're probably thinking I'm a goner. But the thing is, I've died 1,000 times. Because a regen has always been the strategy. Let's do this. One more time.
Are you tired of the pain of the drudgery of the boring ship? Are you waiting for your lucky day? Well, hello, lucky humans. It's us, your average friendly Banu Suli, specializing in excelling mightily in procuring and selling of many great and amazing ships. So many good ships from alien worlds suitable for humans. Don't go there. We'll bring them to you. Comfy human seat. Not made of human. Probably. Humans love breathing. Our ship's full of atmosphere. Great for breathing. Your next great ship is waiting. We have it. It's right here. Come on down. Today, voted friendliest Suli. 3 years subsequent. Davian 4 Commercial Chamber.
It's nice to know there's one series of ships you can rely on. Like if the job calls for a little more cargo room, you can rest easy with double the maximum rear payload. Maybe you need to go that extra mile. 4 dedicated fuel tanks will get you there, and then some. And when you're expecting trouble on the horizon, well, even the most brazen outlaw's gonna think twice, staring down 2 tailor-made missile launchers. Whatever life throws at you, we've got you covered. MISC Freelancer, built for life.
got your back now. He's close.
He better be. I heard they found life
built from that, because we don't really, we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like exploring more the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things, and EVA. I think we all love science fiction. Obviously, you're making these kind of games. That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work, and bed it in on Squadron, and then it'll be something.
Because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did, we did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have it upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it and playing it. And it's like, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go, and you're like, oh, this feels really nice, and you just end up flying around the level and connecting things. And so yeah, this unlocks content for the PU.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like, that looks just like
Steve Bender?
Yeah. It looks just like Steve Bender crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great. And I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero-G gameplay possibilities. That is really, really cool.
That's great. I mean, there's some smaller things, like we have one other thing here we have a video for, which is, it's not as big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw it.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it
really
a lot.
like
I saw the Reddit thread said, why didn't someone do a hover trolley? Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while. But the thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here. But for the PU, it's actually much more interesting, because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our like bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a Gravlev system where you stuck in this thing, and the Gravlev, it would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship, or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container, I could push it into my ship, then I could fly it off to some remote planet and put it next to, where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base, or some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict or something. And I can basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. I think the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good, because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that. Because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? If two orgs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and all that kind of stuff, and or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff, you know, okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on-field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU, but in the PU they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approached trolleys with the physical trolleys, was that we wanted them to serve two purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is, you know, I can move things around, and that allows me to create, you know, traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box over here, and I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies, or I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps, the scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. You know, the weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account, hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, you know, let's play the video.
Let's see the video.
Let's see the video there, and
we've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys are the most amazing thing in the world. Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
it closes down, it's on the floor. We're going to activate it. Levitates up now, grav levs on. You get hold of it, bam. And by the way, the new interaction system's not working in this demo here. This is a separate build. But we're, you know, as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads. But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want physical cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU, that you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions on how long it's going to take to load it up, not just buy it from a kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that, and like Chris says, move much larger things than what you'd normally be able to push as a human being.
Yeah, I mean, this happens to be just a slaver pod, but you know, obviously you'd be pushing, you know, as long as it's grav lev equipped and has the sort of hover device, then you know, like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our grav leg technology, so the same, you know, as a Dragonfly, or eventually you'll hopefully be able to move much larger ships if you need to rearrange them, or you know, when you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable. And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid, that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off. Then you'll be able to, you know, reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see some of our design ethos coming through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry, we're trying to remove the control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play the game, and kind of make that a lot simpler.
I see this and all I can think about is Spock and the photon torpedo tube.
That's true. Yeah.
Very cool. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships. Yep. Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42, and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product, is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, you know, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases.
Right.
So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You know, you need to know your G-forces and your heading direction and you know, I need to know my ammo and you know, master modes is a good way of going down that road, is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat, if you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. You know, your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that were the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems, and basically the display where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. On the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff's there all the time. We want to be more contextual. So, yeah, and we're doing this in a
Roughnecks to bring him down. Everyone after these things is really out for blood, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So watch the perimeter.
Copy that.
You sure this marker is accurate?
Yeah, you should be right up on him in 3, 2...
What the?
Ow. You good?
Is that? Holy shit! He has one. I'm here.
Wait.
We're good.
Wait.
No. What's wrong?
The marker. It's on you.
What do you mean?
Everyone knows! Get out of there, now!
You saw something that wasn't there. In the corner of your eye. A light dance just out of frame. Blink, hell, breathe, and you've missed it. There. Did you see it? Or was it just another trick of the light? Sometimes, if you're lucky enough, you might just catch lightning in a bottle. The Aegis Saber Peregrine. Catch it, if you can.
Into quarterly releases in the PU. So, most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. In the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting, and whether you can, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your visor. Now, that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, like a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We were like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh, yeah, it's a Caterpillar. Yeah. So, you wouldn't have the Caterpillar, you wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis. And you can set up one, okay, I want this display to be this, or this display this, I want this to cast here. And so it's all been built about building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, one-system, clean approach. So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of early,
foundational stage.
Yeah, it's a little further before it's all fully polished or ready to show, but it's going to be, I think, a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around. Besides the different modes of combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff, it's how you get the information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better. And
it's huge in combat.
It's going to be big, yeah.
It's huge in combat, because in combat right now, you're either, we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play squadron level,
with 100 players in
you just get
100 player
billions of markers, and it's like it's just massive information overload. And some players.
It was definitely a problem in squadron.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
Quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and some players can deal with it, but it's just so much information. It's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that, again, you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So, we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit, because you have a radar in the cockpit. Fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there, We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. They're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay, they're cast, so I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So We want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything and only reliance on marking the things that are important to you or you've directly marked yourself.
Yeah.
And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships, it's just a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus on being the best pilot you can be. I think it's really important.
And I would say that definitely, we're putting a bunch of work into the radar, which is really radar / star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically, to be a nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we're like, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your Mobi-Glass version, and we're still using the Mobi-Glass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that the star map, well, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them and then that will now select it as your target and do a lot of things that haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things, we've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your character, click, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's presented to you well, and you can, have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we talked about, because some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU into Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be, because right now you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting, or your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charged scan wave, and that should be giving me information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where Q-Boost comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that, we're not just cramped in. Because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment. And the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that. We want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like you're that pilot.
You got to fly to them to investigate them. I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that we were also looking at, like, how do we solve the problem of you're patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, really, if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it, I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there, I'll walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like, the wave goes out and you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, there's something
There's a point
there.
of interest.
There's a point of interest. And so you'll be able to map things, and then we need to get there. But, the quantum travel, spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole the idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you, it's probably about 1/10 the speed of the full quantum travel, sort of, not using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly and, also appreciate the environment you're going through and, get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So for instance, you could
Which we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
Never had.
So you could be in, a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan and I get a contact 20K away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether, I come up, look, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station, this group of rocks over here, or I go over here, and we can even in the PU be in a case where you
Now, a local homesteader has kindly agreed to provide me with the parts I need for the cutter on the condition that I figure out what's wrong with his mole. Now, in my experience, these Argo beasts rarely break down, so it's anybody's guess what the issue is. Okay, let's see what we can see. Pretty good. Okay. All right. Okay. Almost got it. Oh! Well, I fixed it. The mole should run fine now. I do have some bad news, though. You got crabs.
We understand the allure of the light. We hear the call of the dark. Our legacy is one of precision in design, of balance and inescapable duality. The push and pull of seemingly opposing forces working in concert to create a consonant equilibrium. The Archimedes and the Merlin. Duality of design. Kruger. Precision. Perfected.
Generate some points of interest when you start to scan that you can go and visit. So I think, you know, the whole idea of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of, you know, regular, you know, non-quantum one where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of limited and, you know, works for, you know, combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of to, you know, fast run over to a place. And then there's the quantum travel, which is the really long, okay, I'm going to go to this planet that's 500,000 kilometers away and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open up a huge amount in the PU. I mean, it makes a big difference to the gameplay. I mean, it makes the exploring in Squadron in space feel much bigger.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing we were trying to follow. And I think it's a problem in the PU right now is when you're in space, it's sort of like, you know, most of it is
it's point to point.
It's empty for you, right? It's like you spend your time around the space stations or, you know, some asteroids here around the planet. But we want to open it up a bit more and have that idea of, oh, I can detect something, I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration, investigative gameplay that can happen in space now because of these different modes of travel and the scanning is going to be a huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this. For folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the quantum boost clip that we have so we can see it one more time here.
So just to call out, that's going to be the old HUD.
Yeah, that is the old HUD. That's too busy.
Right, that's the next old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan here. That's also the old point of interest because the point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are, you know, multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost. But again, you can just boost over there. And it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into...
Yeah, and this, by the way, is that's all programmer work in progress from Yogi on the quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here. So what it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level traversal and investigate things without having to, you know, spend forever at 1,200 meters per second or quantum traveling over it. It's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the newer...
basically it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the change. So it's, you know, a lot of programmer are, and you even saw it in the Need for Speed segment, whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. But when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we say we were originally in SCM mode, standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down. So you know, there is some risk when you're in the fast traversal mode, and the quantum drive powers up. But once it's spooled up and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just, you press shift and it's instant.
Yeah. And so for people that want to go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to. I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like getting on your horse.
Quantum boost is.
Second start of the right and straight on till morning. So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. You talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today stuff. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini map. There's also the mini-map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini-map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned by the FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the minimap. So if you go into, say, a known location, so let's say you go to Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your Mobi Glass. So you'll be able to then load up the minimap and go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen, they're like, where do I go? So it'd be nice for us to be able to go, here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go, cool, I open up my map, and it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand, and then it's like, where do I need to go? Okay, well, this allows you, we have a mini-map here, and this allows you to go, oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide, missions that allow people to then navigate to those places, so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to a certain place. Because everybody, if somebody says to me tomorrow, come round to my house, or go here, just give them a postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's so
put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You need that. You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And so we've long wanted this. It's very critical for Squadron, but it's also I think important for the PU. And the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a city, and the terminal auto connects to your Mobi or whatever, and you get the map downloaded. And some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it, just like a sort of more traditional mapping technique. And there'll be some cases like we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in, or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of, we've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very, it's a minor location in terms of Squadron, but since we showed it, we thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a good backdrop rather than just grey
really
boxes. But that would be an example. Is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map. So what we have is we have some footage here which is showing how the visuals, the mini map, in terms of sort of an isometric render
in the
engine, in the UI, that will essentially become your mini map. But you'll have a more sort of reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor. But it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our mini-map. So this is essentially in the engine using the Idris ship itself and the various parts of its interior to create the mini-map without any special. This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say, ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships, because the
Okay.
environment's already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that when the feature is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything, we can just apply it to space station.
Yeah, because a lot of
landing
traditional
zones.
game development, you have to make custom mini-maps.
Yeah.
So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment mini-map. So if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds and thousands of locations.
Especially for the PU.
And absolutely, for the PU, it's just not viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use, with minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all of the information that we want. And this mini-map is not just, oh, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the mini-map, this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just, oh, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state, does it have power, can I hack it? If it's a person, what's their active status, are they injured? So if you're coming into here and going, I'm trying to do a medical mission, and I've got a marker, I can go, cool, I can get a scan of the local lie of the area and go, right, this person's injured. Oh, his body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury. I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out because I can see his health. And you'll be able to see that via this information.
Yeah, it allows you to detect saboteurs or intruders,
Absolutely.
but then using like the relay network.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to Microtech, the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo is back for 2951. Welcome to Whitley's Guide. that frosty air can only mean we're back in your favourite winter wonderland, Microtech. We're currently gearing up to head to the Tobin Expo Centre in cooler than cool New Babbage and seizing the opportunity to put this Anvil Spartan through its proverbial paces. The team designed this not-so-little beauty specifically to transport the most precious cargo of all, your friends, family, favourite heavily armed mercenary outfit, etc. So if you're looking to get a load of folks from point A to point B and keep them all...
This will also underpin resource network.
Yeah, so exactly, that the same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons,
bulkheads,
which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So that the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the mini-map and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and you know, over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well,
when
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And you know, it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it, because you know, you're playing and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination of the, you know, its older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity, and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you, and not
or creatures.
Yeah. Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But not get tied up in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really good as a single player, having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like you know, I'm not just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the later stuff's going to trigger in the PU, I think it'll be a whole different experience. And I won't argue it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not, you know, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent, but really they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, you know, all the different planets, all the different, can you be, you know, locations on the planets, or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations the AI could be in, there's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it. and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. The AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by Francesco Riccucci, who's been doing a great job. And we absolutely have turned a corner this
100%.
year because both me and Rich actually, we were playing it when some of the blast systems came in, and it was challenging to say the least.
Yes.
And challenging in a good way, in like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out. Like we were running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out.
No.
And I mean, Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build and home. I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was it was like Elden Ring from software. Like I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything where it was like, okay, the AI is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It was like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they're trying to flank your areas, and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of like realistic perception. Like they can hear a sound around a corner, but if you were 3-4 doors away or whatever, maybe they wouldn't hear you if you dropped something. And see where you were and see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have different ways of approaching, searching for you or fighting you. Whether they're more aggressive and they're pushing up towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover, or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done, and so on the AI side, I'm actually feeling like it's going to be some pretty great stuff. And so that is going to be stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU, and it'll be really cool. But I don't know if Rich wants to add a bit to it.
Well, I need to ask something, because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that.
Because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where we're talking years now. So what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
No, like subsumption, or like how they navigate and find around the world. It's more about the bits that you go and you tune, and the bits you tweak, and we call them behaviors, like AI behaviors. So what we did is we pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors. Essentially, defender, so I want to stay back and cover and defend a location. A strafer, who kind of wants to get, siege you and wants to go behind you, and then pushers that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose combat behaviors. This is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you, so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers. And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait system that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. He can never re-roll as another behavior, or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in bringing AI reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetales, or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add different weapons in there. So you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges. And all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into the hundreds that allows us to have a really strong combat experience that is not the same It's not, Star Citizen is a game that you're going to be playing for hundreds, thousands of hours. You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again. And vice versa in Squadron, we want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and readed that in a way that allows us that, you're coming around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because, to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing. Because they're just computer. They know where you are. They know exactly what they don't have to mouse aim. It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to make them too hard.
It's not human.
No, right? Exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging but fair. And that is when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado, even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, oh, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that, even a human, even a soldier, they don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you. They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, you're getting that sense of like, pew, pew, it's kind of going past your head, and you're like, okay, I'm under pressure. And we want the AI to pressure you, but pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him, and you're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active, how do they perceive you in combat. And then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passes, we've played it, it's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on, but they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those 3 base behaviors, the defender, pusher, strafer, is it fun? Because it's not
just for you. But this is Whitley's guide, so we aren't just going to take Anvil's word for it. Plus, hey Marty, how are you? I needed some personnel looking good, Merrill, to transport for this segment. And there's nothing my good to see you, Terry, executives here like more than not paying extras. Everybody in? Off we go. Machine, Anvil uses the Atlas platform that their ballista anti-aircraft unit is built on. So they obviously aren't taking personnel transport lightly, so to speak. But I want to find out just how heavy this metal really is. And since this rig's low profile keeps us safe from those anti-aircraft turrets, Jimmy here is about to make things a little more interesting. We're about to find out if this Spartan can stay cool under pressure, whilst keeping our friends back there relatively comfortable in the face of impossibly heavy turbulence. Not good! Oh, I don't come any closer than that! You hear that? That sound of silence means we've all survived, thanks to the handling of Anvil's Road Warrior, which is all well and good, because we're here. And And with that, we kick off another intergalactic aerospace expo, arriving in true Whitley style. And this year we've got more raw, uncut excitement, more pulse-pounding, heart-pumping, senses-shattering wildness than ever before. I mean, honestly, IAE 2951
What is
gonna
this,
make...
McCleary? Is this segment supposed to be a callback to episode 223?
Hold on, let's cut.
All right, we're cutting.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I've seen this before.
BTS, keep rolling.
Jimmy, are you in the edit bay? What is she on about?
You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that, A, you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you know, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. You know, fighter pilots don't go in and, you know, they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you could be you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, you know, throwing away was, you know,
yeah,
about the
it's
behavior.
disingenuous.
But basically,
but, yeah.
but you know, game developer is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, and then
Yeah.
V3, and you know, V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was you know, it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by, you know, a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social. So I mean, social AI and combat behaviors. There is social.
We've redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI staying the
more
same.
Mess hall, more mess hall.
Yeah.
Mess hall, the mess hall will never end.
Right.
But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think, you know, was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat, things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. You know, we're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, I mean, we can show the clip of
we've got those poor Atmo eSports guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think, we'd probably show the investigation first before we go into the combat.
Because the other thing is outside of, you just talked about combat.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, you know, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, you know, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out. They radio their, you know, back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here. Or they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you know, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff, but really the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or, you know, even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor, you know, cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or, for instance,
flight attendants or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar you know, basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on that allows our AI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the interest that you're based in.
And it's huge. Conversation, when you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So yeah, but the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also there's dynamic conversations, so people can just sort of, you know, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just start up a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw, or you know, talking about what they think the best, I don't know, ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating a recording, but that's also a system that's going to come into the PU that's going to create a huge amount of life. So when you go into a bar in the PU, or you're wandering around the big point of interest, the cities, people will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, oh, well, I heard there was something went on, the Ninetales attacked someone in Ryerson, but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it
because,
just adds so much.
Yeah,
it just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation system stuff to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player.
He's going to go. This is essentially a standard for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room, they're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his buddy. And once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, we've got vents in here.
Yeah, he's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be, there's something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space because that's where, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here. Cleared those, so now he's coming around here. And
fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, is something that we've added for the perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's into full combat. Yeah. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you. That's the equivalent of going, huh? Did I see something? No.
And by the way, in the game, you don't see that. That's our
no,
debug.
No, that's our debug.
That's just indicating the level, and the level in the game would be.
But we'll have audio and visual representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then, maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's 2 of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the red, where it's like there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green. And it's like their minds have been, it's like MIB, they flash through memory and it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state. And in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see it, like he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
and so that was on a test map.
Yes,
we do have an example of it working.
Yep. So I'll roll the clip.
Let's take a look at the real deal.
So here's in Asiado in the decommissioned area. You can see the 2 AI in the distance catch you. And then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points. They're checking the usables that are there. And then, you know, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video, if we actually failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you, you know, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social into combat so that you can actually play through the game.
Better check that out.
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set up, where he's just kind of like looking and checking, okay, is there anything there? Nothing there. And again, he's sharing that information with his buddy. So if you've got 2, 3, 4 AI that are searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know that nobody's found you.
Like you may not be able to see them, but you're going to know they're out there looking for you. And if you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different.
Wow.
And this is where, you know, we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI, but let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all of the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, you know, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. You know, right now.
I don't believe it.
I'm not sure what you're going for here, McCleary, but between you and me, the ratings haven't been wrong. Great. Listen, I'm rooting for you though. Huge fan. Where are you all off to? VIP lounge? Oh, hello.
Oh, Jax. I don't know, Jimmy. Maybe this gig is passing me by. I mean, clearly I'm out of ideas. I'm rehashing old material without even realizing it. Oh, sure, but who wants to see the same old bits? I mean, even in reverse. Maybe you're right, Jim. Or maybe we just need to pull out the big guns. Don't we have something amazing planned for the Aegis bit? I just need to clear my head, figure out an angle, and start fresh on the next segment. I'll be in my trailer.
all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. Yeah. And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in, and they roll the dice for, they don't always become defenders or always become pushers or strafers. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. Oh. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you the behaviour of themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base nav.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we...
Crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over it other than just flat ground. And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of that, he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier. Because, like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making him feel real, like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past. Skills. There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of 2 areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much, so you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. Your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, they have cold weather training. They have, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and readout, so that pilots train for that so they can actually modulate their breathing so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer, you can hold your breath longer, you can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage. Or, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. all of those different things that are tied into physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, like, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. I mean, yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights,
Yep.
okay, I can do whatever. I can like bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're like running, you work your way up to a marathon. And so that's kind of the idea, is there are things that you do during the gameplay that your gameplay can add to it. But if you want to take some time and go to the gym and do some squats, you can get some strength up. And again, that's part of like making that the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world works, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms of being able to aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character is going to be. I mean, in Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything, because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them, Yeah,
because if you're wearing the same, if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, skilling up your character because you're saying, that's the dedicated area of focus that you want. You can run further than them. You can carry things, that are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you, and it doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the star system. But a good one to how to explain it is, it's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You might struggle, and okay, eventually you take them down, and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them,
more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to doing all the versions of takedown, from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, straight in, straight out. Sloppy. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for like, melee, like fist fighting,
melee combat,
or knife fighting. Longer term, we want to sort of, this is more PU, not Squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere.
Or traversal as well.
And learn them from someone, and then do it a bit more, and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain, and that's kind of like you said, the idea of sort of, the skills and techniques that we want to introduce, because again, it's this is going to be a really huge, deep world, and it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays, or Formula One car races, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s.
No,
anymore.
Exactly. You don't.
They have a pint of beer before they go to try to race a Formula One, or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it that. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility, or I want to level up endurance, because endurance allows me to hold more Gs. So, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some effort into do. And that you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them, like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, like that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. Yeah. It's like we will allow you to do things like that if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing what you like in the game.
That Pilates area in Microtech
Well, we had all the uniform, and then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is the way that you'll sort of track this is the same way as I've got an Apple Watch on here, and I can have my health app that will tell me kind of how unfit I am, right? Or how fit I am. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit, but that will be essentially one of the apps in the mobiGlas, and then one of the last things that we were going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron is there's a complete redo of the mobiGlas, and the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military mobiGlas, and you don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU, but it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
MobiOS
system,
and it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of how I've been playing the game. Here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel. And
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp basically, and obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian.
Flight heading 110.
All right, here we go.
Missile incoming. Launching countermeasures.
All right, shut them down.
Anytime.
Quantum jammers engaged.
Let's finish this.
base work. So one of the things that we've been really trying, not just on the Moby, but on the HUDs and the MFDs, is they're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of flash scale form system, and the new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now. And so one of the big obstacles to doing features is actually the UI. And so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just, clean the house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier and simpler. Yeah, I don't know if you want to say anything more on the Moby Glass.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have, and we can.
Let's roll the Moby Glass. Let's take a look.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now, kind of like the overview. So it's the overview of your player, it's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So and all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the kind of the main focus areas.
See alerts as you go to the other page.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's coming in with general ship chat from the AI, which again is kind of just making it believe that you're in this believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just a lot cleaner, and the information, it's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and the Moby, is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts. So the alerts are now cleared from the messaging app because we've read the messages, so it's gone. But there was an alert down on our mission side here, but now we've gone and looked at it, it's cleared. So that's the system, it's a framework. So like inside the, you'll get notifications or alerts. Oh, look, I got a new message over here, I'll click over to it. Now we're back.
And the biggest thing as well is it's like in everyday life, everybody's pretty much interfacing with computers. They're interfacing with emails and, Google Chrome or, search engines, and everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like the Moby Glass, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions, you want to go and get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improve traversal, to improve HUD, star map, Moby is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go, we don't need to reinvent how you read emails, or we don't need to reinvent how you understand a mission, or, and you want to have the information on your Moby, like, okay, tell me is my environment outside? Is it breathable? Yeah. Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? Is it cold? You look at an Apple Watch, or my wife has an Apple Watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen. You need to have that information at your fingertips so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to do. And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand like why we've got an eating and drinking system, or actor status, or injuries, or readouts, and inventory, and hover trolleys, and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you start putting it all together, which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. We're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do this. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, confident in, technically and from a design point of view so that we can build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale in Star Citizen because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who are just specifically PU content, they've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how you know, other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation, I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing, because, you know, as building the feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing the, you know, some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means that the PU team that's now going, oh, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those, has good examples of how to use it, rather than here's a feature, you figure it out. Because again, that was a lot of things that went in were that. You know, it's like trolleys, as we use an example, or the mounted guns are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, you know, I mean, there's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this, but we thought
this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're working on, because we know that people are saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive, and that's absolutely, we know, and we're working on, and the plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too, everybody.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42, it's the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen? What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time. And so, and it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, you know, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But, you know, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen. Because, you know, ultimately, I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing a mountain in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. You know, the scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. You know, they're limited to more limited spaces, and you know, we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels like you're, you know, in a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about, you know, the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different, you know, down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone who a player is a complete, I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had, you know, my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is a, you know, something I'm always eternally grateful for. And, you know, it's the best job in the world. So as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something, or something's not working, or what kind of idiot did this, or which doesn't this person know how to run a project, and all the rest of the stuff. It's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you need a thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more limited, sort of privateer, freelancer online, and a next generation wing commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility in the idea that you can do and be anything in it. And if you can think it or imagine it or see it, you can go there, do it, do all those things. That is, like I said, I think there's almost nobody out there in the industry that has got the opportunity to do that. We're getting to do that here at CAG. It's thanks to everyone that's supporting the project. So like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here, eating bonbons. We are working really hard, and it's exciting. I mean, for me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself, even Star Citizen. I mean, this year there's more people playing it. There's more, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think that's part.
Made to reflect you. The heroes this galaxy needs. Persistent, eternal, sanitary. None other exists.
Whenever someone is in need of hope, you can feel it in the atmosphere. The spirit of Crusader. Keeping the universe safe and secure. Forge the future you want to see. The A1 spirit from Crusader Industries.
Welcome to the Exotics Pavilion, where aerospace xenophiles can scratch their wildest alien itches. Even this year's IAE food court is embracing the esoteric offerings of our non-human brethren. Take this. What is it again, Jimmy?
They said it was pickled corpse bug.
All right. Pickled corpse bug. Well, down the hatch. Let's go take a look. Every year, the exotic offerings on hand at the IAE get more robust, and 2949 looks to be no exception. From Esperia's chillingly accurate Vandul recreations to APOA's aggressive pursuit of the human market through an expanding line of ships adapted from Xi'an military designs. Even the Banu adapted their stout Defender fighter for human flight back in 2947. Both the ship and its related marketing efforts have come a long way in just a few years. I mean, has anyone seen their early attempts at an advert? Jimmy, do we have a clip?
stable, it's become more performant, there's been more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve, it's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and be anything in the universe, and we're really committed to finishing that off and making that a really great experience that's frictionless. So, while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike beyond what we already have here, that it's a good time to be making games.
It is a lot of fun. It's I think video games, strangely, video games get this reputation of because it's hard work and because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job and it's like pain and whatever. But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. And there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind the scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's come to the game over the years, we've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that feedback with some of the systems that are not as forefront in people's minds, such as like the interaction system and how you interface with the game and controls and the action queuing and traversal. And I think the biggest takeaway for me when we start to look at all these features is that don't think of it as feature. We're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together, and we can sit down and play it. And while Star Citizen, there already is a game there, this is about making what's there even better, and making sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with, that we're smoothing them over and removing the friction, and then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's, in the next few years, it's going to be really exciting times. As Chris said, there's lots of things in the pipe. And I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And I think that will, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the PD.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Mobi-Glass, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So yeah, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Rich, for taking the time to talk a little bit of Squadron 42 with us and how it'll affect the PU. We are just about to wrap up our entire CitizenCon day here. But before we do, I want to throw it back to a video that we opened today's show with. It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time. And when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
We're sitting on the Pyro 4 Storms have been raging for ages. You can't get a ship down there. Turbulence is too much. Visibility is completely shot. The people in the base, they've got their anti-air set up as well. And then suddenly they're hearing the rumbling of tire moving across the hillside. Just hordes and hordes of Spartans. And you know they're filled to the brim with people who are just stocked up, they're locked and loaded, and they're just ready to get out and just go, well, this base is going to be ours now because you protected against the air, but you did nothing for land.
As Star Citizen evolves and the systems get larger and more of them come online, and gameplay features come online, we've been looking at the ways that players get to places. And as you saw at CitizenCon, one thing that is becoming very apparent is that a lot of locations are going to be well defended from the air.
You've got anti-aircraft cannons, you've got protection for this ground structure. It might be that there's a big storm coming in, it might be that visibility is low, and with a lot of our ships, you're limited on how you can approach, and that's kind of where the Anvil Spartan comes in. The Anvil Spartans are first dedicated armoured personnel carrier.
You have 3 ways onto the vehicle. You have 2 entrances in the middle, so you have left and right entrance and exit. And then you have a more traditional troop transport rear folding ramp.
It can carry up to 8 troops plus their weapon loadout. It's got space for 1 crew member who's going to drive the thing. It's fast because if it wasn't fast, you may as well just run there yourself.
Anvil's a very well developed manufacturer within our universe, and we had a really strong base already with the ballista.
In terms of defense, it is quite well armored, especially compared to the ballista, and it retains the dual size 2 gun that is operated by the driver on top of the cap. The Spartan is built off the same chassis that the Anvil ballista is, which is we're terming the Anvil Atlas. The Anvil Atlas is the shared platform that both the ballista and the Spartan sit on.
While it may seat 8 troops in the vehicle, I don't see why you couldn't cram literally as many as can sit down or stand up on top of it. Just may want to be careful of the turret on the vehicle itself. I mean, I tested it. You can definitely shoot your friend if they're on top of it, because there's nothing to stop it doing that.
One of the sort of visual features a lot of people notice on the exterior of the Spartan is the ladders on the side, and at the initial release these are unfortunately not usable, but they are fully intended that players will be able to get on them in the future and then clamber on top of the vehicle, and then it's up to you whether you want to do some offensive or defensive capabilities. The Spartan releases straight into the game in Star Citizen Alpha 3.15.1, and I'm super excited to see how players use it. We always have our intention, but there's always cool and innovative ways that players use our ground vehicles.
The Anvil Spartan is the latest ground vehicle making its way to the persistent universe, and doing so straight to drivable during this year's IAE festivities. So be sure you check out the website for all the remaining details. And up next, a ship whose journey from concept to reality took a different path than most. The Aegis Redeemer is up next in our IAE special Inside Star Citizen.
The Redeemer is the first ship that was actually designed by the backers.
It sort of was a product of its time, and the game evolved quite a lot since then. We knew we wanted to reinvent the ship, and it's quite a different beast from back then. We've spoken in the past about how the Redeemer was originally a hybrid dropship gunship, and over time we've expanded the lineup of our ships to sort of make the dropship side of the Redeemer redundant. So it was decided that we would fully focus on the gunship side. It is there to come to an area, absolutely annihilate and control the skies and the ground around it.
I'd say the Redeemer is good for a group who want good offense while also having pretty decent defense. At the front of the ship, we have the cockpit, which obviously holds the pilot seat and dashboard. When it came to the Redeemer cockpit, we actually used the Gladius as a base. We wanted to make sure we had very good visibility, and obviously the Gladius has that. It's not exactly the same as the Gladius, but you might see the similarities there once you're piloting the Redeemer. The pilot guns are ballistic cannons. You go down those steps and we've got the 2 remote turret seats at the front. The guns that are attached to the remote turret on the Redeemer are actually size 3 laser cannons. Now, if there is nobody in the front remote turret, that gun can also be controlled by the pilot, so then it has full control of its own guns and the front remote turret. We've got the first manned turret in the turret room. The manned turrets are using size 5 ballistic Gatlings. The guns that we've made for the manned turrets have actually been made new for the Redeemer. Not specific to the Redeemer, but this is the first time that you'll get to see them and use them. We have the 4 crew seats in the turret room as well. And then behind there is the component room where you can access all of the components. We have huge power plant, shield generators, coolers. They are massive. If you go down the ladders, where we have a airlock door control there as well, we go into the habitation area.
Sort of miss that authentic Banu charm. After the break, we head to the Aegis Dynamics Pavilion. Stick around.
Out here, you've got your crew and your ship. And the only thing that matters is getting the job done. This is your workshop, your playground, your command center. This is your multi-operator laser extractor. Argo Astronautics, building your future.
Experience a universe of possibilities. Intergalactic Aerospace Expo 2953. All your favorite ships and manufacturers. Plus, a few new surprises. Touching down at Tobin Expo Center, November 17th.
Sem teu sorriso iluminando a manhã. Me perdoa, meu amor. Me beija com sabor de quem nunca esqueceu.
fully stocked fridge with usable drinks. So, you know, you can have a little party in the habitation area of the Redeemer if you want. We've got 4 escape pods for the crew. And we have a toilet and a 2 SCU cargo hold at the back as well. And you exit via the ramp.
One of my favourite bits of the Redeemer is the nutcrackers, the side engines. We haven't got anything else in game that's like that.
They add a lot of animation and life to the exterior of the ship.
So they will open up with increased velocity. They're closed as default when the landing gear is out. And we're hoping to get some more movements in there in future. So we want to have them rotate side to side when you're moving around more in the ship as well.
With all that said about the Redeemer, we've seen what it was, how it is now. I think there's only really one last thing to say about it, and it's something that we've said many, many times about various ships, and this ship in particular, and a lot of ships, to the point where it has almost become a meme. But this is absolutely the ship that punches above its weight class.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that as Star Citizen continues to expand into new gameplay systems like inclement weather and new outpost systems with advanced anti-air, so too come with it the need for ground-based troop transports like the Anvil Spartan. That we can finally close the book on the next great starship with the Aegis Redeemer, and that it may look different than most, but it looks deadliest when you're right in front of it. It'll bring the pew. Now, the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo begins this week, so don't forget to log in and make the trek to Microtech to experience all the festivities. And we'll be back right here next week with looks into 2 more additions to Star Citizen's pantheon of spacecraft and vehicles. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Enjoy your IAE, everyone, and don't forget to check out new merch on the merch store. And this, look at this, look at this. How cool is that?
For me, when it comes to exploring areas in a game, I tend to prefer when I've earned something.
So when you've had to fight to get past some people to get somewhere, you expect there to be something cool to find, something to make it worthwhile.
There are just some things that you just don't go and buy in a store, things that you have to go out and find. That's, I feel, one of the most important aspects of gaming. I've often found that if there's no tangible reward, whether it's something that you bring away from there or something that you find that maybe leads to something else to discover, that something can be lost in the experience of exploration.
Imagine you go into some dungeon you're excited to explore and there's NPCs there just kind of standing around, but there's nothing to find. There's crates, but they're empty. There's storage with nothing in it. Not only is it disappointing from a gameplay perspective, you don't get any of the cool loot you were hoping for, but it just doesn't make sense. What were all these people doing there with no food, no supplies, nothing? You want there to be something amazing at the end. So we're working on this new system called Loot Generation.
We have built this system on the foundation of the harvestable system,
which is going to empower our designers to set up locations all across the verse to be filled with dynamically generated loot.
They function using a system we've called loot archetypes, which are on-the-fly generated sets of tags.
So the idea is that a designer can lay out a list of tags that they want items in the loot pool to match, and then maybe some that they don't. So you can say, I want things that are tagged with weapon, but not things that are tagged with ammunition. And then what really makes it powerful is it's not just a uniform distribution of
okay, we have all of these potential items, just pick one at random. When the designers are specifying tags to use, they can assign a weight to each one and say, I want rifles with a weight of 5 and I want pistols with a weight of 10, so you're twice as likely to get a pistol in this crate.
So we have like full control over how many items spawn, what specifically spawns. We could even, if we wanted to, and I've actually been doing the tagging for this myself, we could actually tell a loot archetype, hey, spawn me a bunch of armor that's red. Your loot archetype could have the weapon.fps.rifle tag as an example, and that would then give you the option of all of the weapons that spawn underneath that, or that are populated underneath that tag structure. And you may then have armor.fps.heavy, which would give you all of the selection of the heavy armors under that. And then it could be gadget.medkit. So you would then have a loot archetype that says, give me any rifle or any heavy piece of armor or any medkit. It's been a lot of work to get it working that way, but all of it sort of works in conjunction with each other, and with some of the future stuff coming down the pipe as well, such as Quanta. The loot generation system actually will read from the parent object containers that we use in the game at the moment. So say you're spawning containers on Hurston. Your main object container would be Hurston. And then let's say you've got Lorville, which would be L19. And then inside that, you might have, let's say that we expand the city and there's like an abandoned hovel underneath that's maybe occupied by pirates. If Quanta decides, oh, okay, so authorities came, cleared that place out, that place is now no longer a pirate base, it's now storage site for Hurston Dynamics, then all of the containers in that area then might switch to be containing Hurston equipment. Quanta can then determine way up the chain, way at the top, this is how things are now happening because AI has moved in, things have happened, things have changed, and the archetypes and the loot generation system reacts on the fly to that. So if Quanta was to decide this planet has been raided, it's been full of conflict, there's been wars here, like people are leaving in droves because it's not safe to be here anymore, the status of that planet, the richness of that planet lowers as well, to the point where then the loot generation system says, okay, where most of these containers might have been 50 to 60% full as they were, now we're only going to fill them up to like 20 to 30%. It's all about adapting on the fly to where you're at, what you're doing, and seeing what can be.
So where we're at right now is we've got a pretty solid base for internal testing. We're trying out marking up a few different locations with some containers, mainly filled with weapons and armor at the moment, but we're hoping to expand that to other items in the future.
And we hope that it provides an immersive experience more than anything else, that people can get excited about this sort of thing, that they know that when they go to a planet once, they might go back a few weeks later and it's just completely different.
Loot is an essential part of any MMO, and when it arrives later this year, it'll be one more step towards fulfilling the exploration-based promise of Star Citizen's persistent universe. But up next, we've got a special, oops, it's all VFX edition of the Sprint Report, so let's get to it. To start things off this week, if you remember from our last Sprint Report, we showed how the team had been working on an update to the thruster dust system that converts the existing particles from a radial effect to a directional one that's actually based on the thruster direction to any surface normal it may be hitting at any given moment. Now this causes the effect to change not only by the raycast angle being perpendicular or parallel to the surface, but also the strength of the thruster output, the type of surface itself, and the force of the surrounding wind volume. And you can see here how that tech has progressed in the weeks since we showed it. Now, while this update showcases the progress made since then and still has a little ways to go, folks are already thinking about the myriad of tactical uses this feature might have in things like the upcoming Jumptown 2, over bodies of water like rivers and oceans, and even against the soft body objects like those seen in the upcoming colonialism outposts. Alpha 3.14 sees the initial implementation of Orison, but the work doesn't stop there, and coming up in a subsequent patch, the VFX team is currently working on tech that uses vector fields around the player character's feet to disturb the various piles of cherry blossom leaves that tend to accumulate around the commercial and residential areas. Now, while the first implementation of this tech will be Orison, the team is already looking ahead to utilizing it in other areas, including on vehicles. So let your imaginations run wild with that one. Alright, not that wild. And while we're talking leaves, the team recently completed a sprint adding rotation effects to GPU screen space colliding particles, utilizing the velocity of an object to determine the amount and size of turn applied to leaves, making for a much more organic looking effect as they blow over the edge of a surface and fall to wherever down below. And we're pleased to report that this feature was working so nicely, it actually just went into PTU builds last week for Alpha 3.14. Currently in the persistent universe, weapon impacts on ships occur in what's called the ship zone, which causes the impact effects like sparks and such to stick to the ship, meaning it essentially gets carried along with it as it moves forward, which looks unnatural. But in a recent sprint, this was remedied so that now the effects trail behind as the ship moves away from the original point of impact, much as one would expect them to. Now, it's a little thing, but at the core of building an immersive universe are hundreds and hundreds of little things adding up to a universe that functions or behaves in believable and expected ways. And here's a second look at the same system in Atmo, where you can see the sparks fly up into the air against gravity in the old system, and now falling down to the surface as you'd expect them to in the new. The VFX team is also exploring several different destruction mosaics for the space station orbiting above and the Crossroads of Crime map for Theaters of War. Since these destructions being explored are simulation-based in the Houdini software, these mosaics utilizing various factors of stiffness and damping ratio allow for a
RSI is at it again. The elder statesman of the industry continues to inspire. Now we're all familiar with their fleet, rugged land crawlers, medium-sized explorers, and dedicated peacemakers. But this year's convention floor is bristling with interest at the mysterious gunship they currently have in development. Now I, being me, was able to get some FaceTime with the work-in-progress ship where our camera crew was unfortunately not allowed in. Fortunately though, Jimmy is a great artist. The ship is, in a word, impressive. And don't just take Jimmy's drawings word for it. One of the RSI bigwigs showing me the ship was a huge fan, of course. And once the official tour was over, he let me sit in the turret, where I was able to capture this super unauthorized, don't tell my bosses about it, double secret exclusive footage with my Moby glass. Ooh, can I sit in this turret? These aren't loaded, are they? Lead suckers! What does this button do?
Jax, come on, gotta go!
Right, time to go!
Come on, quickly!
I'm in serious trouble now. Coming!
No, other way! Jax, come on, go, go, go!
And just between you and me, the word Perseus was stamped on, well, everything. So there you have it, folks. Whitley's Guide, bringing you so many exclusive reveals, we can't even keep track of the lawsuits. But we'll keep the lawyers on standby as we continue to explore IAE 2950, making new friends, wild adventures, and of course, future memories.
it just kind of looks cool to see all the different ways the thing can explode, you know? Also always cool, lightning. Now previously, lightning across our games suffered from a number of different maladies, including poor performance and poor scaling effects. But due to recent R&D by the team and the use of instanced scale multipliers and ribbons, the team has not only found a way to author these same effects at a wide range of scales, but the use of ribbons reduces the need for high particle counts in the runtime GPU particle system. What's that mean? It means more developers can use more lightning in more areas without destroying their performance budget. And that's especially good news for the upcoming Pyro system and the visual revamp to the Dying Star map in Arena Commander that's currently underway. In wrapping up our look at VFX this week, the team has returned from a brief hiatus away from fire propagation to create their version of a concept. A cinematic look dev, if you will, at the goals for fire propagation utilizing the tech features and progress already in hand. What you see here is a basic electrical fire in a relatively high-tech environment, exploring the type of propagation effects the team are currently pursuing. Now, as a test exclusively for how the fire moves and spreads throughout the ship, there are still a number of limiting visual factors here, like the still outstanding shader work that will one day make the fire feel even more alive than it already does. As the fire moves across the white surface that is flammable, you can see it dripping down to ignite the same surface below, while interacting with the black, glass-like surface on the ceiling that is understandably resistant. Combined with the heat and noxious gases affecting players via the actor status system, it's an exciting look ahead at some of the new dangers and hazards players will encounter and have to deal with on a regular basis as Star Citizen's development continues. But before we let you go, let's jump ahead and see what happens when you ignore the fire and let it go about its business for about half an hour. So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that while it's fine to go into a store and buy something from the vendor, there's still something about discovering the item while adventuring that can make it just a little more special. That the work on Orison doesn't end with Alpha 3.14, and that we'll be seeing more of what's coming as this quarter progresses. And just when I think I'm out, those advances to fire propagation pull me back in. Now remember, this quarter we're on the road to Digital CitizenCon, where all kinds of panels and content await for hours full of Star Citizen goodness. That's October 9th, so mark your calendars. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all next week.
Hey everybody, welcome to another edition of Calling All Devs, our weekly Q&A series where I take questions from you, the Star Citizen backer, and pose them directly to our Star Citizen developers. Sometimes we film on Halloween, and I am old disco. I waited until the last minute. All right, starting us off this week, we are going to none other than, surprise, surprise, Vehicle Pipeline Director, Mr. John Crew. John, 2 more ship questions. You ready?
Yep, 2 more. Who's going to catch up with me at some point?
Well, I fed Todd 2 last week, and when I called him, he was like, he did the one question. I said, okay, I need to give you a second one. He's like, why? He goes, because I'm trying to at least somewhat close the gap, so that John Crew doesn't just so nobody just accuses me of abusing John Crew week in and week out. But they keep asking the ship questions, so and you're the guy, you got promoted.
Keep answering them.
You know, you got to be a lot more like me. I never get promoted. Don't get promoted, John. Then you have to do this all the time.
Yeah.
All right. First question. With the advent of system degradation in 3.3.x, will we get, they say 3.3.x, but will we be getting some kind of maintenance mechanic to either slow or partly repair the wear to a component? or at least some way to indicate how much time that component has left.
Right, so that's more than one question. That's about 4 in 1.
It's like a question A, question B, question C, so it's question 1A.
Right, I'll try and go through them. So yes, there will be a little way of sort of stemming the wear and use and repair, like we've talked about, like repair as a mechanic and fixing up items. So yeah, repairing them with your little repair tool or swapping out sub items will help stem that flow. Next up, showing wear. So actually on the power MFDs at the moment, we do have a little icon. It's a little cog, I believe, that shows your current percentage of wear. So that's sort of like an absolute, this item is worn 27%. And at some point we'll have more in-depth MFDs that give you more information on that. The tricky thing with giving a time left is it's completely tied to what you're doing with
current
it.
usage.
So we have something similar on the Mobigraph for your oxygen, and it tells you how much oxygen you've got left and how long you can survive, which constantly changes based on what you do. So yes, if you're stood still, it tells you've got this much time left. And if you start running around, that time is no longer valid anymore. So we'll have the same issues with wear. It might say you've got 4 days worth of wear left on this weapon. But if you suddenly get into a half an hour long strenuous dogfights that you're constantly shooting, it's going to be significantly less than that. If you've overclocked it, even less. So yes, we will have that stuff, but it's not going to be super predictive and accurate because we just don't know what people are going to do with it.
Right.
That's why we have as the first step the absolute wear indicator, so you know this item's 90% worn. I need to start thinking about swapping it for a different one.
Right. I get it.
Is that all of the bits?
That was all the bits. We've got things. Early stretch goal items like the AMX repair bot and the tuning kit. So there's lots of things that will eventually come online to help you tweak and not just repair, but tweak and condition and maintain. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Your item components, and of course, UI is the one department that touches every single aspect of Star Citizen. So as usual, the development of our features sometimes outpaces the UI for them, since they're spread all over the place. So yeah, but you can see that cog. You were mentioning it. It's in the power MFD and then the cog, whatever. So yeah, you covered everything.
Cool.
Good job. All right, second question. With the Merlin rework in 3.5, it's not really a rework. They're just doing some stuff to the cockpit, right?
Yeah, we're not planning on giving it a full rework like other ships. It's more just bringing the cockpit into line with all the modern templates, the animation templates, so and the screen visibility. Okay. It does have a custom UI set up on it at the moment. I expect that to stay the same, but just like the amount of screen real estate those screens take up will be adjusted to meet the minimum standards.
Gotcha. So with the Merlin cockpit adjustments in 3.5 and the Archimedes currently scheduled for 3.6, will their docking functionality be a part of their, well, they say reworks, but the development of those ships?
I would not expect that to be the case. So docking we're going to be working alongside the Hull C, because I think I've talked about this on previous episodes, why the Hull C is not out, and it's a few big pieces of tech needed. One is docking, because you need to have it docked to somewhere with all the cargo to be able to sell it, because it can't land with all the cargo, so it's a pretty useless cargo ship without that functionality. So the first stage of docking will be ship-to-station docking with the Hull C, and then the next level or tier improvement beyond that is ship-to-ship docking. So then, like the Merlin Archimedes to the constellations, that's where that comes in. Right. It's like once we've got that basic level in, then improve it with the next one.
Right. It's always important to remember that ship development is not always in parity with the game system development. See the Reclaimer, or either Reclaimer in salvage, or the Starfarer and refueling, for that matter. So they're not always 1-1 and stuff like that. So yeah, docking will be developed independently of the work on the Merlin and the Archimedes. All right, that's it. That's all I got for you, man.
Cool.
You're coming to town next week, right?
Yep. Fly out Friday. So 3 days ago from when people will see this video. So when this goes live, I'll be out there.
All right, man. I'll see you next week.
See ya.
Hi.
Bye.
All right, moving on from John Crew, a Calling All Devs All-Star, to a Calling All Devs newbie. We are calling for the very first time Chris Campbell, lead lighting artist at a Foundry 42 UK. Chris, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. It's Halloween.
It is.
What'd you dress up as?
I dressed up as a game developer going to work.
I dressed up as an old community manager.
Yeah, that also works.
All right, I got a question for you, Chris. You may or may not know these are submitted by the backers and voted on by the backers each and every week. And this question rose to the top here. It says, is there a technical reason why ships cannot have stronger, and they put in parentheses, narrowly focused, if needed, headlights for seeing asteroids in the ground before running into it, instead of these broader lights that tend to cover a wider area? They use a more aggressive wording than I just used.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, technically, there's no reason why we can't just slap on like a narrow, long-lasting kind of beam on any given ship light. But up to this point, the ship headlights have been kind of an aesthetic kind of concern. But now that we have more gameplay spaces with dark areas and stuff, it becomes a bit more of a gameplay question. And so now I'm starting to take a look at these ship headlights and seeing how we can kind of massage them from being something that kind of, it looks cool in very specific situations, to something that works for gameplay, doesn't destroy the visuals, and feels a bit more kind of immersive.
Gotcha. There's got to be some knock-ons, though, to everybody having a very strong, powerful, focused, forward light, though, right? I mean, it seems like the opportunities for trolling would be immense if you had this. put into everybody's face.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely performance concerns with some of the options that we can do with headlights. Like, for example, if you had a shadow casting headlight, which would make sense because obviously if you're standing in like a room or a landing zone, someone flies up and shines their headlight through the window, you want to see the nice shadows kind of casting through. But unfortunately, it's very expensive to do that.
4-kilometer shadow casting.
Yeah, for like a 4-kilometer long light with shadow casting, then you're going to suffer both performance and the quality of those shadows. So we need to come up with different kind of solutions to do that. One is to obviously turn off the shadow casting, but then you have implications of like then the light will just shine through the ceiling and the walls, and it won't necessarily look good. So yeah, we'll have to find a real solution sometime in the future, but for now we're just trying to at least kind of balance it so that it works for gameplay. There might be some rough edges, but ultimately it should be an improvement.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was thinking about everybody just shining these super bright lights in everybody's faces, which would be interesting from a gameplay perspective. But the 4K shadow casting it's an easy to forget the scale of this game.
Yes.
In other games where you're looking at a Jeep or whatever, the headlights only have to go X number of feet out in front of the Jeep. But because of the scale of our game, if you're trying to see an asteroid with enough time before so you can move and not hit it, we are talking quite a ways out that these lights have to go. And if they're casting shadows, that would be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I think most of the headlights were reaching a range of about 100 or 200 meters, which sounds kind of realistic as like a car headlight or something. But then when you consider the speeds that you're traveling at, that's just not going to work. If there's an asteroid like 2 kilometers in front of you, you just don't have the time to stop before you hit it or before you even see it.
Gotcha. So that's something that you're playing with right now, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll increase the range as much as we can reasonably, and give a certain amount of brightness and fall off so that it feels nice and realistic, and hopefully that will cover most of the cases where you'll need a headlight for a gameplay.
Gotcha. You think those check-ins will make 3.3 or 3.3, 3.35 or 3.4?
I'm definitely hoping to get a more balanced pass in for 3.35. But as for a proper headlight solution, that probably requires a bit more thought and code and system support.
Cool. Well, that's it, man. You did great.
Cool. All right.
Congratulations
Thank you.
on your first calling all devs.
Thanks. It was nice and easy.
All right, man. I'll let you get back to work.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right. Take it easy.
All right. See you, dude.
Bye. All right. Thanks so much. Now, I gotta wear my headset. I am wearing my headset. Jesus crap. All right, last and certainly not least, Dan Truffin, systems designer at a Foundry 42 UK, lead systems designer, right, Dan? Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, how you doing, man?
Hi, all good.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a few weeks.
Yeah. Well, we tend to come to you whenever it's a big design question and Todd Pappy doesn't want to do it.
One of those again.
Yeah, so I got one of those again. Here we are, from the backers, voted on by the backers. Any plans to allow us to move from planet to planet or system to system while offline? The example that they give is, I'm on planet X and I need to get to planet Y, but I have to go to work and I don't have time. So can I book a flight from one planet to another planet on public transport? Meridian Transit or whatever, or Archimedes flights or whatever, and then take off, go to work, come back, and suddenly I'm on another planet when I get back. What do we think?
So it's a tough one. It's something we've been discussing in the past, and the consensus is that not really, or at least not for now. One of the main reasons is we don't really want players to bypass content.
Mm-hmm.
We will put dangers along the way. There'll be risks involved. There'll be opportunities happening as you travel from A to B, even if it's a long journey. We don't want players to risk-free just go I'm here now. Right. Also, being there, what will you do with no ships? I mean, if your ships are not there, there are a few things you can do while you're there, but we need this logistic thing to actually be a risk-reward thing. If I need to move from point A to point B, I need to bring my assets with me in order to be able to do stuff, and it needs to be risky. You need to protect yourself. Consider if another player accepts that mission to move you from point A to point B, and that ship blows up along the way. Will you be happy with that?
Right.
What will happen? You'll be really annoyed. You lost basically a life.
Exactly.
Just because someone messed up, and they can mess up just to mess up with you, because they might do it on purpose, and we can't really allow that stuff.
Fair enough.
So whether we will look over this in the future, we'll have to see. Well, if there's a need for this type of thing, maybe we look into it and find other ways to kind of offer the same facility but in different ways. But right now we'd rather have you guys at least experience the content and go through the world and move through the world realistically, rather than, hey, now I'm here, now I'm there when I get back from work.
Right. No, makes sense.
If you want to leave your computer open and step onto someone's ship, and when you get back from work, you step out of someone's ship, and hopefully you don't get killed along the way. Your friend doesn't get his ship blown up along the way. Fair enough, but yeah, it's being in space is risky business.
Just point your ship towards Crusader and press number lock for auto run.
Ooh, no. That's also something. Yeah.
All right, Dan. Well, I think that makes sense. I think that's I think you did well. Thank you so much. What else are you working on? Anything cool? Trains, right?
Right now, yeah, I'm kind of taking over the team that right now is doing trains, and it's right now we're kind of, after we show them in SeasonCon, we're kind of cleaning up a lot, and we're trying to make sure they integrate well with other systems. We're looking into the procedural team also kind of working with us to get tracks procedurally generated throughout cities, or elevator shafts in like truck stops getting procedurally generated based on certain rules, and the trains just functioning. We just click the button, station gets generated, and automatic has all the elevators or trains built into it, so we don't have to do extra manual markup. So it's going to speed things up a bit.
Hey, I love trains. I haven't been shy. One of my favorite moments of the entire playthrough at CitizenCon was when the train pulled out of the station and you got to see Lorville. There's something. I mean, Lorville's impressive. I mean, it's super impressive on its own. But there's something that you really get put into a place when you can have an experience that you can relate to in real life, and being on a train and seeing something out through the windows of a train. Stuff. I don't know why. For some reason it made Lorville seem a little more real to me.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
You're actually traveling through the space. Rather, we could have done it easily, where you go like you get into a train, you get instantly teleported on the other side, which most games do. But no, Chris was adamant on this. He was like, no, this needs to travel, needs to go through the space. You need to look out the window, understand where you are at every point in the journey. So
I remember I was in those meetings when he said that, and everybody was like, but I'm so glad it happened.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'll let you get back to work. Thank you so much, Dan.
Right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Take care. Well, that about wraps up this week's show. Special thanks to John Crew and Chris Campbell and Dan Truppen for being here on the show with us this week. Remember, you can submit your questions for consideration each and every week up in the thread, up on Spectrum. And don't forget to vote. That's the two-pronged plan. You got to submit your questions. You got to vote on your questions. There'll be a brand new November thread by the time you watch this. So get your questions in there and vote for which ones you want to see answered each and every week. So for Calling All Devs, I'm Content Manager for Global Video Production, Jared Huckabee. We'll see you next week, everybody. The beard won't, though. The beard, nope. That's like, 4 score and 7 years ago. Can we do this? Never again. Never again.
Thanks for watching. For the latest and greatest in Star Citizen and Squadron 42, you can subscribe to our channel, or you can check out some of the other shows. And you can also head to our website at www.robertspaceindustries.com. Thank you very much for watching.
I always knew a better times 2, and now you prove the point. You looked at me, 1 and 1 became 3. I'm glad we grew that joint. I do adore our family of 4, and life is simply grand. I've come alive like jazz in 5, because you took my hand.
Welcome to the Exotics Pavilion, where aerospace xenophiles can scratch their wildest alien itches. Even this year's IAE food court is embracing the esoteric offerings of our non-human brethren. Take this. What is it again, Jimmy?
They said it was pickled corpse bug.
All right. Pickled corpse bug. Well down the hatch. Let's go take a look. Every year, the exotic offerings on hand at the IAE get more robust, and 2949 looks to be no exception. From Esperia's chillingly accurate Vandul recreations, to APOA's aggressive pursuit of the human market, through an expanding line of ships adapted from Xi'an military designs. Even the Banu adapted their stout Defender fighter for human flight back in 2947. Both the ship and its related marketing efforts have come a long way in just a few years. I mean, has anyone seen their early attempts at an advert? Jimmy, do we have a clip? Well, I don't know. miss that authentic Banu charm. After the break, we head to the Aegis Dynamics Pavilion. Stick around.
In 318, the future is bright for cargo.
We're moving away from the simplistic implementation that we had before into something that's more of a real simulation.
With the new physicalized cargo, it opens doors for us to give some new gameplay. Cargo today is pretty basic. You go to a kiosk, you use an interface, you load your ship, it automatically loads. Get in that ship, you drive that ship to a port, and then you sell what you bought, but there's not a lot of interesting choices there.
With the current implementation, whenever we designed it, we did not have the tractor beams that we have now. What that meant is that you were not able to pick up and manipulate the larger 1SU boxes. At the time, all that you could do was pick up the smaller 1/8 SU boxes, but this gave us a problem for piracy and looting in general, in that the really valuable things are sold and bought in these 1SU boxes in higher volumes, but the only thing the player can actually pick up are the smaller ones. So what we had to do is a kind of hack in the cargo system such that when a vehicle explodes, instead of generating the larger 1SU boxes on destruction, it actually generates the smaller ones in this kind of gamey, magical way, so that the player can actually go pick up some of the boxes from the destruction.
All right, let me give you an example. The C2 has 696 SCU, which equates to 5,568 1/8 SCU boxes that you have to loot. But the ship exploding should damage some of those boxes, and we want to have about 40 to 50% survive that explosion, so that's still about 2,000 1/8 SCU boxes.
But then there's server performance issues to consider. So what we've actually been doing is capping that at 10% boxes being generated. However, on top of that, it's an incredibly tedious experience, because now that's, if you were to do the math, about 400 boxes that you have to go pick up, and collecting all of those by hand without a tractor beam.
With the new system, we've gotten rid of the 1/8 SCU cargo containers. Everything is 1 SCU cargo containers. So in the case of the C2 with the 696 SCU, that would be 696 1 SCU boxes rather than 5,000 plus.
Every single one of those boxes is a real entity in the game, like any other entity in the game. It is tracked in the database as a persistent entity now that we have the new persistent entity streaming architecture. And it means that now that they're entities that are persistent, they can be interactable. So now you can do things like use the tractor beams to pull them out of the cargo hold or put them into a cargo hold. It also means that whenever we do ship destruction with the new system, we don't have to generate anything. Instead, all that we do is we take the entities that were already created and we just simply detach them from the cargo hold and let them float in space. Now, we still want to have some of that explosive destruction, so there's a certain amount of variable amount of that cargo that is destroyed on ship destruction.
Actually giving you back somewhere, it's actually 0 to 90%, but that's calculated every time your ship explodes. So what happens then is now we're actually hitting that 40 to 50% number on average.
This means that both for players that want to reclaim the cargo that they lost on ship destruction, or for pirates that want to scoop up their ill-gotten gains, then they'll have an easier time to get at it, and there'll be more value there when they try to do so.
There is also the new commodity kiosk flow, which is a step in the right direction for helping you understand what you're buying and what you're selling and what's available at the places where you buy and sell commodities. It's the new UI, it's the new building block UI, so it should be a lot easier to understand and gives you a graphical representation as you're buying and selling of how much space that you have on the ship that you're buying and selling into. 318 is not the end of the cargo refactor. There's lots of stuff that we're in the design process for right now, including manual loading and unloading, as well as automatic loading and unloading. We're also looking at some big box cargo missions that separate the cargo from the hauling professions, so that's something to look forward to. We have a lot more content coming that use these new features. We hope you enjoy it in 318.
And as a coda to all of that, Chris Roberts actually came by my desk the other day And we talked a bit how it was unfortunate that we even have to allow players to lose 40 to 50% of the cargo. And we talked and decided that we would try to come up with an interim solution on our path to physicalized damage that would allow us to leave the husks of ships behind on vehicle destruction instead of just exploding them and erasing all the contents. This would allow players to explore the ships and find the cargo and physically move it off the husks of the ships, rather than just generating a percentage of the boxes on destruction.
Like every other aspect of Star Citizen's continuing development, the cargo refactor isn't a one drop and it's done kind of feature. And the first implementation, much like persistent entity streaming alongside it in the upcoming Alpha 3.18, is about rebuilding existing functionality within an entirely new foundation that will now set the stage for the persistent universe to reach its fullest potential in subsequent patches to come. And while we're here talking about new technologies designed to be built upon from one patch to the next, let's chat us up some Rastar, the internal tool that we've been developing now that's currently in use, placing outposts throughout both the Stanton and Pyro systems.
The whole purpose of Rastar is to make the thing easier for the devs to place location at the surface of a planet. And in the end, it will be used as the system for players to build their bases. We have Rastar because the previous system, based on prefab, was quite hard to use and not up to scale for the scale and the scope we want for our planet density. Any changes to the planetary generation, like for example, you just change a canyon, you add a canyon to the planet, you'll have to redrop every modules at the surface of a planet to be sure they are well aligned with the new terrain and the new modifications of the terrain. Rastar makes that better by allowing, first of all, the ability to directly follow the modification of terrain topology, so we don't have to refresh anything. Plus, it gives us more granularity and modularity of the locations. Backers should be caring about Rastar and all these improvements, because that's the way we will be able to give you, the players, the most dense area we can imagine to keep in line and have all the planets, all the moons filled with POI and things to do on the surface, and maybe later in orbit of these planets and moons. CitizenCon 2951. It changed not much in terms of visual, mostly UI rework, but features are all there. Just a lot of internal work to allow the new build location to fit more and be more productive. So now we can have modules and elements that are nested and indented, so we better understand what depends on what. And we also added the ability to collapse parts of the tool, so to have a better understanding and more focused work on some parts of the tool. We also worked on better tools integration, so now we are able to use the base tools of the editor, such as gizmos or roller bar, to modify some elements of Rastar, which was not possible previously due to some breaking while doing so, and to keep consistency with the Rastar flow. But with that changes now, most of the in-edited tools are usable with Rastar without any risk. We also moved the object containers used for Rastar to streaming object containers to keep in line with the whole streaming process of the network system. So now we gave the ability for the server to load and spawn and despawn some locations and elements at will to avoid crowding the whole server memory. And we also now converted the whole connector system that was presented during the last CitizenCon to item ports. So now, again, to keep in line with the in-house way we do things and to better integrate some elements such as the resource network that will later be available on the locations. I'm quite happy with the result of Rasta. There is quite some work to do on it, but the result is promising, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna love the location we will roll out with Rasta.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the cargo effector will physicalize the manner in which we transport goods in such a way that makes retrieval after disaster, or collection after piracy, easier and more rewarding than ever before. That it's the new foundation for an entirely new trade experience that will continue to develop over subsequent patches. That it may yet have some fortunate side effects on vehicle destruction, ship husks, and salvage in the not too distant future. And that the Rastar tool, first introduced at last year's CitizenCon, is already being used to populate the planets of Pyro in next year's 4.0 and Stanton in this December's upcoming Alpha 318. Now don't forget that this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo is right around the corner. You can go to the robertspaceindustrials.com website to find out all the details. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all here next week.
So yeah, I'm back in LA. Everything's the same, kind of weird, kind of different. I don't have my studio anymore. I'm pretty sure they turned it into an Airbnb. There was a family of 4 in there when I looked.
Built for life.
Hello, folks. Garmin Humble here, back on the mean streets of Area 18. Cities like this are teeming with scumbags and lowlifes that would just as soon shoot you in the face as give you the time of day.
I see.
That's
Normally,
where I come in.
we'd be on hiatus right now. It's October. But since everyone is focused on CitizenCon right now, nobody's really paying attention to what we're doing over here. I think we can actually squeeze a sprint report into things, if that'd be the sort of thing you're kind of interested in. Now, if you've forgotten what a sprint report is, that's a bit different than a normal ISC. We don't do developer interviews. We don't, the ISC gameplay capture team doesn't create any footage. We literally, and when I say we, I mean me, we dig into the development review folders that are, internal, that are just meant to kind of update everybody internally on where they are on something, and we pull those and present them to you, with me telling you, giving you a little context about what you're looking at. It's not in 4K. It's not professionally created. Nobody, when they made this stuff, thought it would ever be seen publicly, but it's as true and as honest and as behind the scenes an update as we ever do. So yeah, without further ado, let's do Sprint Report, pre-CitizenCon edition, the stuff we can talk about that isn't going to spoil the big event in 2 weeks.
So let's start things off with a look at continuing work on the ship trespass system. Now, ship trespass is the seemingly simple system that will dramatically affect PvP in the verse by correctly determining and setting hostility for uninvited guests. What you're seeing here is one player boarding a ship that is not their own, and of course receiving a warning indicating they're unlawfully entering the ship. This makes them hostile, as well as fair game for anyone else on board to attack without gaining a crime stat of their own, while the intruder will be crime statted the very moment hostilities break out. Go where you're not supposed to be and risk the consequences.
And yes, this also accounts for you as the ship owner following the intruder back to their ship, where you'll be able to hunt them without fear of getting a crime stat yourself.
And you also may notice that the ship owner gets no notification at all. For intruders, your presence is no longer spoiled by automatically joining a comms channel. If the owner of this test doesn't see you, they won't have any indication you're there, at least until scanners and some such come into play later down the line. And as you can see, ship trespass also extends to vehicles and ships as well. So don't go docking somewhere without asking for permission first. Meanwhile, the EU Landing Zone 2 team is continuing their work on extending the new player experience to New Babbage with some new navigational signage you can see here. A lot of news there. As well as adding a few new shops along the critical path to facilitate a better first experience for players, like this Kelto you can see here. Kelto! Kelto! I blame Board Gamer for this. And the EU PU team has made some changes to beams, tractor, and salvage alike that will now allow for independent operation on vehicles like the Vulture you see here. This will allow users to mix and match tractor and salvage beams for simultaneous yet independent control via dual sticks or gamepad, and provide for more dynamic use cases as resource gathering systems continue to develop. Not you too, Dev.
Hey, Jerry, can you make a quick espresso?
Yeah. Hi. They asked if they could make an espresso for us. That was nice.
Oh, yes.
And since many of you are looking forward to... I didn't think you were going to do it right there. And since many of you are looking forward to further iteration on bounty hunting, let's keep our tour of potential gameplay changes to ships going with the Anvil Hawk. Now, one of our team members on the EU Vehicle Content team recently completed a first pass sprint revisiting the Hawk to explore a potential new methodology for loading and unloading what I'm just going to affectionately call the Wanted, Fugitive, and Stasis cargo containers, or WIFT for short. The idea being that once you've captured and contained your prey in the WIFT and set it down behind the ship, this articulating arm would then come out and, using the power of electromagnetism, suck the
into its grasp and pull it up inside the vehicle. Yeah, all this for the width looks pretty good. All right, so it should be noted that the wanted, fugitive, and stasis cargo container is something I made up about 55 seconds ago, and has not been vetted or approved by any member of development staff. But I feel good about my chances. So let's go ahead and stick with vehicles for a bit and look at the old tried and true Freelancer, which is getting some work done to fit all of its necessary item components in ahead of the resource management system coming down the road. Meanwhile, Elwin and our North America vehicle content team have recently completed a first pass sprint bringing the Origin X1 to life, which you can see here is undergoing just a few minor changes from its concept necessitated by continuing development of the vehicle component and resource management systems. Now, while this is still white box, that hasn't stopped the team from also visualizing some baked-in lighting improvements, and overall, even with the subtle shape changes, the X1 is looking fantastic in its white box form and will only continue to look even better as it progresses further down the pipeline towards release. We've also got a brief look inside the white box progress of the RSI Apollo Medevac, which is currently in production. And I still think the Apollo exterior looks too damn cool to be a space ambulance. John, Ben, I'm gonna need a fighter or a smuggler variant of the Apollo. And no, if you're thinking that's a hint or anything, it's not. It's just me abusing my platform and position to make a personal request. Let's talk about the Santok Yai. We haven't talked about the Santok Yai in a while. You can see here the alien material work continues to iterate as members of the NABC continue to develop the resources our Xi'an friends would likely use to build their ships from. Through their use of a variety of material maps, they're hoping to land on what's essentially an alien version of carbon fiber, which should add lots of nice detail to the exterior and then add a pearlescent finish that'll really make it shine in the light. We've also got a quick look at the back of the wings. And then let's take a look at the cockpit, which you might remember from our Alien Week update has been a bit of a challenge to get right, wanting of course to give it that alien uniqueness while still being usable by the hands of humans and Zero State alike. And while we're talking about the Santok Yai, did you know that we have an entire team dedicated to branding over in the Montreal studio? We've rarely touched on it, but Nick Forden and his team over there are dedicated to developing the individual visual identities of Star Citizen's several hundred internal persistent universe brands, including this look at the brand document of Apoa, maker of the Santok Yai we just looked at. Really tied that together. Now, some folks might write branding off as simply marketing, but the work of this team has been essential to recent improvements to Hurston and Area 18 and New Babbage you just saw, allowing artists and designers alike to create consistent and immersive identities for each location. And as this work extends to nearly every aspect of the verse, it'll continue to help define and refine all visual elements you'll encounter as citizens making your way through Stanton, Pyro, and beyond. I'm gonna need like a... Yeah? Right now? All right, I'll be there in 5 minutes.
All right, so I gotta go do this thing, but Chad is right here, so I'm gonna let Chad explain this new improvement that's coming to the cargo system in Alpha 321. Take it away, Chad.
Yeah, so I was doing some work for the tractor beam attachment with the new larger boxes in the game. They are often these longer on one size sized boxes. And because of how they can fit together in the ship, across each other in all these kind of complicated ways, sometimes placing them in the ships is a bit tricky, and it can be a little finicky to get it just right, especially in tight corridors with larger boxes. And so I was adding some new functionality into the system so that whenever you're placing them around, if the direct placement underneath the attachment doesn't work, there's some fallback logic that'll look nearby where the placement is to try to find a good placement for the box, so that it makes it essentially more forgiving whenever you're using the tractor beam. In the ships with these larger boxes, you can place it such that maybe it's just a little bit off the thing that would work. And instead of just not giving you anything as far as like placing it, it'll give you another fallback option. And all that really means is that it is a little bit easier and quicker and more intuitive just to drag things around in the ships and get things together.
Just a little bit. This is gonna be a life changer, dude.
Yeah, this is what killed me on, just this whole packing system and the tractor beam stuff. This is like, I nearly died on the Hull C getting it in, because it is incredibly sophisticated code for this stuff. It's like, I literally read a PhD thesis on packing algorithms to implement it, which is really fun. It's just the time scale that suddenly I had to operate under because of circumstances out of my control. Made it very intense, but it is very cool, like the stuff that I was doing.
Your sidearm, and of course, limber up. Staying loose is your #1 weapon when it comes to stopping crime. Trust me, the only thing standing between you and an unceremonious death in the gutter are security professionals like me.
Don't test me.
Oh there, buddy. Oh, take a step back now.
Who the hell are you?
Garmin Humble, freelance security
A
professional.
freelance cop. Oh, for crying out loud.
And coming with me.
Die, fake pig.
Armor? Check. Sidearm? Check. Should have stretched, scumbag. Don't worry, no need to thank me. You're welcome. Stop the crime. Burrito time.
Come on!
That was close. So, I kind of crashed my cutter. Well, Bob's cutter. Don't tell Bob. Right into a racer and their trusty Cyclone RC. Yeah. Well, fortunately, the rest of the competitors here agreed not to murder me if I took the incapacitated racer's place in the upcoming heat. Let's see if I can beat my time on the tumbrel test track. Here we go! Woo-hoo! Shit! I'm all right. Okay, nobody cares. While mind-bending velocity and nausea-inducing G-forces certainly have their charms, not everything at the IAE is about blinding speed and sexy silhouettes. The titans of industrial aerospace are all here, flexing their muscles. Take MISC. Their Freelancer series are perennial favourites of independent haulers, thanks to their famously ample cargo capacity and relatively small size. And with 4 discrete models to choose from, there's a Freelancer flavour for nearly every taste, whether you fancy auxiliary fuel tanks or a heaping helping of missiles. But MISC isn't the only industrially inclined contributor to this year's exposition. Argo Astronautics, for one, are not content to rest on their utilitarian laurels. We're here at a super-secret off-site location that definitely isn't an Argo production facility to get a first look at their 2949 Mole multi-crew mining machine. It's not only a paragon of alliteration, but is being touted as an excavation revelation with a more user-friendly interface.
This functionality, yeah.
So yeah, that's a sprint report. Hope you liked it. I'm going to disappear now. We'll be back in about 2 weeks for CitizenCon, then a 2-day event on October 21st and 22nd, emanating from the Los Angeles Convention Center. Until then, be sure you check out Alpha 321, which is currently on the PTU, available for testing. I haven't seen a whole lot of it because I've been traveling, but there are a lot of people really jumping at the chance to point out some new things that weren't in the patch notes. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the process of game development with you. And we'll see you in about 2 weeks in CitizenCon.
Where do we start? That is a good question. The alien stuff is more complex, so everything sort of stretches your brain just a little bit more. I also have Chris, pushing me to sort of make it different, make it not fully expected.
Alien ships, I think, are super interesting because they have a completely unique aesthetic inside, and this ship particularly, we wanted to create a alien cargo ship. So we wanted to have a sort of above entry-level cargo ship that could carry a good amount of cargo for its size, be well defended, multi-crew. We wanted it to be Xi'an, but we didn't want it to be AOPA, their combat brand. So we worked up this new company called Gatak, and this is the Gatak Raylan cargo ship.
No, it's Gatak. That's how you say it.
Right, hard cut.
Okay, let's do a brief history of House Gatak. They were a vassal of House Urua during the Great Divide, which is the Xi'an Civil War. At the end of the Great Divide, House Klo, who didn't like the way that the peace talks were going, decided that they wanted to kill all the leaders of the houses that were engaged in peace talks. So they sabotaged the network of antique weather satellites that surrounded the Xi'an homeworld of Rixiang, and accidentally destroyed the whole atmosphere rather than just the atmosphere above the peace talks. Oops. So after this tragedy, after everybody fled the homeworld to the next closest planet, Kawa, the House Urua, in recompense for its loss, was elevated to the first imperial house. That's where the first emperors came from. And one of the first things that they did was reward people who fought under them for their service. So they awarded House Gatak a license in perpetuity to build industrial spacecraft for the entire Shaoxian. In the Shaoxian, the Xi'an Empire, they are known for being really innovative and interested in discovering the next big cool thing in technology. And that's part of why they immediately jumped on the opportunity to make a ship that would be friendly to both Xi'an and humans. Cutting edge stuff is their thing.
The alien stuff is the hardest one to sort of deal with sort of branding. We did our usual. We came up with 3 sort of strong candidates to give to Chris to have a look at. And from there, people will see that very early on, it was almost locked in. It was like, okay, this is what we're doing. We're a lot more confident in how we approach these things now. We make sort of stronger decisions right at the start to push those through. One of the big features of the ship was the fact that it changes shape like massively. So that's the really nice thing about this ship. And coupled with the sort of final materials that we came up with, there's no mistaking the ship now. It's okay. This is the Gattac cargo ship. There's no messing around.
The Raylan crew capacity is 4 people. So you have the pilot, you have an engineer, and then you have the 2 extra crew to man the 2 man turrets, which are on the side of the ship and provide a good range of cover for it. There is space for all 4 to be on the bridge when not in combat or elsewhere in the ship, but ostensibly that's what the 4 roles are for. The Raylan has 320 SCU of cargo, and this is all pretty much external. You can see it on the back of the ship. Part visual choice, part gameplay choice. They are fixed containers on the rear of the ship, and the cargo goes inside them. So having it external allows us to keep the internals of the ship all nice and compact, but also does give a toss-up in choice between, do I pick a ship with lesser cargo but is more protected, or do I go for this, which can carry more in one run, but has the risk of, if I get jumped on in transit, my cargo is more at risk. That's something we always try and do with our ships, is not have one ship that is superior in every single way to another ship that's equal to it. We want there to be trade-offs.
Even from trying to get into the ship, it's going to be a unique experience. So essentially you've got a grav-left platform that's going to fly through the air, come and greet you. You get on it, click a button, takes you up to the entrance of the ship through the airlock. That's where you first get your experience of the Xi'an architecture within this ship. When you choose to get on the lift to go up to habitation, you've got a console that's made out of like 50 different pieces in it, and it all builds itself into position, and you click the button, get on your elevator, which isn't the standard elevator either. At the moment it's at an angle, so you have a very different experience of like transitioning up through the floors, and the floors will also transform to sort of enable you to get through easily. So then when you're in the habitation section, you've got access to beds and lockers. You can go left and right to the turrets and escape pods, and then you've got the dual race kitchen and bathroom section, and then sort of like a communal eating area. And then from there up, basically it takes you into a more technical section. And so you can either go to a docking, which is at the rear of the ship, and then you've also got a good portion of components in like the sort of quite technically themed area of the ship, and then you transition through there towards the bridge. And again in there is we were looking at a way of being able to access components in a non-standard way. So the big stuff we've kept quite traditional because it makes sense, they're just there. But the smaller stuff, it's kind of like a component delivery system. So you choose which component you want to access, it's delivered to you, you can change out whatever it is you need to change, and then it's taken back off you and absorbed back into the ship. Then you just transition into the bridge, open bridge, and then, like I mentioned, the captain and the co-pilot at the front in their large, like floating, almost like UFO style seats. So I think there's plenty of great opportunity in there in terms of animation and what we can do with what's spinning, what's moving, what's reconfiguring. So I think the ship team is going to have a lot of fun with that.
So what does the Raylan add to Star Citizen as a whole? It really increases the diversity of spaceships, especially alien ones, because they are entire races of creatures and they don't just have combat ships. They have their own infrastructure needs, they have their own transport needs, so whatever we do as the human race, there is going to be mirrors for those races. When you are traveling through all the solar systems in the game, you don't want to just be seeing the same freelancer or the same hull everywhere. You want this variety of ships to encounter and ships to progress through on your cargo journey.
The Gattac Raylan, and I hope I'm saying this right, is the newest addition to Star Citizen's expanding line of alien vehicles, as well as the first from our newest Xi'an manufacturer. And you can learn even more about this ship, like all of its stats and capabilities, when it's revealed as part of this year's Alien Week festivities, beginning this week, which also includes the return of the tremendously popular baking contest, so get your ingredients ready. And to help you prep for all of the Alien Week festivities, let's check in now with the narrative team for a brief refresher of the known alien cultures of our galaxy. Or perhaps meet them for the very first time if you've only recently joined the Star Citizen universe.
Banu are probably the most obnoxious people in the world to ever go to a sporting event with, because they love sports, but they don't really care about the teams.
And it's kind of confusing for humans to go to a game with a large Banu crowd, because the Banu just want to see exciting, cool stuff happen. So they're cheering for everyone throughout the game.
They are totally up for having fun whenever. Like, they work hard, they play hard, they take cat naps. They are extremely interested in enjoying life.
Their society is organized around these work family guilds known as Sulis, where they're adopted from a young age as kind of an apprentice by a Suli that specializes in manufacturing spaceships or making weapons or cooking.
They're very quick to give favors, but they also expect a favor in return. So be careful if a Banu asks you to, pick them up at the airport.
The Banu is the first alien race that humanity ever had contact with.
There was a human pilot kind of out seemingly in the middle of nowhere named Vernon Tarr, who was scanning for a jump point.
Came upon a Banu vessel and fired upon it thinking it was like an enemy ship. But once they got close enough, they realized, oh heck, that's an alien.
It was a fun run-in that was initially very tense, but we quickly came onto friendly terms with them.
They were happy to find new trading partners, and we were very happy to encounter aliens for the first time.
The Tavaran are a martial society.
They immediately tried taking our territory and was very hostile from the get-go, and it started.
Stuff. Good news for all you aspiring diggers out there. Releasing in just a few weeks, you'll get to see firsthand the bonding experience that is simultaneous mining, just like Jimmy and me. Next on Whitley's Guide, we behold the inscrutable curiosities of the Exotics Pavilion and the IAE Food Court. Don't go anywhere.
Take you on a stoplight, head over heels. You and I will fall again, and then through the magic of moonlight, hand in hand, we'll forget about the world and fly from the clouds. Just you holding me tight. For a time I will fly so high.
There are some designs that transcend time. We look to the past for inspiration to craft the light fighter of the future. Unmatched design, best-in-class maneuverability. Leave your enemies bewildered. After all, how can you kill what you can't catch? The 2949 Arrow from Anvil. Rise above. Available now. See your authorized Anvil dealer for details.
The first Tavaran War and the second Tavaran War.
As a culture, they're actually my favorite. It feels like there's a lot of opportunities for really interesting, haunted characters.
A big motivation for them is that their people hadn't developed terraforming technology, and so their space to expand was very limited to worlds that were naturally habitable.
They were first assimilated into the UEE by force after the First Tavaran War, and after the Second Tavaran War, they voluntarily assimilated themselves. They, as a people, decided collectively to throw their culture away.
Humanity got a lot of our shield tech from them, like air shields were a Tavaran invention, so we didn't have them before that war. You can see that in their ship designs, with the Prowler having these unique drop bays with the air shields for people to exit out of. A lot of Tavaran history was actually preserved by the UEE after the Tavaran themselves tried to purge it. Now, currently, we're seeing them enter a new phase of where the first Tavaran senator was recently elected.
This elevation of a Tavaran seems to have sparked a recent interest in a cultural revival. So Tavaran are now starting to relearn their once lost language and starting to dabble in bits of the culture that was once lost. I like that they're survivors. They saw the writing on the wall and they found a way to keep themselves and their families alive in spite of a horrific situation.
A great thing about the Xi'an, they're kind of known for their rather pungent eating choices amongst humanity.
They kind of poop like birds do, so it's just, they don't pee, they just do like the combo.
So if you see what looks like a bird bath in a Xi'an ship, that is not a water fountain. Don't drink from it.
The Xi'an society is based around these family house lines, and very important of tracing their lineage.
The emperor is their own house, and part of the thing is there's a sort of a mandatory service period for all Xi'an where they have to serve basically for the government.
And that's to help foster kind of a sense of unity amongst the Xi'an people.
Technologically speaking, are probably a little bit more advanced than we are.
They are masters of anti-gravity tech from a very long time before they discovered space, like jump tunnels and things like that.
Xi'an are very long-lived, and so their view of time is different than humanity's.
Partially because of their philosophy, Litova, which is a kind of a moral code and a system of belief.
There was very close to an interspecies war kicked off when we first met the Xi'an.
It was during sort of like this gold rush era where everybody was just out trying to terraform planets as quickly as they could to try and secure, mining rights.
The Xi'an, who were already in the system, saw these strange aliens trying to terraform a planet that was in their territory and went, that's a little weird. And then forcibly captured all the humans, contacted the human government and said, hey, you guys left something in our system. We don't like it. Please take it back. Vandal are kind of mysterious. We don't know much about them. We know from observation that they seem to be very, very insular. They seem to believe in the idea of a meritocracy.
They're very powerful warriors. They're very hardy. They can exist for short times in the vacuum of space.
Our observers think that they're harvesting resources for some greater purpose, and some people think that they just really like to fight. And either one of those could be true.
They sort of were introduced to us when an outpost was mysteriously sort of wiped out.
Judging from their ships, they have very utilitarian aesthetics. They are oriented around the clans that they seem to come from, but we have never observed anything that indicates a central government.
Vandal clans have raided humanity, land on planets, take as many resources as they can, and then flee back into Vandal space.
And it's what sort of kickstarted a much more proactive military campaign against them. So they're sort of the alien culture that we are currently locked in a sort of war with.
Of course, there's a lot of debate going on against what is the end game of that war against the Vandal. Does it mean wiping them out altogether? Does it mean setting up a border defense that they can't get through? Does it mean reclaiming the systems that we've lost to them?
Ideally, we want to put this in a position where like the players are the ones who are helping reveal some of this information. That's always been one of the things that's been very fun about this game, is this idea that Chris wants the players to help unlock the mysteries of the universe.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that just like the human society of 2951, our alien neighbors are represented by a multitude of corporations and organizations. That a greater variety of alien vehicle offerings helps to build a more diverse and interesting universe to explore. And that for the aliens themselves, the Banu are clearly the best. Or the Xi'an. Maybe the Tabaran. Which one poops from their mouths? Don't forget to check out the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website for all the Alien Week details. And for Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all next week. It's a new year, and with every new year comes the refresh after holiday break, the review of process and personnel alike, and the renewed sense of determination to make each year of Star Citizen's development even better than the last. And in 2024, that includes the return of so many Squadron 42 developers to our persistent universe fold, all of which are working to add their features and advancements to the already stellar work of the SC devs we all know and love. And so to get this multi-month marathon started, let's throw it now to Chris, Alexis, Gennady, Inez, and Kian of the eponymously named Team Kian to show us a bit of what they're working on for Alpha 323.
So we showed a lot of interesting things in CitizenCon, and a lot of which is from Kian's team. We're going to be bringing a lot of that to you guys soon this year. And we're going to be talking about the designs of those features and also how we went about making them. You're going to be doing a lot of these for the next 4 months, aren't you?
Yeah.
The old EVA system had its purpose, but it had a lot of problems.
So the old EVA was not quite controllable.
The entry and exit into EVA not being very smooth, a lot of face planting. Changing orientation was a problem. You never really knew which kind of way your body was in. The upright pose was a little bit awkward for traversing spaces as well. You couldn't really fit into narrow spaces, and it was a bit restrictive for transitioning around space stations and things like that, especially interior spaces.
In addition to that, the sort of volume you take in order to rotate and look around is huge. It's basically rotating your body every time you just look to the right, look up, etc. That doesn't look terrible, but it doesn't look great, and it doesn't feel wonderful if you're in a confined space because, again, you're clipping against everything.
Just don't really think it fit with what we want to do in our game.
It's not a bad system. It got us to where we are today. But we want to make improvements, and there are other features and systems that we need to tie into EVA, which brings us to what's coming this year. So there's multiple aspects of the new EVA system that makes it a lot more versatile. The first is that when you start looking around, it's your camera and your head that's moving. Your body most of the time doesn't. So if I'm heading in a certain direction and I want to see what's behind me, I can just look behind me, but I see my body. I get that instant frame of reference as to where I am, where my body is, and it just grounds the experience.
So with the new system, we put the player into a more prone pose, kind of a superhero pose. Makes them a much smaller silhouette when traversing around areas.
Can you show us how the EVA works? Show us how the EVA works.
So now EVA works like this. You move forward and you just fly.
How about when you turn, when you rotate?
And when you rotate, you
The footprint of the character doesn't start to change. So if I want to look around in this tight-knit space, I'm not suddenly spinning around and knocking all the things off the shelves. I'm just looking around, which means that the metrics we can support for that feature suddenly become much more versatile. You can get on a vent rather than not being able to fit into a room. It's also a lot prettier to watch someone who's got a weapon or just looking around, rotating around as they're doing so. From the outside, it looks better. From the player experience, it just really helps out. You know where you are and what you're doing.
We've smoothed out transitions entering and exiting EVA. So no more face planting unless you really, really try.
in new EVA, you can just press forward and you fly. If you release the button, you keep flying while you still can rotate and look around.
Yeah, we've allowed it so you can turn on the spot without altering your silhouette, which is quite nice for interior traversal again. Feels a lot more natural, a lot more responsive to the player.
Yeah, we're going like this. Great.
The features we're going to be bringing out at some point later, soon. We've got zero-G traversal, and that's you attaching to a surface. In the previous system, again, because the character was upright the entire time, it just wouldn't have gelled well with that feature. You're effectively in prone, but attached to a surface, and you're moving along that surface or gliding along it if you sprint. That just transitions really nicely from the pose we have for zero-G traversal to the EVA pose. It's almost exactly the same. It's also very similar to prone. So, for example, if you were in a vent and all of a sudden the gravity went out, you could run along it in zero-G traversal or move around it in EVA without changing what your body's doing.
JumpWorks high-performance vehicles service everything from blistering speeds to the peak of culture. Toughness, however, is not a quality commonly associated with the brand. With the 100 series, Origin is looking to change that. And we've got notorious bounty hunter and IAE mainstay, Junior Pardos, who's going to do his best to dirty up Origin's image a little. Ready to take this thing for a whirl, Junior? Couldn't have put it better myself. It finally happened. I got hit with one of those famous pyro solar flares, and the cutter has frankly, well, not been herself. But by good fortune of the Banu god of backwaters, I found this marketplace. Ah, my good man. Do you happen to have a power coupling for a... Ooh. Bandle parts.
And there's much less chance of anything going wrong as a result of that as well.
We've also introduced the EVA fuel and momentum. So once you start traveling forwards in one direction, you'll keep going in that direction until you press another input or the space brake to stop. This becomes especially important when we introduce EVA fuel. So you'll have a finite amount of fuel, and just that little boost could be enough just to get you back to the safety of a space station or your ship. It sets us up nicely for zero-G push-pull, which comes further down the line.
So in terms of what that means for user player and what you're going to be doing with this feature, it allows us to use EVA to get you guys going from your ship to another ship, from your ship to an abandoned space station. You can fly inside ships and space stations without gravity now, without fear of bashing your head and your legs all over the place. It really makes it a much more smooth and easy to use system. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's just more fun. I enjoy just flying in and out of test levels between ships, etc. With the old system, it's a bit slow and lackluster. With this, I feel like I'm a superhero while I'm going around in space. So yeah, the new EVA feature, as you guys see it today, it's hopefully going to look even better once it gets into your hands. And yeah, we're really excited to see what you guys think of it.
All right, let's talk about pipe pits.
Well, it was better when it was piss pit.
It used to be piss pit?
Yeah, player interaction system. Yeah.
So let's talk about the new pipe piss.
Gotta stop saying.
I was too late to change it. I like to say PIS because, yep, sounds better.
I try to avoid HR complaints.
So the burning question is, what is pipe piss? Well, it's everything you interact with around you and how you go about doing that.
It's not always easy to select the interaction that you're looking for.
You have to drag your cursor then to make your selection. And it's not really very fast or intuitive.
And in general, it got in the way of you doing what you wanted. It added an extra layer of menuing that wasn't necessary.
But there's some things that we wanted to solve, and that's what the new system does.
So with the new personal interaction experience, we have multiple ways of improving how you interact with the items around you.
So we've released little parts of the new system in the past with the pit wheel and the quick select wheels and the control hints. This is by far the biggest iteration on it and will totally change how you interact with things in the world. We've introduced the new interaction prompt, which will show you which item you will interact with by just tapping F, and will also show you the type of interaction that will be performed.
So the new system, the players don't have to go into interaction mode to interact with the objects.
We've updated that to have an on-screen icon. It gives you the input that you need to press, and it gives you an idea of what you're actually going to do when you press it. So that ambiguity of, am I in range? Is it the item I'm going to interact with? It's gone. You've got an immediate bit of feedback that tells you what you're going to interact with, what you need to press to interact with it, and what you'll do when you interact with it.
So if you're looking at a plushie on the desk, it'll show an F above it with grab, and you can just pick that item up with that. We've also introduced the personal interaction wheel, which, instead of the list view, will now give us a nice radio menu that lets you select exactly what you want to do in a much more intuitive manner.
And with the wheel, it's much more seamless, and it feels more like there's no barrier between you and the interactions.
And that's locked the screen, so you can't miss. You're always selecting something, and it's 99% of the time what you want to interact with. Don't sneeze while you're pressing the button. It's much more intuitive. It's much easier to use. And that option, that problem I mentioned, where if you're trying to interact with what's in your hand, that's gone. Now the new system just opens the wheel and you select what you want to do with what's in your hand. It just works.
So this new interaction wheel plays really nicely with default item actions, which has been in development for a while, but it needed the whole system to come together as one before we released it.
If, for example, you're out mining gems after blowing up rocks with your multi-tool, you might want to pick a gem up and look at it. Or you might want to just store it directly into your backpack. You now have the option to customize and say, when I look down at that piece of gem, show me the prompt. It's always going to show store, or it's always going to show carry or inspect. It's up to you. And you can change that on the fly and it'll remember it. And it just allows you to customize your own experience.
Now the player doesn't have to go to interaction mode to make a selection. It can just simply tap to trigger the behavior.
The new system is entirely data-driven, so from our perspective, it makes it really easy to customize from a designer's point of view. And again, because we've set up that data, you can then customize it yourself.
It allows you to customize the primary and the secondary interaction. So you can change what just tapping F while looking at something does.
If the player changes the default item on that item, the selection will be saved across all the items that match that state and the item category.
It picks up on what you want to do with different item types. So if you want to cuddle a plushie, you can set that to be your default inspect. If you want to be picking up golden lemons and storing them directly whilst you're harvesting, you can set store to be your default, and then that's the way it'll stay. If you want to equip ammo as soon as you come across it to your suit, you can set that as your default item action. So it's something that, with a little bit of interaction from yourself, means that you can customize and tweak your own play experience and really rough out the edges in terms of your minute-to-minute gameplay and how you interact with things.
We've also introduced a new scoring system for interaction points that allows us to better select which interaction point is of interest to the player. This is based on distance from the player, angle to the cursor or center screen, and whether it's on screen or not. It also allows us to interact with things that aren't quite on screen, so if there's a trolley handle just below you, you'll be able to tap F and you should just grab it. This makes it a lot more intuitive. Something on the ground can have a different default action to something in your hand. This is all set up and customized through the interaction wheel.
And then obviously the player now doesn't have to go into interaction mode, drag the cursor, make the selection. It can just simply tap or double tap to trigger the secondary action, and that should be a much easier experience for the player.
We'll forget about what was there before. It'll feel like it has always belonged. You won't be able to live without it, really.
That's just some of the things our team has been working on over the last few months and bringing to SE Alpha 323.
We're looking at bringing you lots more stuff from our work on Squadron 42 into Star Citizen. We're really excited to get that into your hands to improve your overall player experience, the way you travel through the verse. Yeah, when you get your hands on it, please let us know what you think. We're really excited to find out.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that EVA looks sick. Sure, usually I'm a bit more eloquent than that, but damn, I'm allowed to mark out sometimes. That the way we interact with the persistent universe around us is getting a whole lot more intuitive and customizable. And that this new EVA, new default item actions, and new personal interaction system are just the beginning of what this spring's Alpha 323 has to offer. Yes, Virginia, it's gonna be a big one. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Be sure you check out tomorrow's Star Citizen Live, where we dive into even more Alpha 323 goodness, and we'll see you all here next week. da 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 da. Invictus is here, and with it a celebration of all things spaceship and space vehicle. And with today being both RSI and Tumbril Day, we've got introductions to 2 new ground vehicles for you this week, starting with an old friend ready to make our Constellation Phoenix complete, the RSI Lynx.
Ground vehicles in Star Citizen play quite a large role. Obviously, we have these fully realized full planets and moons. You don't always want to spend all your time flying over them in your ships. We're going to have things coming online in the future, such as weather, that's going to make that prohibitively more dangerous to do.
Flying is the main traversal type, but of course with ground vehicles, there is so much more to explore on planets. It adds so much diversity to the missions that we have.
I feel like ground vehicles are an opportunity for players to have fun and explore the terrain of our lovely planet, not from, going in from a top side, but really getting in and around with the dunes and the broken ships and stuff.
The fun, the dynamic.
Superior replicas, or are they the real deal?
You like to walk on the wild side, man? I can dig it. I can assure you these parts... Whoa. Are you recording this, man?
Oh, no, it's not what you think.
Whoa, not cool, man. Whoa, not cool.
But I'm super cool. It's okay, I'm cool. I am cool. Behold, the mighty Aegis Redeemer. The once and future next great starship is bristling with uncut firepower to the tune of 6 massive guns and a heaping helping of missiles, ready to jam down the gullet of any baddies foolish enough to give you any trouble. Today, we're set to find out if the infamous Redeemer can create as well as it can destroy. We've filled this ship's auxiliary fuel tanks with a special paint mixture. Stay with me, so that when I fire the thrusters just so, it'll spray stunning swathes of colour across that rooftop, which our fleet of MPUVs is turning into a giant canvas. The idea being to recreate the famous painting Tears of Fire on a massive scale. We'll just do a little bit of that at the bottom, finish that off, there we go. Jack Smurg Cleary. Ha! So with precision controls and the spirit of artistic inspiration on our side, it's time to see if this thing makes as good a paintbrush as it does a devastating killing machine. Here we go! Well, that was a bit under tell me? But we aren't done yet. Ah, right. Ah. Oh, holy Xian Bob! That is it. I've absolutely had it. I can't believe this.
Everybody take 5.
I mean, what a piece of garbage! I accidentally plagiarised myself, and then I have the gall to think I can write the shit with some over-the-top stuff, and it doesn't even
It's in view, isn't it? It's not always a spaceship.
You need to have the options. I mean, if you don't have a ship, how are you going to get from A to B? You need something to get you there, and if you're going from A to B, then someone's in the way, you get a tank.
At Invictus launch week, we're introducing 2 new vehicles to the game, the drivable RSI Lynx and a concept vehicle, which we'll talk about later. The Lynx was introduced alongside the RSI Constellation Phoenix back in 2014. It was mentioned as it's sort of an add-on to the Phoenix.
The Lynx is RSI's more luxury counterpart to the Ursa rover.
It expands the capabilities. I suppose there's an element of, I don't know, showing off maybe.
It's for the distinguished individual who likes to travel in style.
It serves a different purpose to the Ursa. It's very much for VIP transport and exploration.
We've taken some stuff from the Scorpius. We've taken some stuff from the Ursa itself. We've invented other stuff from scratch because not everything that we needed already existed. It is fun and fancy.
I think the exterior is amazing. It's got so many great angles and it just looks so RSI. It just comes together really nicely. We took the Ursa and we basically made it beautiful.
It trades out some of that rugged utilitarian functionality for just a more enjoyable experience to ride around exploring in the back of.
So it's a lot of clean, glossy panels, higher quality materials, and less dense detail, more focusing on angular lines.
We're very constrained with this overall size dimensions. It has to fit in the Phoenix, so we couldn't make the vehicle any longer, wider, taller, so we had to work to the same footprint.
We've tried to not have too much visible mechanics on the outside of it, because you don't want to go up to a fancy luxury car and just see the engine just there. You know it's a car, you know it's got an engine, you don't need to know where the engine is. You just want it to look good whilst you're actually getting from A to B.
It's very nice design. Alberto, our concept artist, did a very good job on that. We had quite a lot of references to new electric trucks, that type of thing. Got a clean day running lights. As you go round to the side, you've got like a peek-in window of the cockpit. So underneath you can sort of see feet. I don't know why you'd want to see feet, but yeah, you can. And then we've got the suspension uprights, which are finished in like a goldy colour, which is quite nice. It's quite ornate for something that sort of takes the load of the vehicle and that kind of thing. A very nice 13-piece door. 13-piece on my side. You're not going to see 13 pieces.
I think my favourite thing on the Lynx is the wheels. They are quite unlike anything else we've got in the game.
We've tried to go for wheels that would seem a little bit more luxurious, so we've gone for a shape that will kind of make them a little bit quieter.
They look pretty cool. They're very evocative of those sort of sand racing tyres with the big ribs on them. They give it a very strong visual identity from the outside.
My favourite thing about the Lynx is the huge rear windows.
It's got this lovely wraparound window. It just creates a very different atmosphere inside the vehicle.
Whether you're having in-game business meetings or just chilling with your friends, having that scenery so on display right next to you really adds to the whole experience when you're just sat in the back with your champagne.
When you step in, we've got some TVs that pop out of the sides of the panels, some personal storage and seats, which move. And you can push a button and they will spin around. You've also got a location for storage, which obviously folds away so that if you've got something you just want to put up there, you don't have to see it, but you know it's there. We've also got a weapons rack. It folds itself away and it pops out. It's got some nice little smoky glass doors on the front of it.
The lighting is designed to be a more habitable area for your luxury passengers.
We have a magnificent full-length fridge, and off the left we've got a couple of shelves where you can store stuff. We don't say it's a drug storage location, but secretly it is a drug storage location. Just don't tell the cops.
Compared to the base Ursa, the Lynx is a little more agile, a little faster. It is like this because it just has less weight to it, less carrying capability, so it can trade that off for speed. And the two people that are sat in the back in relative luxury have a much nicer experience seeing the sights of the universe around them. Compared to the other ground vehicles in events such as the Daymar Rally, I think this is going to be a strong competitor. It's going to be really interesting to see which players prioritize over the other, whether you take the speed of the Lynx versus the increased durability of the Ursa itself. But you don't often see Bentleys racing against other vehicles in real-life rallies, so maybe not as durable as the others.
This is for people that like to get from A to B and look like they're in a good car when they're doing it.
I think the fantasy of having someone chauffeur you around while you're sitting in the back drinking cocktails or the champagne and looking at your business portfolio while just the world of Star Citizen goes on around you. It's pretty cool.
It's also for people who'd never be caught dead racing in a mule.
So that's the new way to get around the surface of Stanton's planets and moons in style. But what about those who want a bit more pew-pew with their hot looks? Just go with it. Well, Tumbrel has you covered with the latest in planet-side mobility and destroyability with the Tumbrel Storm. Let's find out more.
Hello again. It is once again myself, John Crew. Let's talk about the concept vehicle that we're introducing at Invictus Launch Week, the Tumbrel Storm. The Tumbrel Storm is a light/scout tank from Tumbrel. In a lot of combined armed forces, you rely on reconnaissance on the ground to let you know what's coming ahead. And whilst we do have an array of ground vehicles that can do this role, not very many of them are as heavily armoured as a tank. And sometimes reconnaissance goes a bit sideways and you need some firepower to help get you out of that situation. So the Storm is really excels in this scenario. It can be ahead of the fleet on the ground, engage targets and hold its ground before the main force of ground vehicles arrives for backup. One aspect that we wanted to change from the traditional tank and Nova setup is making this energy weapon based. So it had a much greater independence from the main task force on the ground, and that it wasn't constrained by ballistic ammunition. So it has an energy autocannon on top, twin-barreled, to help lay down firepower, really only constrained by the size of its capacitors and power plant. The Storm is really designed for supporting Novas in attacks. It can take on most other ground vehicles. If you're brave, you can take on a Nova with it, but you probably want to bring a friend or two to help even the fight.
I received the task to complete a new vehicle. I was told to do a tank, most precisely something that would have become a killer of killers. We had to go back to the origins of Tumbrel and let this new tank look less like the Nova tank and more like the Cyclone. So it was important to get back that aggressiveness and that dynamics that the Cyclone had. So we opted for something a little less classical and went on a design that is absolutely more related to the manga and anime's world. When people see the Storm for the first time, I want them to feel scared. There is no flimsy paneling, there is no beautiful refined surface. This is just optimal and very, very dynamic. So we don't have a lot of parallel lines, we have a lot of X's and V's, very strong shapes that deline what is popularly recognized as dynamic and aggressive. The interiors of the Storm will feel really full of pipes, of fabric, of mechanical stuff. It have to look basically ventral, like you have just been eaten by a machine. So what we have is very composed design, something that is uncommon in the tank we know today. So what we wanted to achieve when you look at the Storm is fast. Strike fast, move fast, do everything fast, no need to rely on a crew. I like that it looks a bit like an animal. It's very snaky, or looks a bit like a crocodile.
Now, of course, the big question everyone always asks for every new concept promotion is when? When will it go into production? Well, let's go now to the vehicle team in our Los Angeles studio and find out more.
The problem is where my story goes is always I will identify all of the issues that I have to overcome first and then like build a plan for breaking them down. So I'm trying to think of a way of phrasing it, you know? We had a lot of cleaning up to do to make sure it was worthy of the engine, it's ready for engine, it's not going to break anything when it goes in there. And that was what most of the initial white box work we did, at least from an art side. For design, we were more concerned about alleviating a lot of the issues we knew were present with the Nova, just like traversing on uneven terrain, exiting the hangar. These are issues we solved first, rather than waited until later in production and realized there were more difficult tasks to overcome.
So most recently, we finished Gray Box. We completed all the animations. Currently, I am doing a material and detail pass on the tread housings for the Tumbril Storm. This thing has challenged me in ways I haven't been challenged before in working in the game industry. For example, the treads took a couple different iterations, so we got right. And be able to get like the right movement as it deforms to the ground planes. This ship is definitely more organic than anything I'm used to, and I suppose it's like its own challenges, but it's been a learning process.
The art is to continue on to LOD 0, finalizing all of the art assets, making sure everything's going to be correct for when we move on to all of our higher detail tertiary details that will go into a bit later.
Everything from the way the doors open on the tank to the cockpit itself. When you go inside this thing, it's like stepping into a mech. It's completely different from any other vehicle I've seen in this game.
My favorite thing about the Storm is going to be the role of it. The Nova is a very, very big tank. It requires...
This is the bloody Aegis Redeemer. I can't believe I thought that using the nastiest gunship to ever make a Vandal soil its bioarmor would be well served farting paint onto somebody's penthouse. I've lost my way, Jim. I don't think it's even about the ships anymore. Yeah, well, you host the show, Jimmy. I'm done. Roberts Space Industries. 3 little words that say volumes. The manufacturer that set the original standard for spaceflight continues to defy its age and stay relevant in the modern era. From the Origin-style bells and whistles gussying up the Constellation Phoenix to the more traditionally utilitarian Connie models and the exhaustive Aurora series, RSI offers plenty of reliable options for green pilots and crusty old pros alike. And of course there's RSI's more aggressive side, exemplified by this lean, mean interdiction machine. Behold, the Mantis. A perennial favourite of law enforcement agencies and the scourge of space scum everywhere. That little doohickey in the front there? That's a state-of-the-art WATEC quantum enforcement device, or QED. And where the Mantis gets its bite, this little beauty can rip a ship out of quantum with ridiculous precision. a privilege that has previously been restricted to responsible and qualified pilots. So what do you say we test her out? Roomier in here than I expected. But a spacious cockpit isn't why the Mantis has the hearts of law and ordery types aflutter. Let's get down to business and see if this thing does what it says in the brochure. Now, Jimmy is in a trusty Aurora around the other side of the planet. I'm going to fire up the QED, and when I give the signal, Jimmy is going to attempt to QT right past us. Here we go. That was insane!
You don't always need a size 5 cannon. Some people may disagree, but I don't think you do. The Storm is a little bit quicker, only requires one person. It kind of sits in a really good spot between something very quick like a Cyclone and something a little bit more punchy like the Nova.
I'm excited the progress that the team has made on this. It's been a real beauty to work on, and it should be a lot of fun for the players too.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the RSI Lynx is the new benchmark for traveling planetside in comfort and style. That the Tumble Storm says you can blow stuff up and look slick as all heck while doing it. And that it's already in production for an intended release in the less than distant future. Now join us tomorrow for our Invictus All Vehicles Roundtable over on Star Citizen Live. And don't forget to check out everything else that's available in Alpha 319 in between visiting the Invictus showrooms. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for exploring the process of game development with us, and we'll see you all here next week. It's your call.
You can make it.
Don't. I believe in you.
I'll step out.
Roll a survival check.
14.
You successfully exit the elevator. Just kidding. You're dead. The stand system has seen many changes since the persistent universe first came online. It's grown, expanded, been reshaped and reformed, and it continues to evolve with each successive patch. And while the upcoming Pyro system and our journey to 4.0 is a big focus for everyone around, it's important to keep an eye on the present and continue to iterate on and improve upon what's come before. And this week's show focuses on the work of the mission feature team in doing just that. Now up first, Space Station Korea, old stalwart of PvP in the stand system, is about to get a makeover both in looks and in restored purpose.
Back in its heyday, Korea used to be this big central hub for PvP,
which has multiple entrances and exits and is just perfect for that kind of gameplay.
When we added the UGFs and added some of the security depots where you could go and hack away your crime stat, kind of took away from Korea's unique PvP draw.
And we've decided that we want to give players a taste of what Korea used to be like.
Korea is a security outpost that was meant for Crusader security to kind of have as their base of operations. Unfortunately, it ended up not being fit for living and working there.
It's been abandoned by Crusader. The uses the player can have there is there's a few missions they can take there to kill, stragglers, nine-tails. They can go there to hack away their crime stat. There's some loot there as well, so players do go there to loot.
However, now, if you approach Korea, you're going to immediately notice Crusader has moved in at this point.
They're going to be using this facility as it was intended. And the way they're doing this, and we're doing this to hopefully entice PvP at this location, is we're firstly beefing up the exterior security of Korea.
You will be met with new online turrets that will not be too happy with you arriving.
It's now going to be even harder for people to approach and land. When you get there to land, you might find some enemies on the landing pad to thwart your infiltration of Korea. When you're inside Korea, there'll be Crusader security all around that you'll have to take out if you want to use that station. After killing a few of them, a security chief will spawn.
Now, if you take this guy down and you look around, he will have a security code on him.
You can take his datapad off, operate his terminal, and then start this contraband dispenser.
It's a device that goes into Korea's storage facility and pulls up contraband that was deposited by the law enforcement.
And the great thing about that is obviously we've got some highly valuable drugs in the game. We're making even more highly prohibited and expensive goods, as well as scrap. Just we'll throw some worthless rubbish in there, so it's an absolute gamble.
You'll still be able to wipe your crime stat there. That is always going to be wanted at Korea. But the new thing we've done is we've removed the UGF crime stats. You will no longer be able to go to a UGF to wipe it.
Obviously, that's going to focus criminals and like law enforcement, those who roleplay law enforcement into that area. But we decided that still wasn't enough. We'd been looking for a way to give players their first ever kind of player-triggered mission.
When this location goes under attack, which is when a certain amount of the AI that are defending the location are killed, a broadcast will be put out to all bounty hunters, anyone who is a lawful player, to come to this location and remove the threat at that location. However, don't get greedy and pick up any of the contraband. You might just be marked as one of those bad players.
So I think players who've been with us for a while will be really excited to hear what we're doing with Korea.
This is going to pull everyone to this one location to have battles.
It's open, it's functional, and it's going to serve as a dangerous hotspot for both criminal and lawful players alike.
Restoring Korea to its former glory is just one of several steps being taken recently to provide improved opportunities for PvP combat in the persistent universe. And we're going to check in on its visual makeover as it progresses later this quarter. But now, let's turn our attention to prisons. Or maybe just one prison in particular. That home too often a home for those who break Stanton's laws intentionally, or who just stare at an elevator the wrong way. Let's go back to the mission feature team and discuss the ways they're currently exploring to bring new ways of escaping Kleischer's all too familiar grasp.
So currently in prison, there are 4 ways to get out. You can wait, you can mine, you can escape, and finally we added a mission where you can go and repair things for Kleischer, and they'll give you merits for doing so. But we don't believe that's enough variety, so we're working on more ways to complete your sentence.
The prison caves in particular can feel like quite a lonely place. You know, they're very dark, very damp. The likelihood of running into players is not particularly high, especially because there's 3 different routes.
So straight out of the gate, the first thing we're investigating is NPC prisoners in the caves. Currently, the caves are pretty empty. The only person in there is Auralia, and we want to expand that to have these. You'll be able to hopefully kill them if you want to risk the crime, and they might have some things that might help reduce your sentence.
We also wanted to provide more sandbox opportunities for earning merits. So some of you have noticed there's stashes dotted around the tunnels.
They can contain items that you could have bought previously from the vending machine, and they can also find themselves contraband items like prison shivs. We're looking at ways to have a system where players can bring back contraband and other prison-wanted items and be rewarded for it.
We also want to investigate adding a reward for players taking out violent inmates. This will help clean the prison up and stop them from causing a ruckus, and it will also provide, the model prisoners more ways to legally and preferably pay off their crimes to society. And for those who don't want to serve their time, we're adding a new mission into the prisons.
All criminals caught end up in Kleischer, and there's lots of vital information to be recovered from there.
In a certain depth, in a certain cave, we're adding what is known as a black spot, where outside entities can contact you and ask you to do work inside of the prison.
In doing so, they will be rewarded very handsomely.
It's always great when we get to revisit locations and missions after getting player feedback, and this won't be the last of updates you'll find in the prison experience.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that folks with a fondness for the old days of Korea have something familiar to look forward to. That Kleischer may...
I honestly don't understand why advocacy agents seem so stuffy all the time. If my job entailed snaring ships out of QT, I'd be happy as a clam. Although, I suppose today my job does entail that, and I don't have to deal with any violent criminals. Just Jimmy. So, win-win, I suppose. Stick around for more from the IAE and Whitley's Guide.
Join us for the biggest Whitley's Guide IAE special yet, with exclusive looks at all your favorite manufacturers. Drake CEO and an Arden. Plus, surprises and announcements you won't want to miss. We'll see you there.
The various alien offerings on hand at the IAE every year may be catering to niche markets. But could Tivarin craft be the industry's hottest new trend? Thanks to the popularity of Esperia's meticulous recreations, these lost classics aren't just for collectors or infiltration enthusiasts anymore. In fact, I found the stealthiest thing about their Prowler troop transport was how swiftly and silently it stole my heart. And peering into the future of Esperia's Tivarin line reveals their near-perfect remaster of the infamous Talon Fighter, a hit-and-run Hellkite, known for keeping naval pilots on their toes during the Tivarin conflicts. Only on Whitley's Guide.
Through unforgiving lands,
across the impossible expanse. A mirage calls, a distant oasis. We chase what most consider myth. Pursue an obsession. That's what pushes us to greatness. The oasis. It's real. The 400
obscure the same familiar faces that I keep seeing in there week after week. You know who you are. And that even with a major focus pushing ahead, it's important we look back, iterate on what's come before, and continue to evolve all aspects of Star Citizen along the way. Now don't forget the Ship Showdown has begun, and it's your chance to advocate for the best of the best in Star Citizen ships and vehicles for a chance to win exclusive paints and prestige, and for us to bet internally on how we think you'll vote. I was so close last year. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee, here in the Bonded Warehouse, our neighbors at the new Manchester goods yard who were kind enough to let us in when the rain showed up. We'll see you all next week from who knows where.
Are you tired of the pain of the drudgery of the boring ship? Are you waiting for your lucky day? Well, hello, lucky humans. It's us, your average friendly Banu Suli, specializing and excelling mightily in procuring and selling of many great and amazing ships. So many good ships from alien worlds suitable for humans. Don't go there. We'll bring them to you. Comfy human seat. Not made of human, probably. Humans love breathing. Our ship's full of atmosphere. Great for breathing. Your next great ship is waiting. We have it. It's right here. Come on down. Today, voted friendliest Suli. 3 years subsequent. Davian 4 Commercial Chamber.
At CitizenCon 2952, we introduced the concept of distribution centers, these enormous terrestrial microcosms of Star Citizen's entire FPS experience. And since that time, we've intermittently followed along with their progress as they make their way to the persistent universe in the upcoming Alpha 323. And with that milestone approaching in just the next few months, let's dive underground one more time and see where they're at now, and discuss a little more about what you'll be doing once you get inside. What are distribution centers?
It's a super basic question. But I've got to unravel about 2 years worth of development time in order to answer it.
So a distribution center is a colossal hub that an organization owns that they distribute goods for, and this could be commodities themselves or stuff that they're making.
They're very big locations on the ground. They're a hive of activity. But you can also go there and cause some chaos as well.
To the player, depending on what faction it is, it's still going to be a means to way of getting different types of missions.
We don't want you to go to this location and be the only person there doing a thing. In some locations, you're going to find that you're just doing a delivery mission, you're hauling some cargo out there, you're dropping it off, and you're getting your fee for doing that. But while that's happening, another player could be infiltrating it, they could be assassinating a VIP in there.
They provide a large variety of gameplay, anything to bombing runs, first-person combat, theft, you name it.
A whole quagmire of different things going on at any one time.
Basically a microcosm for all the FPS-related gameplay in the universe.
What's your favorite thing about the distribution centers?
They're nearly done.
So at CitizenCon, we showed you what is going on at these locations, but you want to know what's actually coming in 3.23, so let me tell you. We're going to have multiple DCs throughout the Stanton system. Each one of those is going to be owned by different brands. Some of them are going to be friendly towards you, some of them they're going to be hostile towards you. At each location, you're going to have access to both sides of the building, both wings. On those wings, we have 2 landing pads and a hangar, and 2 cargo freight elevators. Plus you've got the wing itself, so all the missions that you can do outside. On the inside, you'll have access to the lobby and the rooms off that, so sleeping habs, a kitchenette, some VIP spaces, and some maintenance places in there as well, all with missions.
Below that, you're into the main body of it, which has got the central part, which is the warehouse, which is where mainly all the goods go. Branching off of that leads into 2 side roads. From there can be a mixture of rooms. It's always a cargo shop, which is a part delivery space, part canteen for the staff to use for refreshment and taking a break. Storage rooms, which are the main whole of distributing big cargo boxes, which have to be used to be picked up via a tractor beam.
There are worker rest areas, there are security areas, side rooms.
And a side road, which is more like a little maintenance area, but it does have an underfloor, again with the ventilation access. That's on the inside. Branching out from that as well, there are 2 wings. Each one comes equipped with a cargo area, a shipping depot, and security door from the outside.
Hopefully enough content for you to get your teeth into in this kind of initial release.
Can you bring vehicles inside?
To the outside wings, yes, but you can't drive them into the actual centre, no.
No.
You sound really confident about it. Why can't you take vehicles inside?
Because we block them off.
How'd you block them?
All odds.
Vehicle force field?
All odds.
You're telling me there's no way a player is going to be able to tractor beam a vehicle over those ballers and get a vehicle inside?
I would like to say no.
Backers, you know better. The challenge is made. Get the vehicles in there.
So what will bring players to the distribution centres will depend on the type of player, as we want to give variety, depending if you're an aggressive player or a non-aggressive player and or lawful or unlawful. It's for the 4 types of player that exist in the persistent universe. So there's aggressive lawful, unaggressive lawful, aggressive unlawful, and unaggressive unlawful.
Which one are you?
I quite like being aggressive. If you're going to go in, you might as well go in hard, right? I'm nice in real life, so I can be aggressive unlawful in the verse.
For aggressive lawful players, you might get a mission where you have to go in and defend one of the distribution centres from a hostile attack by outlaw gangs.
You could receive a distress call from the owner of the distribution centre being informed that a gang is trying to acquire goods from a certain section of it, say the storage room.
The player will arrive They will make their way to the location which is under attack. They will go in, they will see a battle underway between defending forces and the attackers, and they will join sides with the defending forces to take out the attackers. Those attackers might come in waves, they might have big heavies with them, they might have bigger weaponry, but you will join together, possibly with friends, to take out this big assaulting force. Lawful non-aggressive players might want to do something more like delivery or hauling. It's a distribution center. So you'll be able to come in, land, load your ship with all the various cargo, depending on what kind of distribution center it is, and take it where it needs to go, whether that's another distribution center or somewhere else completely different.
The plan from doing an internal delivery will be using a hover trolley to distribute one cargo or multiple cargo boxes from one section in the distribution centre to another. They really are big enough to do an entire mission without ever leaving. You could be doing a delivery from one room, let's say the storage room, up to the lobby.
For an aggressive illegal player, you might do an all-out assault on the distribution centre. You can fly in, the location security will kick in, so you'll be trespassing, you'll get shot at by turrets. If you manage to land, you will infiltrate the facility. All guards will be hostile to you, and you can go in, you can, if it's an assassination mission, you can go in, take out a VIP. If it's a theft mission, you can run a heist, go in, rob the place, get out again.
Each distribution centre, especially the bigger company ones, would have armed guards at least on site. They'd also have turrets mobilised around the outside, so you would have to, you coming in by air is very dangerous because you would be distinctly seen as trespassing, so each security zone around a distribution centre protects it, even from the air, not just the ground. So for non-aggressive, unlawful theft missions would be a prime example of you sneaking into distribution centre to avoid being detected by security to acquire goods unlawfully.
You can basically do a stealth version of the hostile mission. So instead of it being an all-out assault and going in guns blazing, maybe you find a back route in, maybe you sneak in past guards, make your way to the location without being detected. If you get the item that you need to steal, you can turn around, make your way out, and hope they don't find you. For players that don't have a mission, the response that you get when you approach a distribution center is going to depend on which distribution center it is. Some are going to welcome visitors. They'll be quite happy to see you. Others definitely don't want any visitors at all.
So depending on the type of facility, some public ones are...
Friends, wait for the end of this video. Day 2, and tomorrow I'm blasting off to Microtech and the Intergalactic Aerospace. IAE, y'all know what I mean. Light workout before my Stormwall tour. I'm seriously so excited for this and want to say thanks again to Origin, my amazing sponsors. People are obsessed with these Stormwalls. See, I'm learning. The person in this costume, I mean, how adorable. I'm on this shuttle thing, guys, way less fancy than the Origin one, and full of tourists. Real Stormwalls! They are seriously amazing. Got back on land and things started to get real weird. First off, some people full on ran into me. Red flag numero uno. Didn't even notice the Crusader security. Second red flag. Then in the middle of my food selfie, some randoms burst in and start shooting. Friends, this may be my last. Stay tuned for my next post to see if I survive.
other higher security level ones, you would not have or be granted access without being granted a mission. So besides missions, if a player decides to go like full chaotic evil inside a distribution center, they can go in full guns blazing, but they're going to be met with a lot of resistance. So you're going to need to see some pretty, like a heavily armored ship to deal with the anti-air guns, and a lot of firepower when you get inside, because there's a load of guards to deal with.
So a big driving force behind the distribution centers is to really bring players together in all different kinds of ways. So maybe you've got somebody there who's running a delivery mission, and at the same time, you've got a group of people coming in to raid the place and steal a bunch of stuff. They all get caught up together in a whole big mess, and the hope is that it's a fun, exciting, and probably quite chaotic experience.
We want it so that as you're playing it through, yeah, other things are happening around you, things that you sort of want to get involved in yourself.
I hope the players perceive it as mainly for the variety, to give the players the choice to like just to lean into, do they want to be aggressive or do they want to be passive? That we know different players like playing different ways, so we're hoping this variety in the distribution centre gives the players the access whether they want to play that aggressive or passive fantasy inside the verse.
Of course, this is the first drop of the distribution centers, and development will be ongoing. We're shooting for a healthy variety of distribution centers for 3.23, and more to come as we approach 4.0.
So at some point after 3.23 and into the future, I don't know when, we are going to be looking at the end game stuff that you want to play, and that's going to be in the form of raids.
Raid!
Raids! Don't put that in.
Oh, we're definitely leaving that in.
So, what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that distribution centers will be home to missions and gameplay of every sort, that Alpha 3.23 will mark their arrival, that the much anticipated raid gameplay first discussed at CitizenCon will follow at some point thereafter, and that if you're the ISC gameplay capture team working in builds weeks and sometimes even months before Evocati, you may find that the planets of Pyro and Stanton have loaded into the same physical space and turned themselves inside out, and all you're trying to do is make your weekly show. Don't worry, they're having the time of their lives. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week. Like that.
Now I've had the time of my life, though I never felt like this before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it all to you, Booch.
For 2950, the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo is continuing its tour of Stanton, landing on the snowy slopes of Microtech. And while the weather outside may be frightful, the offerings at the Tobin Centre are nothing short of delightful. Welcome to Whitley's Guide. Here in the consolidated Outland Pavilion, they're gearing up to unveil Silas's all-new Nomad, a ship that couples a welcome dash of unconventional design with bare-bones, no-frills performance under the hood. I had the powers that be at Whitley's arrange some hands-on time with the ship ahead of its release so I could go on a good old-fashioned excursion. From my very first glimpses of its hull, I've been bit hard by the travel bug. As we prepared for our trip, Jimmy got intimately acquainted with the Nomad's 24 SCU capacity external cargo hold.
Well done, Jimmy. Over there with the other ones.
Out here, Finally free of the shackles of civilization, edible food, and air traffic laws, we were able to really flex the nomad's muscles. Watch this, Jimmy!
Let's test out these triple shields Silas was going on about, eh?
Even triple shields are no match for reckless flying. Remember that, kids. How's it looking there, Jim? After sharing a few campfire stories, Jimmy and I decided to turn in under the stars. What was that? Jimmy? Jimmy? The onboard bed provides that extra level of security someone of my stature is used to. And convenient access to the laser repeaters made me rest extra easy. As our expedition came to a close, I couldn't help but feel that I'd tasted true freedom, which, coming from a person who gets pretty much everything he wants, is saying something. As I spooled up the quantum drive one last time, I knew I'd returned to civilization, a changed man, and that I'd never needed a shower so badly in my entire life. And here we are, Jimmy, safe and sound at IAE 2950. Now, it looks like they're getting ready for the official announcement, so take over, would you, Jimmy? I've got to get over to the VIP lounge before the open bar closes.
Back in 2944, we aimed to reshape the dream of spaceflight. Since then, much has changed.
The mantis is one of nature's most adept predators. Its patience immeasurable. Its focus indomitable. It waits silently for its prey. The adroit hunter positions itself for attack, identifying its unsuspecting target when it's most vulnerable. And then, steeled to the task at hand, the mantis strikes. Its prey never stood a chance.
So, folks, Ruin Station is about as big as it is creepy. Maybe we can find a ship to stow away on, and... Whoa. What is this? A new ship from RSI. Whoa. Oh, shit.
You want how much for this thing? It's a damn prototype.
Yeah, exactly. Ain't nobody else got one. What, you throw a brand new coat of paint on this, and you'll be good. And the red's, my friend, squeaky clean.
What the hell is that? Is some kind of ambush or something?
Oh, this is no ambush, right? That will be a rodent or something.
Rodent?
This place
You
is...
think I'm stupid?
No, you're smart. Very smart. This is a smart deal.
Tell your man to stand down, or I'm gonna blow your goddamn head off!
Hi there. Just looking for the bar.
I think that's Jax McCleary.
How you doing?
Boys, we've been hacked! Kill him! Any last words?
Welcome back to Inside Star Citizen, the only weekly behind-the-scenes docuseries showcasing the faces, features, and forward progress being forged in the first-person universe of Star Citizen. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. Now, with Alpha 323 recently out, testing ongoing for the 323-2 cargo and hangar patch, and development turning its full attention to the upcoming major milestone that is Alpha 4.0 later this year, we're in one of those periods of ISC production where we like to experiment with the means and manner of the stories we tell. Because like the developers making the very game that we're covering, we want to try new things and new ways of doing what we do. So for the next 3 weeks, ISC will be a bit different than you might normally expect. That means we're going to spend a little more time than normal getting to know the folks themselves as opposed to just what they're working on. Things like asking the UK networking team to film a sort of dev diary on those major server meshing tests from earlier this year. Chat with the level design team to discuss their process and how they're taking all those things they learned in Stanton and applying it to Pyro. And this week, getting to know some folks specializing in the implements of first-person destruction. Now, of course, the ISCs that are driven by specific feature and content work will still continue after this short detour. But we hope that you'll indulge us once again in our effort to share some more personalized stories for the next few weeks. And then, of course, we'll be back with the big flashy stuff soon enough. And don't forget, CitizenCon is just 4 months away. 4 months away! Didn't we just do one? So that's enough of me. Let's meet the first of 3 teams over 3 weeks that don't often get the ISC spotlight in a feature that we like to call Meet the Team, Weapon Content Team. Meet the Weapon Content Team. Good old WCT. Let's just meet them.
Why have you avoided the camera?
In a galaxy so vast, can one person make an impact? How do we rise above? Through camaraderie and competition, we coalesce. In our darkest hours, when all seems hopelessly lost. And in our proudest moments, we find in each other strength, hope, solidarity, the courage to leave the familiar behind in pursuit of the next great adventure. One person can make an impact, but together, we are capable of greatness. Each of us, part of something bigger. One galaxy. One empire. United in purpose.
The Origin 600i has been called a symphony in motion, channeled to create the ultimate in luxury and performance. And at the heart of any orchestration lies the tonal center of the experience, cultivating harmony, resolution, comfort. When traveling the stars, the journey is just as important as the destination. The 600i Touring Edition from Origin.
I need
Nervous? How long ago did you start here?
8 months ago.
8 months
Almost
ago?
9, yeah.
How's it been?
It's been great. I like it.
How many of these do you think you've done at this point? I can't keep track.
This is the 5th.
This is the 5th one? Do you like doing these?
Yes, because I'm an attention seeker.
There's definitely more lights than I was expecting, to be fair, but it's very bright. A little nervous, you know. Yeah.
I used to be a life model before I came here, so...
Used to be a what?
Life model. So once you've had people draw you naked, it's pretty hard to get awkward around anything.
Not nervous at all?
Not really, no. Not too bad.
Cool.
Depends what the questions are.
How prepared are you for this?
I have been in meetings since I walked in, and I have done nothing up until today.
Phil!
Phil, be quiet! The microphone's right there! The microphone's right there in front of your mouth.
Aren't we a spaceship game?
We're definitely a spaceship game, but a core aspect of that is definitely the FPS side of it as well. A lot of our players enjoy flying around the spaceships, but they also enjoy the aspect of being able to be boots on the ground and exploring the world from the first-person perspective.
The weapon content team are the team that are responsible for any weapon you see in-game, pretty much.
It's the team that creates the artwork and animation for Star Citizen and Squadron 42.
We make really cool-looking guns. Lots of guns.
Melee weapons, FPS weapons, large capital-size turret weapons, fire extinguishers, multi-tools.
We're just a group of people that just, I guess, find firearms is the most interesting part of the 3D art space.
So it's called Meet the Team. So let's start where content starts and meet Alberto.
Tell me about Alberto.
I like spaceships.
He's not wrong.
I started in a mixed role in a little company in Germany called Egosoft, and there I was doing spaceships, both 3D and both concept. Then I moved here because I was always very passionate of the universe of Star Citizen.
His pathway is just insane. I think he designed, luxury yachts or something, so yeah.
So yachts, planes, everything that was not a car, basically.
Alberto is an incredible concept artist. The concept artist kind of facilitates the development of the idea.
We get the brief, the words, and we translate it to something visual. In my opinion, that's the most creative part. Alberto's great. I mean, he's a pleasure to work with. I've only had really good experiences talking to him. He provides so little friction when working with him. He's genuinely really good at what he does. He does a lot of the problem solving for you.
What's your relationship like with Alberto?
90% pranks.
Understand what?
Pranks.
Pranks?
Yes.
Like what?
Flipping the screen from each other, like changing the sensitivity of the mouse when he just turn around, something like that.
We really have to fight this guy. Is that a productive use of your time, Samuel?
If I do it fast, yeah.
Samuel's one of our newer concept artists in the company. He is very excited about the project and very passionate about everything that we do as a company.
How do you think other people see Sam Brito?
Oh, that's a great question.
I would say he have this positive vibe to him. You know, he's the doctor.
Sam is fun, getting better and better. He's super young, super talented.
Absolute bundle of joy from a different culture coming from Venezuela. Lots of interesting stories and really approachable, and just overall the same things I say about Alberto. I can go to him, I can talk about what he's working on, and the concepts he provides are of an extremely high quality.
He's really keen to kind of start working and get a little bit more involved with the weapon side of concepting rather than just the vehicles. Every time we mention it, he's like, oh, can I do it? Can I do it? So yeah, he's super excited about it, which is great. I always kind of think that the more passionate people are about the subject they're working on, the better the results you're going to get. we've got Alexi, who's our weapons lead. He joined us a year and a half ago, I want to say. He's been a great addition to the team.
I decided to work on the video games because I always wanted to help people, not necessarily when they're already ill, because I have a medical degree, but it never worked out for me because down the line, I decided that I wanted to bring happiness and not cure the aftermath of it.
Did you know that he got his degree to be a doctor?
What? No, I didn't know. I guess I'd like him to be my doctor. I'd probably trust him.
I really enjoyed the video games, like almost anyone. But at some point it struck to me that real people do them, and I just started to look around and see what I can do, how I can start to make video games, and that's how I ended up as a 3D artist.
Very laid-back guy, has a really good eye for stuff that you can so easily miss. Like he'll pick out stuff I can't even see.
Since he's joined in, the optimization of our work has just flown through the roof. He's a really valuable member of the team, and I definitely consider him a friend. He's a really nice guy.
He's created quite a driving force for the team across both our projects.
Alexi is okay at table tennis.
Just okay?
Yeah, he's okay.
We've got Talon.
I'm one of the key weapon artists here, so I work on creating the 3D models and creating the weapons, the gadgets, hand grenades, and every other kind of thing you can think of that the player might use in the FPS aspect of the game.
Talon, what I say, is a super passionate weapons artist. He's big into sort of airsoft and milsim and that side of things.
The fountain of all knowledge when it comes to weaponry.
I don't think there's anyone that knows more about guns than Talon's.
Does it operate correctly? Where does it take its influences from? And I think that's really important.
He's just a great person to have on the team, nice and approachable, and always up for a bit of a laugh. And joining him's Ben as well, who's another artist too.
What do you think other people say about you?
I'm very quiet, so I'm not sure.
Definitely the life of the party, which you wouldn't expect noticing, but after a few drinks, he's definitely the circle of attention.
He's been a great addition to the team. He's technically our newest member of the team, but he's still been here a couple of years.
I'd say in some ways his artwork is quite sometimes better than mine. He really knows his way around Blender.
He has such a keen eye for details on the weapon.
You can just kind of throw anything at him and know that you're going to get a really solid result out of it. We've got Joel. Originally, I hired Joel as a prop artist probably close to 8 years ago.
I create the artwork for FPS devices, which includes weapons, gadgets. I also make ship weapons.
Joel's actually the most senior member of the team and was there when I first joined. He was an extremely helpful person to encounter.
Very easygoing, super knowledgeable, always has a pun ready.
He has some really strange t-shirts. Every other day he comes in with a new t-shirt with something weird on it, and I'm a bit jealous because every time I see them I kind of wish I'd had the idea of buying them.
I like t-shirts. This one, it's The Simpsons. Everyone likes The Simpsons, right?
What about your producer?
Oh yeah, don't let me forget Kieran. He's Mr. getting things done and getting things done on time, so he's brilliant.
I quickly realised I didn't want to be an artist or a programmer. I started out in level design, and then I found out that my passion was the team.
Without Kieran, there wouldn't be weapon content because he's the guy who glue it all together, you know.
Eats a lot of eggs. Brings in about 4 eggs a day or something like that, so. That's the only bad thing I can think about Kieran.
So next up is our animator, Jordan. He couldn't make it into the office today, but we love him and he's great. I mean, I've been working with Jordan for years on the weapon. Since I took over, he was always there.
Jordan have a really, really shiny personality. He's the one person that you can reach out with anything related to animation. He is here to support you.
Always has a lot of like stories and anecdotes.
He's also a little bit scary because he knows where everyone lives, and it's unclear when he gets or how he gets the information he does. But when you join the team, within the first few weeks, maybe the first few months, he knows exactly where you are on Google Maps. And for that reason, he is terrifying.
Yet he can't be here to film for this.
No. Jordan, you could have been here for this. We really need you. Where are you, Jordan?
And I'm Ben, the art director. And that's enough about me, so let's look at some weapons we've been working on. So we've got quite a few weapons that are being worked on. We can talk about a couple of them today. So first up, we're going to talk about the PAAR.
PAAR is an assault rifle that may fill the role of someone that wanted something bigger from bearing manufacturer.
Up until now, it's been our squadron exclusive rifle. In fact, I've had backers come up to me saying, please release the PAAR.
And really what we want to do is take that P8 base and do a version that we were was slightly more tailored towards the civilian market.
A lot bigger and a little bit longer than the current P4AR, and personally, one of my favorite weapons that we've ever worked on.
It is more in line with civilian needs, so it's had a little bit of lightning done to it. It's had some of the more aggressive visuals tidied up a touch.
We did a redesign of the stock.
And it's had a bunch of new skins and variants done for the consumer market.
Why not just put the one from Squadron in?
The honest answer is we want to hold that back for Squadron, I guess. It is one of the main weapons you use throughout the campaign, and we still want that to feel unique and special. It's one of the things that we do want to hold back as a bit of a hero experience. It is the standard issue, I think is the correct way of saying it, military weapon for the UEE. It's a workhorse, it's reliable, it's functional, and it just gets the job done.
So the Volt rifle is another new weapon that we're releasing in the PU, a brand new manufacturer for the weapon content team.
Baddest aerospace smackdown in the galaxy is back. That's right, we're back for another month-long celebration of all things with wheels, thrusters, huge guns, and so much more. And what better way to celebrate than a knockdown, drag-out, winner-take-all tournament of champions to see who the best of the best will be. It's all here at Ship Showdown. Will your favorite win? Your votes decide.
It all started with a dream. The need to challenge the conventions of our time. To look at the well-worn path ahead and decide to take another route. What is life if not the culmination of all decisions we've made and the roads we've traveled? We decide to seek out the unknown. Or take a stand against the unjust in the universe. We are all chasing who we are, who we want to be. Which begs the question, why choose it all? Introducing the all-new Alpha, Beta, Delta, Gamma. 2948 Mustang. A dream redefined for the modern era.
Behold, the Devil's Roundabout. These 15 kilometers of nasty comprise a rancorous racecourse known to push pilots to the limits of technical capability. We're out here at MISC's official IAE event, gearing up for a demo that's, shall we say, prohibited by Microtech's speed limits. Can their speedy razor tame this beast of a course? Jimmy is about to find out. I'd do it, Jim, but it's an insurance thing.
type, using electric batteries to power their weapons.
They're very techy, they feel very professionally homemade. It's not thrown together, but also it's not professionally manufactured.
This is the manufacturer who relies on cheap produced goods, but they still wanted it to look cool and shiny, but they are not really reliable in terms of long-term use.
We wanted a manufacturer where people could use these weapons and then they could also repair and upgrade and kind of, they look like you would be able to strip them down and kind of field repair them, or work in your workshop in your ship, or in your habs or wherever, and kind of really get into the nitty-gritty of how these weapons work. So there's a lot of visual cues to that with, like how the screen attaches, all the little kind of fittings and screws and how it all kind of comes together, that visually is something quite nice and exciting, I think.
There is anything like this in a PU as of now. This will suit more of the guys who wanted to show off rather than to be military-style weapons. You will have some shiny, cool guns that you can show to your friends and say, there, I did it. This is a really cool-looking gun.
I've always been a little bit opposed to very big flashy lasers and electricity on firearms. I think it can drift away from my idea of traditional firearm. But I think working within the confines of what Volt as manufacturer are, being a home-built kit that you could order online supposedly and manufacture yourself, I think really fits into the idea of it being more of a fun ammunition type.
This is still work in progress, but you can see the direction where it's going.
So the Pyro SMG, this is something very different to any of our mainstream manufacturers.
A very small handheld submachine gun, similar to I think a real-world example would be a Tech 9.
And the whole idea with this kind of pyro weapon theme is that these things have been made by just people living on the fringes of the universe. They've used whatever they can get their hands on to make something that works for them.
Imagine Mad Max type of gun that was scraped with everything that you can find around.
Sort of break the art conventions that we've been working with for the last however many years.
Internally, we call them non because they doesn't have any manufacturer.
It's made by a guy named Steve.
Yeah, you can say so.
The fact that it's very compact and small allows you to hook very tightly on corners, giving yourself a very low exposure when peeking corners or peeking over cover, and has an extremely high rate of fire, so very good for those really close encounters, but I wouldn't be using it at long ranges due to the lack of a stock.
They're really quite cool weapons to work on and look forward to using maybe more in the future.
Where the hell is my crossbow?
Do you know what? Chris brought a crossbow up recently. He was like, are we going to finish it? And I'm like, well, it's kind of there. There was one thing stopping us with the way the bolts interacted with stuff that we couldn't do at the time.
The fabled crossbow is an asset that we in the weapon concept team have been trying to get pushed out for a long time now.
At the point of creation this crossbow, it was decided that the bolts needs to stuck when you fire them and not disappear like any other bullet. And this prevented the release of the crossbow because we cannot consistently make the bolts stuck.
It's just a super advanced, cool-looking crossbow. It's got these really cool, like, deploying bolts in it because obviously, we don't really want to carry around these massive, great big kind of quiver of arrows. So it's got these really nice kind of compact little bolts that load into it.
Adding more unique firearms and ways to take out enemies silently is something that the game would definitely benefit from, and so seeing the crossbow come out into the PU would be something that made me extremely happy, and I know a lot of the players have been asking me about this too.
Not directly involved with weapon content, but still working on the weapons, audio guys and VFX guys. We're working with them directly, and they make our gun shines and sings.
I'll have done my part of the artwork, it'll have gone down the production line, and a few months later I'll bring it into the editor just to remind myself of what I worked on, and I'll shoot it and hear some incredible audio and be like, oh wow, someone's gone all out on this one.
They're a downstream team that, much like animation, it really brings to life this otherwise static and fairly boring object.
Their work is incredible. I've tried to tell them at some point I want to see them add the lead pipe 01 sound effect into the game, but I've yet to get an approval on that one.
Game development is a group effort. When it comes out great, it's just a miracle. in some point of a lot of people involved into it.
You know, it is still a first-person game, and I think that, you know, the work we do is important. I hope we're a significant part of your interaction with Star Citizen.
I do enjoy it when, you know, I see people having fun and, you know, enjoying the weapons we've created and put into the, you know, the Star Citizen universe. There's a big community of people that take, you know, like in-game captures and screenshots and stuff, and seeing people take pictures of your work is really nice.
I would like people to know that the feedback they give us, especially on our team, means a whole lot.
When we see a comment come up about something with the firearms that people might not like, we do take that on board. If it's not applied to the weapon they're speaking about, we'll try and avoid it on future ones. We're always learning.
And if there has been a weapon that you really enjoy using, or is your favourite weapon, then please do let us know in the comments, because the team will love to hear that sort of feedback. With our recent releases, you've seen a whole bunch of updates to how the weapons feel, how they function, and really bring some of those quality and life improvements to the weapons as a whole. And that's just taken a lot of hard work from the weapons department as a whole department, you know, art, design, animation, audio, VFX, like the whole lot. And they've not had a great deal of limelight in these sort of events, but they're super dependable, and I'm very happy to kind of be able to get to talk about them today.
So what did we learn this week? Well, hopefully we learned a lot more about the people that make up the current iteration of the weapon content team. That there's a whole host of new weapons making their way into the persistent universe. And that spaceships, of course, may dominate the conversation a lot of the time. But there's plenty of other ways to bring damage, death, and destruction to the universe of the first person being built. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you. And we'll see you all here next week.
You want a bucket?
Nope. We're over here, Jimmy. Uh-huh. Eyes front. Reset.
I can't believe he's really doing it. still don't know how you're going to pull this bit off solo.
Likely kill yourself. Oh my god, he's gonna kill himself!
Jimmy. Now we're even for what happened in God.
Okay, let's see what this cannon can really do for a proper big finish.
Oh, shit. And speaking of finished, I think we better get out of here.
What are you doing, Jimmy? Enjoying the view? We've got a show to finish. Just being this close is enough to give me chills. But the 999 has done me one better, inviting me to fly with them. Now, as you may know, I'm what some call a bit of a speed demon. And thanks to Commander Bunmer and this special training model F8, young Jaxie McCleary's childhood dreams are about to come true, to the tune of as many G's as possible. Shall we, Commander? Let's do it. I've always wanted to do this! Oh! This is intense! I've had a lot of fun at Drake's expense over the years, but when you get down to it, there's no denying their power and versatility. Take the venerable Cutlass. With the red and blue variants, they continue to iterate on the classic chassis. Now we're here with reps from Drake, and I have the next Cutlass variant, the Cutlass Purple. You know, for parties. Sound system, cocktail bar, glitter ball. So, folks, Ruin Station is about as big as it is creepy. Maybe we can find a ship to stow away on, and... Whoa. What is this? A new ship for RSI. Whoa.
Oh, shit. You want how much for this thing? It's a damn prototype.
Yeah, exactly. Ain't nobody else got one. What, you throw a brand new coat of paint on this, and you'll be good. And the red's, my friend, squeaky clean.
I don't know what you're griping about. I just liberated you from those miscreants. More like kidnapped. Do you want me to give you back?
Not particularly.
I think we lost him. I think something's on fire back there. Hush. We had some wild times on this ship, huh? Remember when Sir Elise tried to steal it?
Which time? He always had a weird fixation on the duck.
Think he still does?
No, I heard he's dead.
So are we if you don't get back up here? Those miscreants caught up. Hi-yi-yi. Just get in the damn turret. Come on, you bushwhacking Ranus, let's go!
Gonna shoot or talk to him? You gonna get me in a position? You see that?
Do I still got it? Or do I still got it?
Sulo Pindo.
Your banner is terrible.
And I told you, they're programmed to recognize my voice.
How much are the deacons paying for me anyway?
You aren't gonna talk your way out of this one, buddy.
We're always pushing the boundaries in Star Citizen, always pushing onto new frontiers of design, quality of visuals. You know, we're always at that bleeding edge of making games and designing spaceships.
Over the years, we've tried to create choices for players where if you like this, you can get this. If you like that, there's a ship for that.
It's a ship that we discussed and we were all excited to create.
But we've always struggled with getting a ship or a vehicle that absolutely everybody loves. And I think finally,
when players see this, they're just going to go crazy.
So we've been working on this invisibility tech with graphics for about 6 months.
And we needed that invisible shader tech before we could even consider putting this into production.
I'm like, how do we even tackle this?
Trying to unrender a rendered shader is a very difficult challenge. As with all of our shaders, we go physically accurate. We reference real life, and so a lot of time was just spent researching real life invisibility to be able to mimic it in game.
We were really struggling.
Like, this is an evolutionary jump, essentially, like a leap.
And to be honest, it was just during one of our test sessions that one of the QA staff came over and they showed us the opacity slider.
And was like, well, why don't you just put the opacity slider from 100 to 0? And that was literally just what we needed to done.
QA, they're the real heroes when it comes to this.
Obviously, Origin is a very luxurious brand. They always have great interior materials, lots of woods, high quality, I think like marble. Combining that with stealth and sort of this transparent nature was a huge challenge, because when you remove the visuals, you just have to really believe it's still got that luxurious combination.
Everything about this ship is about not being seen. That's its hook. On this, I mean, I can't lie. I mean, we basically just sailed through. Like, I put a blank sheet in front of Chris and said, "What do you think?" And he was like, "Yeah, it looks awesome." And I was like, "Sweet." The challenge of entry. It's not as simple as we've had in the past.
It's a journey of experience trying to map out the ship in your mind.
People were spending a lot of time wandering around, kind of like almost aimlessly.
So it became, a real challenge trying to draw the line without any lines.
So the Origin 404 takes a lot of the greatest features from our other ships and puts them into one singular package. So things like the Mixmaster from the Starliner, you can't see it. The small Hadron Collider, a sort of version of what's in the Endeavour, can't see it. The landing gear from the Constellation gets a lot of flack for being unbalanced because it's all at the back. We put the landing gear for the 404 all at the front. There's some great community feedback on how these struts were getting in the way of the view. So at the time we removed them from there, but you can't get rid of anything. It's like energy, you can just change its form and move it somewhere else, but it ultimately has to come back in another form. So they're back for the 404. Every single one removed from every single 600i is here in the 404. And other things that we'd removed, such as the Xi'an Scout's second seat, that's just chucked in there behind you as well. Really is just everything from Star Citizen rolled into a single ship.
The cargo, we came up with a really novel solution.
We did need a few extra bits of tech created to go alongside this ship. The thing we really wanted for the 404 is for the cargo bay to be completely shielded. Absolutely, completely, 100%. You can never scan the cargo in here. You've got absolutely no idea what cargo it's carrying unless you look at it. But
this is a funny little story. Normally there's multiple artists work on the ship, and in that white box phase, basically people are blocking out the ship, working out the interior, where does the bedroom go? Where does the bathroom go?
So we started off with one large communal bathroom on this. It had everything in there. There's a toilet, shower. Unlike our other ships where they were just like crammed into one thing, they were actual full-size ones, just dotted around in almost like a wet room. But given the challenging nature of the ship,
somewhere along the process, another toilet shower unit gets added. Goes through the review process. Nobody notices. No one catches it.
Lars added one. Then Robin came on and added another one. Sean came along, made those first two into one.
Goes into grey box. Another team of artists go on to start fleshing it out, really sort of making the ship shine. They can't see the bathrooms, so they stick in another two.
Super sized, like you'd see at a swimming pool, just a huge thing. Jonas and James, they each added their own ones to the bedroom section, so they now had en suites there as well.
And so then, of course, classic CIG. Then it's like suddenly we go into the minutia.
And for every bathroom, we had the eternal debate that we have on the ship team, which is the taps.
Is it a mixer tap, or is it singles? Is it Euro style? Is it US style?
What does the future hold for taps?
By the time we get to final art, I think we were at like 16 toilets, and it was a real mix. So some of them, there was some of it with the sort of combos of shower and toilet. Some were singles. And then we had group rooms. There'd be like 8 bathrooms in one room, and I was just like, what? Like, has no one seen this? Like, what is going on? Like, has no one cast an eye on this thing? The thing keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, it's turning into like this sausage dog now filled with toilets. Like, the thing is ridiculous.
Whilst we're out playtesting the 404, it's a unique experience. You can park it on a planet, and you better not leave your ship, because when you do, there's very, very little chance of ever being able to find it again. What it actually allowed us to do, though, is we kind of created a new role in the PU, and that is the ship sitter. His job is to sit in the landing bay of the ship and just wave. When you go off and you explore, you go mining, you go and do whatever you want to do in the PU, and the ship sitter will be there waiting for you to come back.
Like with a lot of our ships, we want to launch them with a bunch of customization options for players to really make the ship look their own. So we had these 3 paint jobs.
a lot of iterations. I came up with a lot of options for what we could really kind of do with the paints on this. I think, to be honest, I must have been close to that 404 number just on paints itself.
So we've got these 3 paint jobs that you can get alongside the ship on launch, which is called Ghost, Whisper, and my favorite, John Cena.
What I think the Origin 404 will bring to Star Citizen that no other ship has really brought to the game thus far is freedom. There's a natural human trait to want to fly, to want to see the stars, to want to get to the mountains, to want to explore. And we so often see kind of the mimicking of birds in a lot of what we do. And I think the exciting thing about the 404 is it just gives that next level of connectivity to the space that is around you. There's nothing between you and the skies, and that to me is one of the most exciting things that I think we've really done with the project so far. So I'm so excited to get this into the players' hands and see what the backers think of it.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that things may not always be what they appear to be, that sometimes the ship you're looking for can be pretty hard to find, that ships don't just punch above their weight class.
That will be a rodent or something.
Rodent?
This place
You think I'm stupid?
Ah, no, you're smart. Very smart. This is a smart deal.
Tell your man to stand down, or I'm gonna blow your goddamn head off!
Hi there. Just looking for the bar.
I think that's Jax McCleary.
How you doing?
Boys, we've been hacked! Kill him!
In a dangerous galaxy, who can you trust to watch your back? Drake's Cutlass Blue lets you take the law into your own hands. With all the attitude you expect from a Cutlass. Formidable suppression options offering a range of lethality, supercharged thrusters, plus an integrated quantum dampener and onboard containment system. The Cutlass Blue. Bad news for the bad guys. Only from Drake.
Come on, Dugan! We kill you to fly a little less crazy? I don't know what you're griping about. I just liberated you from those miscreants. More like kidnapped. Do you want me to give you back? Not particularly. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, not a good idea! Where's your co-pilot anyway? Mal?
And that if you don't know what day this is, you might want to check a calendar. Now, we're still on our normal quarterly hiatus right now, but we're going to be back with regular episodes of ISC on April 22nd. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all in about 3 weeks. Activate stealth mode. Woo! I'm invisible. You can't. Oh, you can see me now.
So whilst we were out playtesting the oh, I can't do it with a straight face.
And my personal favourite, John Cena.
You're gonna have to give me a minute.
If you don't put the horns in at that point.
It's a really good job that players can't see it.
So try not to laugh.
Yeah, my favorite brand is, of course, Origin.
That's a very difficult question. I have to think about this.
CDS, which is Clark Defense Systems.
Let me think. What else is a good manufacturer?
Would be Argo.
Drake. What's good other than Drake, though?
No, surprise, surprise. My favorite manufacturer is an FPS manufacturer.
No.
Right now, the narrative team is managing about 250 brands that cover a wide variety of areas, from consumer goods to government agencies to service providers. The reason there are so many brands in Star Citizen and Squadron 42 is that it helps the developers and the players distinguish between the form and function of an item. Basically, it helps provide color and context for a location, and it helps inform the overall history of the entire Star Citizen universe. Let's take Origin, for example. If you see that ship coming at you, it's going to probably have these sleek and elegant lines that's very visually distinct. If you're flying one, you know it's going to be high performance and probably cost you a lot. In development, let's take, for example, Argo, which up until recently only had one small little ship in its entire line, but they wanted to expand upon it.
When it came to Argo, we did work on another ship. It was massive. I mean, it came before the SRV and it came before the Mole. And even though it was never fully realized, there was a lot of technology and shape language came from that ship. And so it was super useful. That basically has informed a lot of the SRV and the Mole. So everything is slightly exaggerated. Everything feels like it's got thicker skin. We've introduced some big chunky VTOLs. It's not paper thin metal. We keep it orange, so it's still got that sort of industrial vibe. And so you have a cowling of general sort of cleanliness, and then underneath it's just hardcore high density mechanical tech.
They can also help designers figure out the balance of items like FPS weapons.
So one of the things that we're looking at doing this quarter is putting all of our FPS manufacturers into what we call a balance triangle. A balance triangle is used in a lot of different industries, actually, and it's more commonly seen in stuff like product design, where you're looking at, you've only got a finite amount of time and money, so you're trying to decide if you want to make it quickly, if you want to make it good, or if you want to make it on the